sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work or play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me? Lightweight game, heavy on might. Work or play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
Don't see it, vibes up, you feel me?
Swift neo.
The all-new Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work or play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work or play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On set, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
The all-new Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
click, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work or play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. That's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo,
You feel me?
lightweight game, heavy on night. Work or play is just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On set, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Acer Predator League Finals here at the Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi, India. My name is Crips, with me is Universe, and we are going to be your Valorant casters for the day. And we are not the only ones, ladies and gentlemen. I have to inform you that there are 4 streams running simultaneously, so there's going to be absolutely no shortage of high-octane Valorant action.
Yeah, absolutely. I think every, group here has some solid matches that you can enjoy. So there's no shortage of any Valorant that you're going to be missing out on. You love watching RRQ. Group C is happening there. You're a fan of Motive Esports. Group D is running. And if you are an SATUL fan, you're probably sitting here right now waiting for them to start off. Because yes, of course, we are going to be casting the Group A. We're going to be watching their matches. And we've got a pretty interesting set of teams here as well. But Crips, before we get into our group, what's the teams that are you looking out for the most?
Especially for this group in particular, I think the teams that I would keep my eyes on are SATUL, obviously.
Okay.
And I think the team that can give them the best possible run for their money is going to be Fancy United. So those are the 2 teams that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on. As for the rest of the tournament, I think the answers are quite obvious. RRQ Esports and Boom Esports are going to be very, very tough competitors for every single person.
Yeah, but let's have a look at the All-Stars, shall we? We've got a bit of information for you guys to have a look at, which is going to be on that QR code that you see at the bottom left of your screens. You can vote for your All-Star team, who will, of course, be awarded at the end of the entire tournament, where you have MVPs, you've got your best Sentinels, you've got your best Flex players, and your votes will award them. So you just have to scan that, go ahead and vote for your favorite players throughout the tournament, and they will be your winners at the end if at all they get enough votes. But, ladies and gentlemen, we should be getting back to the group itself, right? So the group, of course, you mentioned SATUL we've got. Now, I'm very interested in the matchup between SATUL and Fancy United that's going to come later in the day.
Yeah.
Because I feel like Fancy United are and always have been a strong team from Vietnam. It's just that it feels like Fancy have got that potential. They've never really been able to attain, what comes beyond that. Every time we see them in Ascension, every time we see them, make a mark over there, but they're not able to get past a hurdle of a team that might be slightly bigger in size than them in terms of, achievements. But
I think they've cut down fairly big-sized opponents. I mean, Fancy United have been a bane for a lot of Indian teams. I'm talking about Global Esports over here. So they've almost always beaten them. And if that's the case, and if that statement rings true over here, then I don't think they will have any problem taking down SATUL as well.
I would be inclined to agree, but I can't help but be a little biased for my boys at SATUL. They are going to be good. I'm hoping they're going to be good. All right. At least I've spoken to them. They seem they're pretty locked in, so I'm not going to have too many complaints as long as they play well. But apart from that, we also have 2 other teams in the group. We've got Exist from Japan, and we've got ENG from Australia, which is a bit of a mixed roster at this point. Yeah. Because they've also picked up one of our boys, Caramel, who's playing on their squad for this event. Unfortunately, a player of theirs could not make it through due to medical issues. So we've got Caramel stepping in for this team. Do you think that might be a dynamic that will affect the team in a bad way because they don't know how he's going to play?
I mean, obviously, I don't think last-minute lineup changes can be good for anybody. Unless you're getting someone like, I don't know, maybe TENS into your team, then I don't think it's gonna be a good thing for you.
That's a bit of a stretch. Hey, ENG boys, I don't know, you're behind us. I don't know if you can. I'm pretty sure you guys can get TENS, but he was probably not available.
He was not retired.
Yeah, he was not retired. He would probably be here. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we've got so many teams to talk about, and we've got other groups as well. We'll touch upon all of them. But let's have a look at the tournament format, shall we? Just to educate you guys a little bit if you're here for the first time, let's have a look at what exactly is going to be happening across the Acer Predator League. We've got 4 groups like we mentioned, 16 teams to be playing through it all, and only the top team from each group will be heading to the semi-finals.
Yes, and all these teams have already had a very difficult and arduous journey to get here, right? They've played in the national qualifiers of their own countries.
Yep.
They've beaten a plethora of teams just to be here, just to fly down to Delhi.
Yeah.
And now the real competition for them begins. I mean, up until now, the teams that they already beat in their national qualifiers, they just had to deal with local competition.
Yeah.
Now they have to deal with all the best possible teams from across Asia, and
Yeah.
that is no small feat. Plus, this format is really unforgiving.
Yeah.
4 teams in each group, 16 teams in total, and only 1 team from every group will proceed. That means the team that wins will either have to beat every single team with
Yeah.
3-0 in their
Yeah.
group, or even if they afford to, lose 1 match,
They have to
their
hope
round
the other
difference
one
will have to
loses.
be incredible if they
Yeah.
want to make it through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And not to mention that these teams are going to be also amidst, some very notable names. We've got a VCD Pacific winner sitting here in Group C. RRQ, of course, a humongous name that will be playing. Boom Esports, who've already played in the VCD Pacific as well, have shown that they can play at that level, albeit their roster has changed, by quite some bit. They've had DOS9 leave, they've had other players join in. It is going to be, a very interesting journey in the semi-finals. Who's going to come out of these groups? But what these teams are fighting for, of course, it is a massive, massive prize pool of 120,000 USD, with the champion taking the lion's share of 65 grand. And we've got follow-ups for up till 4th place. And we've got $10,000 each for the MVP and the All-Star players as well.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's correct. While these teams will earn a minimum of $7,500 just for making it to the semi-finals, they can obviously win a lot more. The Intel MVP, that player alone will get 10,000 USD.
Yep.
And all-star players, this is the prize pool that depends on your votes. Those players who you vote for can also earn an extra 10 grand. So you control a little bit of how much these players walk away with.
Yeah, absolutely. As long as you like somebody on the server and you feel like, they deserve a little bit more money for their performance,
Yep.
you should just go ahead and scan that QR code that will keep popping up every now and then on your screens, and you can vote for your favorite players. And it could be from anybody from any group. So just make sure that you are watching teams that you love. Also, keep a lookout for other groups as well, what's happening around, because Acer Predator League is always moving around with great matches.
Yeah, and we've been entertaining you guys all throughout the last few months. I mean, I don't know how many of you guys got the regional qualifiers for every single country. My boy Universe here was casting the India qualifiers as well, so I'm pretty sure you already have a bit of experience as to what these teams can perform like and what to expect from them. But for now, we will be taking a look at the teams over here specifically, ladies and gentlemen. Feast your eyes upon Group A. We've got Exist from Japan, SHUL from India, we have E-King from Australia, and we have got Fancy United from Vietnam.
Yeah, and you continue that with Group B, where you've got Boom Esports, of course, you all know them, and we've got GG Easy, who are the second Indian team over here. You've got LIT Esports and Team NKT, again, strong contenders in that group. That is another very interesting group. NKT and Boom both are really good, and of course GG Easy looking to be the underdogs in this group of B. In C, we've got, of course, our VCD Pacific champions, RRQ, who will be playing against Dream Chaser, which is a team from China, by the way,
Yes.
which is a Game Changers team.
Yes, it's an all-female lineup. In fact, one of their players has blonde hair, short hair, and looks exactly like Melee, and that's very fascinating to be.
Yeah.
We've also got Zipto Esports from Philippines and Nodak from Malaysia.
Yeah.
Finally, as we move on to Group D, we've got Chaos Alliance from Hong Kong. This is also a mixed gender roster. You've got I Am from Korea. You've got Oasis Gaming from Philippines, and last but not the least, you've got Motive Esports from Singapore. And all of these teams will be playing all throughout the day. You guys are watching the matches of Group A. We've got 3 more streams running separately for Group B, C, and D. and we can take a look at the schedule so you will see exactly what to expect. On this particular stream, we will be starting off with SHUL versus ENG. It's India versus Australia, followed by Fancy United versus Exist Esports. Then, of course, we've got Exist versus SHUL. Fourth game will be ENG versus Fancy United. And Fancy United will be playing once more, like back-to-back games between ENG and SHUL. And finally, we've got ENG versus Exist.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting group for me particularly, because like I said, I'm looking forward to the Fancy versus SATUL matchup. You did mention, I mean, of course, the first match is SATUL versus ENG. That's what we're opening with. So SATUL are going to be showing us what they're capable of right off the bat, and of course sets a tone for what maybe Fancy can expect from them and what the veto could be, by the time it trickles down to them, battling against each other. But unfortunately, I just hope that this is not the 2023 India versus Australia. Don't want to end up losing a match in the final.
References?
So,
references in the big esports 2026? Okay, interesting.
Cricket, football, all the same, man. We're all sports in general. Esports is a sport. I just don't want the 2023 repeat. I hope it's going to be SATUL showing that they can do really well. I want to see a little bit of variation today, because that is, of course, the name of the game. Because ENG, as we know, are a bit of an unpredictable team. They've had, again, roster changes because, unfortunately, visa issues and, of course, medical issues that came up. I'm slightly convinced to side with SATUL just for this one because of purely chemistry issues.
I mean, SHUL have some wonderful chemistry, right?
Yeah.
Venka and Techno have been together since donkey's years. They've been basically two peas in a pod. In fact, I can't say either of their names without mentioning the other. It's like saying Blossom and Buttercup. Those two Powerpuff Girls always come out of your mouth at the same time. Similar way, Venka and Techno always have stuck together, so I love their chemistry. Hoax, amazing, versatile player. There was a time when people were doubting him, and now he's just proven everybody wrong. Helef, one of the most experienced in-game leaders, and the leadership role was thrust upon him a year ago. Where he was forced to take up that mantle, and he did so beautifully. And last but not the least, we've got King Tapa in SHUL, who has been an awesome fragger, and consistency has never been an issue for him. So SHUL looking kind of stacked.
Yeah, well, against them is a good set of Australians who have always been in the namesake of coming to Ascension. They've always had these players around, right? And it's a good roster. I really like how they, move around when it comes to Ascension. They're always considered the underdog. Unfortunately, Ascension was not that great for them this time around. But again, that was a different roster back then, even for Ascension, right? Now in APL, they did play a good amount of games to qualify over here. But they did play a lot of Pearl and Haven. So they've been around that sense.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the team lineup over here, ladies and gentlemen. That's SHUL on your screens. Like I said, Helef has been one of the best IGLs that this country has seen so far, and he wasn't always an IGL. He only picked up this role like a year or so ago.
Yeah.
And he's proven everybody wrong. Like, people were wondering if he can still be star initiator that he always has been, but he's picked up much more roles that he can now play initiator, controller, he can IGL as well. And he started off as a star sentinel player, so he's basically the all-rounder of the team, and you can expect great things from him.
Yeah, absolutely. And not to mention, Hoax also helps him off with the secondary IGLing. He's basically his mid-rounding caller as well. While I know that the mid-rounding of SATUL has actually been pretty good in their recent times, the only thing that I would say is that they sometimes struggle to finish off their games. It's happened against Velocity Gaming for the most part in their last season in 2025. But I just hope that those consistency issues can be sorted out here, because they did come here pretty strong, and they're facing off against a team that is, again, they're not going to be able to predict them completely because there's a bunch of changes here. We got Caramel who's playing as well. So, yeah.
Caramel is the only Indian player in this team, and he's replacing Kadiri. Unfortunately, Kadiri had a medical issue just a few days before this tournament, so he could not make it. The coach for this team, someone that you don't see on the screen right now, is AKG. And fun fact is that Caramel and AKG used to be together in ROG Academy. And these guys, since they've known each other, the coach was like, okay, don't worry, even though one of your players is down sick, I can bring in a star player who can help you guys out. So Caramel is stepping in for this team. And even though these guys haven't had much time to practice with Caramel, I think they can still do great things because the core of Blessed, Echo, and Flogger, these guys have been together for a few months now.
Yeah. While, of course, the core is going to stick together, I just hope that it does not end up becoming a problem in terms of the map they play. Because I'm excited to see what the map pool is going to be between these two teams. Because SATUL, back just a couple of months ago, before the map pool changed, they loved their Ascent. They used to play it almost every other series whenever possible. It was a lot in this, I was going to say Ascension, forgive me, I meant in VCLSA as well, where they used to try every single time to have Ascent in the map pool. And because other teams were also okay with it, these guys had a good plan that worked around it. Lotus was one more, and Korod was another where they really liked playing. But now, we don't really have those maps. We don't have Ascent, neither do we have Lotus in the map pool. So, how is this going to work out for them? Where are we going to end up watching them play?
I think these guys will have to cook just a little bit. I hope they don't overcook it because at the end of the day, it's still a best of one. I think the bigger problem for them is going to be their coordination and their consistency and not the map pool. So that is going to be a major factor, especially for a team like ENG because they've been through the ringer when it comes to roster changes. I mean, Ikana played for this team during the Ascension, but then after the Ascension, in the APL qualifiers, he wasn't present. Now, for the global finals here in India, he's back. And guess what? When you enter India, you will have to get adjusted to the water, the food, the weather over here. Someone told me that Ikana ate something funny and he's not really feeling 100%. Hopefully that doesn't get in his way today. More than that, one of their best players, Minimize, is no longer with the team.
Yeah, he's moved over to Torak and he's having, forgive me, Motive.
Motive
Esports. Yeah, he's moved over to Motive. He's having a good time with Spin and Benkai there, who've also been quite around the block. And you would expect that when Minimize was also the best player in the APL qualifiers back from the Oceania region, he was basically top rated in almost everything. He was the highest rated player. And why you would question, like, he chose to jump at the last moment right before. So that clearly must be a bit of a, void that they're trying to fill as well. Not to mention that one of the players couldn't make it already because of health issues. They've got one person here who's slightly dealing with health issues, and they've got another player just for the sake of them being able to compete and hoping that he's going to be able to perform as well.
Exactly. So ENG as a team has been through a turbulent few months. Yes, they dominated the Oceania qualifiers without any signs of struggle whatsoever. But the moment they landed in India, the problems for them started, and these lineup changes might just be their undoing. So they will have to bring their 100%, especially because they don't get a lot of chances to prove themselves, right? I mean, if things don't go well, they will be traveling to another country just to play 3 maps, and that will be the end of their journey. It's a very unforgiving format.
Yeah, it's
here
unforgiving.
at the APL.
It's an experience. Imagine you're traveling across like thousands of kilometers. You play 3 maps of Valorant, and you go back. It's an experience. I'm not saying it's obviously a good thing.
One. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not saying it's a pleasant one, but it's an experience you get to have. Of course, we've got some great food. The weather could be a little better. My hands are freezing right now. It's about 7 degrees, I think, outside, and that's why you see King Kappa basically shriveled up in a shawl over there. When I asked him earlier, he said he would wear 2 more t-shirts if he could. But yeah, the players are cold from the outside, but I'm pretty sure they're warmed up in the server.
Yeah, I really hope they are warmed up in the server. Obviously, the fire in their belly is going to burn bright because this is going to be an important opportunity for both these teams. ENG, as you know, were present in Ascension, but they did not really have a good time. They lost twice to NKT, another team which is also here.
Yeah.
So that's going to bring up some a little bit of trauma.
Well,
luckily,
not facing them unless they may meet them in the semi-final.
Unless both of these teams make it to the semi-finals, they probably won't be facing NKT. But then again, there's one thing you need to consider. Australia as a region is used to all these lineup changes. Like, the entire Oceania region is rife with lineup changes that, they have players that shift very often.
Yeah.
Like, the whole region as a whole is turbulent, especially now that they don't even have a VCL of their own. So I think whenever these players get a chance to go to a better team, with a much more stable roster, much more stable salary, I think they will take it. And even when Minimize left Eking, I don't think there's any bad blood between him and the other players because they don't want to hold their friend back.
Yeah, of course, he's got an opportunity to somehow be able to progress in his career, and he's going to be taking that, of course, considering that he is playing with, Benkai, we've all known him to be a very, very, capable leader, very, very capable coach as well. Now he coaches as well as now he's playing as well for Motive, and Spin as well has been with global esports in the past. So there's quite a bit of experience that he can get from there. On the other side, we do know that Godspeed is here as an interim coach for SA Duel. He's filling in those shoes, and I'm not sure if, Godspeed being there, how much is going to change just for the 2 days that they're here.
Yeah, I mean, he only entered this lineup like a day ago, maybe day or two ago.
Yeah.
I really don't think you can accomplish much in just a couple of days. These guys have had the chance to play max, maybe 3 scrims over here since they've come here to Delhi.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's enough time to actually accomplish anything.
Oh, yeah. Oh, here we go. Okay. We've got a little bit of 6, 7. Okay, sure.
Okay, of course, buddy.
Yes. I feel like this is going past, this meme has gone past a lot of boundaries that you would expect it to not.
I don't even think.
I thought it peaked.
Yeah, I thought
I thought it peaked a couple of months ago, but no, it's just constantly moving up. Like, have you seen those Cristiano Ronaldo 6-7 reels?
Can we not talk about that over here?
The AI Cristiano Ronaldo.
Oh my God! Don't even.
When he's working in McDonald's, when he's cleaning the windows outside a corporate, office.
Don't even get me started on that. I mean, if you want to mention AI, the only part of AI that I will mention is the capability of these wonderful Acer laptops to pull off and empower you with that AI power. I mean, they are basically geared up, armed to the teeth to help you equip with all that abilities. But while we are on the topic of eking, as you can see, these guys are chilling over
hello.
here. I
feel like they're watching us right now. That's why he's saying hi.
I think they're looking into the camera just to stare into
our
our souls.
I mean, the camera's on the right. They don't have a camera in front. But he did say hi. Okay, never mind. We've come to SA2L now. Well, SA2L. I'm still wondering about the map. What could be the map that comes through? Because, like I said, Ascent is not there. We don't have... which is the other map? Lotus that they love as well. That's also not being,
oh, yeah,
available.
Those were 2 of SHUL's strongest
Good maps,
right?
yeah. They like Korod as well. They've played Korod. They've played it twice.
Yeah, but in a best of 3, I would expect Korod. In a best of 1, there is absolutely no chance any team is going to risk playing Korod.
Yeah.
I doubt we're going to see Korod the entire day today, actually.
It depends. I guess there are teams that might enjoy, playing like Brock from NRG a little bit.
Odin spammers.
Yeah.
Odin spammers will love that.
Hey, I'm just saying, I used to play like that and people used to abuse me when I used to play in my ranked games. Yeah, I'm an Odin spammer.
Reasonable.
What do you gotta say to me now? you got a champions winner abusing the Odin. And when I do it, I'm not a champions winner. How does make that... Okay, no, that was a bit of a throw. That was a bit of a stretch.
I mean, Leo Faria, he himself called Brock the champion of Odin, and then he crowned him the MVP of champions over here in Paris. So that was a good moment for every Odin enjoyer. Everyone looks up to be like Brock.
If you had to give the Odin to one of the guys on the screen right now, which one would you entrust it?
On the screen right now?
Yeah.
Has to be Helef, right? I mean, he's
Helef
the one who
the
plays the initiators, the scanning initiators. So
that's being very objective. Go on their personalities. You know them.
On their personalities, none of them.
None of them?
Not a single one of them is an Odin.
Honestly,
they are Sheriff demons, bro.
Yeah, but honestly, for the sake of it, I want to see Venka play the Odin.
Why?
I think he's just like, he loves trolling. And he does that quite a bit. So to watch him play the Odin would be just funny.
Odin. Like, I've seen him disrespect his opponents with Sheriff. I've seen him get up in their opponents' faces, just burst them down with a classic right click. So, yeah. I mean, I've seen that from him. I haven't seen any Odin action from him. Eking though. Yeah, okay. Here I can tell you something.
Yeah,
Here I can tell you something. I think
on.
Caramel is going to pick up the Odin. You see, Caramel is a wonderful sentinel,
Yeah.
and I feel like if they are gonna give him the Cypher or maybe something along the line, Killjoy, I don't think he'll take
Viper
Killjoy.
maybe.
Even a Viper, then he can be a wonderful Odin abuser.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
Yeah.
he's more of a lurk player though, so I don't know if that's.
I don't know if he will lurk here. Like while he was playing in G Academy,
Yeah.
he did not lurk all that much. Like even when he was playing as the Sentinel, he was basically with the team. He loves being with the team and being able to trade each other out. So he does all that. Unless he's IGLing. When he was IGLing in ROG Academy, he would lurk a lot. But then that's what the role calls for.
Well, I did see a flash of screen. I think we are having our players enter into agent select.
I really hope so. Because
Yeah.
I'm tired of waiting.
Because that's the flash that I know when it comes onto my face when the agent select comes on. Like, you know, it flashes that the match has begun and we're getting into agent select and we should be getting into the game pretty soon, ladies and gentlemen. The players are ready. But speaking of Odin, there is a new gun being introduced that we all just saw. It was revealed.
Yes.
What do you feel about that pistol, which is seemingly overpowered?
I was never a good sheriff player. I've always been a ghost enjoyer.
Okay.
So I think the bandit is going to work well for me. Obviously, I haven't had the chance to play with it. I think the patch dropped this morning.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
So I haven't had a chance to play it. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, these players will also be playing on patch 11.11.
Yeah.
Which means they
The
will
previous
not have
patch.
access to the new bandit weapon. They will not have access to the new breeze.
But they do play on the Harbor patch. So let's see if anybody's actually going to pick up Harbor.
Yeah.
But speaking, like you were mentioning, Bandit, it feels a little too overpowered that it can one-tap somebody with a half
Light
armor,
armor,
the
yeah.
light armor. So I'm
And
like,
at close range, it can even one-tap the full armor.
oh,
It does 151 damage at close range.
oh, that. How many meters is that?
I think 10.
10
up
meters.
until 10 meters.
Okay. So, I mean, I like that. You know, it's something that maybe I would particularly use
Yeah.
in eco rounds, but I feel like it makes your ecos a little bit more powerful, and which basically means that every third round is going to be played a little bit more carefully now, because
Yeah.
you see teams that end up having a little more confidence or run it down, but with the bandit I feel like they're going to start being a little more careful
Yeah.
how they approach it. So I like it. I like the addition. Just like every other addition in Valorant, the minute it's added into the game, it's overpowered as shit. So you're not going to be able to actually use or see it in like proper action until it's got its, you know, balance changes coming in.
And at this point, I think even the usage of Marshall will reduce quite a lot with the
Oh,
arrival
yeah.
of Bandit. Like, who is going to pick up the Marshall at all? If at all you have an eco round, and let's say you have 1800 bucks to your name, you spend 600 on the Bandit, buy half armor, buy a bunch of utility, and you're sorted, right? You
Yeah.
don't need to spend that extra cash on the Marshall. You don't need to spend 1100 on the Stinger. So
Yeah.
and even the
This-
multi-kill potential for a bandit is much better.
This weapon was made for a miser. If you don't like spending, then you're going to do this. But ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be spending some good time now, because the players are ready, the server's ready. We're going to be heading into the first game of Group A, SHUL versus E-King, coming up on your screens in just a few seconds. Crips, what map do you think we're going to enter into?
Since it's a best of one, and since there's no Ascent, I'm just going to expect Haven. I think that's going to be the default map for a lot of teams. I know Universe, I know that you personally don't enjoy Haven all that much. I love Haven, that's just personal preference, but when it comes down to a best of one, that has to be the map that gets picked, right?
Yeah.
Unless you throw in a curveball and somehow let Bind slip through, or maybe Corrode slip through.
Pine's not a curveball. A curveball would be...
Corrode would be a curveball.
A curveball would be Corrode, would be Abyss, would also be Pearl.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see Abyss at all today. I
Really?
think that's going to be one of the first two bans.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I guess
I've
we'll find.
never seen a best of one Abyss in my entire career.
I mean, how many best of ones do we see anyway?
Actually, yeah, we don't see a lot of best of ones. That's
Yeah.
true. I mean, there have been some tournaments that we cast, like some of the smaller community tournaments, we've never seen best of ones over there. And even if there are any best of ones, you don't see Abyss over there. So without further ado, we will lift the veil of mystery. No longer shrouded in suspense. We will figure out which map it is. It's Pearl. Okay. Hold on now, Universe. I think you made a point about Eking loving Pearl, right? Because Eking have played like, what, 2-3 games of Pearl in the last few months?
Yes. Eking,
Meanwhile, SHUL have not played Pearl at all.
they haven't played the new Pearl. The last Pearl they played was, I believe, in July. I'm not sure. About 5-6 months ago.
That was the old Pearl.
Yeah, and they played it twice, both against Velocity Gaming, and they lost both over there. But let's begin. SHUL going a bit of a aggressive shout here. They've got a double man set up down, but one for the other. It's going to be Eking to start things off. Eco and Floga both find one each, and they're going to instantly disengage from that little fight. Caramel finds a lurk kill onto Techno, who went on a bit of a mission himself to try and find maybe a flank onto them towards mid. Caramel's fully aware. Eking now gonna run all the way back towards B. Very smart decision from them. From the pistol itself, Eking having a clear idea of sticking together no matter what. And it seems like it might just be the game plan, considering that they do have one player who's fairly new to their ways and methods.
I mean, I do feel bad for Venka over here. He's still
Spike
sitting around
planted.
the A side. He was hoping that there will be a second wave of aggression from Eking, but they make their merry way towards the B side.
One enemy
And
remaining.
that's a lovely shot by Ekana. Seems like the sickness isn't going to hold him down. That leaves Venka in a nearly impossible 1v5. Not a good way to start off the day.
Worried about his flank, but he's got it. He's going to take one more with him before he leaves round one. That's going to be Eking with the pistol. Pretty safe and secure for them.
But it'd be cool.
That double peek
now
from
we're
A-main
here.
though was maybe a little mistimed because they were sitting up and down. And then the last second when they had somebody come up, I think it was Helef in front of, I believe, King Kappa, who just stood up at the last second, and that became a problem. And then Helef couldn't see in front of him, and both of them ended up losing their lives.
That is rather unfortunate, but it is going to be a good start. No purchases from the side of SHUL at all, just classics.
Yeah.
At least they've invested in flashes, so that's going to be nice. That being said though, SHUL are stacking towards the A side, and they've left B in the capable hands of Techno.
Yeah, a very interesting buy here from Eking as well. Everybody's got a different weapon to play with. They've got a Marshal, they've got an Outlaw. One's still playing on a Ghost. One's
You're done.
and there's the Marshal doing its
Fake
work.
teleport.
Techno's been caught out. I
Cutting
think
through.
wanted to probably rotate towards the A side. Might cause a come in for rotation. No, not going to be the case. Floga's going to take two away as he let the sniper do the first contact and then he swung out right behind them. Hawks, he's got one player with him and that's Venka. Nothing more I feel like is going to work out for SATL here. Plant's going to be pretty easy. The sniper most likely going to do the rest. Just hoping to dive from the spike would be the best thing here. Hawks
One enemy
big,
remaining.
but Venka and them both will do. Hawks will at least get one consolation kill for his
But
patience.
not much economic damage done, so SHUL didn't really achieve their objective. I don't think Hooks even wanted to peek. I think the first guy peeked, Venka swung out, and then Hooks was like, okay, I mean, if you're gonna die, I might as well just trade you.
Yeah.
That seemed like a bit of a miscomms, but that's okay. It's okay to do miscomms and
Turn out.
you don't have much to lose. Now, you cannot afford to make any mistakes.
That'll work.
Yeah. If you have got a full buy here on the other side, we've got two players on Sheriff, so they are going to be saving up. No, they're going to buy. Okay, this goes. They've got a Spectre. Purchased a little bit more here. Here comes an execute towards the healing side. Very quick control, already established. King Kappa, he's sitting here alone onto A-main. Got a drone coming on his face. He's going to destroy it before it hits corners. So they're feeling a little bit more confident about approaching this A-main side and Eking slowly make their step closer towards that A side.
Coming back.
A smoke pretty deep there. I like the control that's being given here. King Kappa holding on to that A-main side, but Caramel and Eco both find one each. That Sheriff was alone enough to grant them an opening, and they found two out of it.
Recovering it. Taking that
Good
back.
opening for Eking. SHUL once again struggling to make their mark. Once again forced to re-clear. At least King Kappa wins the fight or not, but does he know that there's still two more players waiting for him to re-peak again? Just about gets away in time. And now he's going to be shrouded in mystery, covered by that nebula. He needs to call the rotation now, but I think it's already too late. At the same time, SHUL are so worried about re-clearing B because there's a smoke right there. After the plant is trying to give that ball,
Spike
that
planted.
spam. Does it connect? I don't think
Yeah.
it does. Doesn't
No, it
do
didn't.
almost any damage. And he can't afford to make a move now.
One enemy remaining.
That recon at the wrong time. Folks at least get out of it. Definitely nearly impossible 1v3.
Wow.
And he won't get to make any impact after this.
The Marshall strikes in the end, but it was Eco and Caramel who opened things up. A Sheriff Inspector fighting against these rifles that did most of the work here. Now we go back to a bunch of pistols. One Bucky in the hands of King Kappa, but that's going to be probably... Oh yeah, it's going to be sent towards A main, where this time E-King have no interest of going. They've got an alarm bot set up over there, so they're just going to let SATUL do their thing. They know that A main's been consistently flagged by SATUL in the last 3 rounds, and it's going to be done once again. Nothing heard. SATUL instantly decide to rotate away. And on the other end of the screen, we've got Ikana holding down a sniper once again, making sure that no funny business is being done by SATUL on the B side.
Yeah, but look at that triple line stack. I would love for someone from E-King to peek into that.
Oh,
Bucky
they're
up
going
close, 2 players lined up, right behind that.
Oh, he gets
Oh, I
2!
got spiked.
Spike
Lovely
down
kill by
A.
Bless.
One
Another
enemy
round
remaining.
by King Kappa. But while they've broken apart Art, you've got another pick on B. So E-King have plenty of options over here.
Yeah, they don't need to worry
I'm
about
outta
much
here.
here. And you've got Ikana teleporting away as well. Oh, never mind. They're actually going to decide to go back towards B. Techno, I'm pretty sure he's going to hear the footsteps in just about 10 seconds or so. But while the spike is traveling towards B, they're still very aware. They're giving in the discipline, they're giving the respect that Techno, you know, might come from anywhere. We need to stick together no matter what. This is very important.
Yep.
As you know, I actually
30
like that. They're
seconds
not
left.
actually, you know, underestimating SATUL here. They're giving them the respect.
And they don't even know that he's on just a Sheriff. They assume that he's got a rifle. Through. Ikana gets the finish up. 4-0. Not the start that I was expecting from SATUL.
Astra, after this,
Well,
let's grab coffee.
Like I
talk
said,
theoretical
this is a
physics.
group
It
where
just
it
sounds good.
feels like they've got a grasp on the situation. They can get past this group. I feel like they've got the ability to beat everybody here. I think right now they are the strongest, not the strongest, forgive me, the longest standing team who've got a playing five, who have been playing together for quite some time. Because I think every other team here has gone through some changes in the last 6 months.
Oh, definitely. Not just the last 6 months. Some of these teams have had lined up since years ago, man.
Yeah.
Nowhere to run! Sana acting like a live recon, basically taking hell of a tree so his teammates can just pop him open with the Hunter's Fury. And then he himself pops out of the ult to shoot him down. Nice
Spike down A.
Wenga, both of them holding A by an iron grip. So while Ikana has snuck into the back lines, he still needs to recover the spike.
Yeah, Floga, Chow 1, King Kappa. But he is being flanked now. Techno slowly making his way from B-Link to A-Link. While he's going to be able to actually put down a star and move further. Problem is that Eco has to now defend the side on his own. He did have Ikana by his side. Now taking a bit of a deeper plant onto this. They're going to take in all the way towards the
Spike planted.
Now, this plant's down. It's a 2v3. We've seen multiple conversions of these in BCLSA from SATUL. Whenever they've got a man down, they somehow feel
One enemy
a little more
remaining.
confident, but this time it's not going to be the case. Floga comes
You
through,
died
and
last.
Ikana with the third.
Good job.
That's going to be the 5th round for E-King and SATUL. Might just need a timeout at this point.
I was about to mention that. They've got 3 ultimates, they were down 5 rounds, and they're on an eco. This is the best possible time for Godspeed to chime in and maybe utter a few words of wisdom. Hopefully drag them back on track. The thing is, SHUL have good reads. They can almost always figure out where E-King are gonna hit, but they keep losing their duels. It's not just that, even the utility usage from E-King has been absolutely spot on so far. Like, I love the way how Ikana used his Dimensional Drift to give Blessed some vision. So while he's using the Hunter's Fury and SHUL are just trying to dodge those big laser beams, Ikana has the luxury of popping out of that Dimensional Drift, getting that kill with the Phantom, and then just disappearing back into the shadows. SHUL, while they've been able to stack up really well on Art as well as a site, they haven't been able to make much out of those stacks. And they are almost never late to rotate whenever it comes to the B site, but yeah, they have been kind of rotating late on A. I think you can chalk that problem up to not being aggressive enough. Like, let's say, for example, if Techno is holding the B area, right? He's got a turret down towards double doors. He's holding the B site itself without any problems. But if he doesn't see any action, he doesn't push up. He doesn't take that space.
Yeah.
In fact, he stays there as an anchor, which I think is a lost opportunity because you're neither rotating quickly enough nor are you taking up space away from your opponents. So yeah, that's
Revealing area.
a lot of room to work with.
Yeah, I think it's just overcautiousness.
Yeah.
He's just worried that because he can have moved around a little bit. But here we go. The ultimates that you mentioned, one of them's already being deployed. Here's the first contact. That's a great shot from Venka.
Spike
Instantly gets
down,
away.
B.
That's a very good pick off here. That gives his team the advantage. But King Kappa's ultimate has expired. No more time left around. He's just going to play around for info now.
Oh my god, that's a massive mid push. And Fluga is in a perfect position to intercept this.
No!
He could almost have
Oh
shot down
my
Hoax,
God.
but he just gets away with no damage. My god, I don't know how does he get away with that, man. I don't think he can afford to make many more mistakes like that. Surely you will be punished at some point or the other.
Yeah, Techno. He's keeping things intact for his other teammate to come and make a move here. Oh no, Helem! Okay, he just made contact. He gets the second as
more?
well. Good shot from him.
Last
That's a bit
player
of a
standing.
Wolverino, but he makes good. He does get the cook to complete the 8. Did not overcook. And now lastly is Ego. And he's also going to be taken up. A flawless 50 from the boys of SATUL. And a very much needed round from them here. Before letting the, otherwise the game would have run away from them.
That's a lovely opening by Venka. Helef made me a little scared over there. I'm gonna admit, I was very nervous when he missed
Stars
those
in this
first two shots,
reality.
but he more than made up for it. And now SHUL
Let's
have
see
all
now.
the weapons they require. Basically chopped all their weapons right out of King's hands.
Yeah.
And you even have an AWP in the hands of Venka. He should be able to lock down that B-long area with absolutely no trouble.
Well, Tana's already on. Oh, this is going to be an AWP duel. That AWP is going to be successful, but he's not been detected.
Nice.
It's been broken, and now he has a chance to set up contact here. Neither of the players keen on peeking, but he knows somebody's there. Venka, will he get rewarded for the patience? Is he going to get away? Because his gate crash is also going to expire in just about a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
And there he goes.
Yeah, he overstays his welcome. Ikana shut him down. The moment somebody broke the recon dart, they understood
I
the
need
key's
it.
presence over
Blocking
there.
vision.
At least Techno is able to burn Caramel to the ground with that Nano Swamp, but that doesn't solve much for SHUL. They still need to push out.
Shot down.
One
Better
enemy
yet, they can
remaining.
gather kills, but Blessed denies them everything. Oh
Blocking
man, he
vision.
just put a
Concealment.
curse upon SHUL.
That was a little painful to watch. That Bless is able to get away with 2 there, and they didn't swing together.
Even though they were positioned close enough to trade each other.
They just didn't swing together, and that problem causes paradise for E-King as they find the A side to be their
Spike
favorite
planted.
spot to
Scanning
plant.
ahead.
Get another one down, and it's just Hoax left. He's just gonna use this time to probably talk to his team, you know,
Gun here.
give them a little bit of reassurance that it's okay, guys. It's just 6 rounds. We can win 5 more together. He's gonna lose that. The AWP stayed there the entire goddamn round. That's very
Move in after I strike.
And
much
Eking
coming into
didn't
the
start
box.
with the
When's
knock,
it
right?
weak?
They picked it up off of Venka's hands, if I'm not wrong. No, they did.
No, they started with
They
the
did start with the
They
knock. Okay.
just lost the previous round. They picked up an
I
AWP.
should
Ikana
probably
still
place
gonna
some
hold on to that
stars in
AWP.
the astral
Now it's a
plane.
mixed buy for SHUL. Like on one hand, you've got the AWP, and on the other hand, Hoax is on a stinger and nothing else.
Yeah, and now they are looking to force the issue on B by going for a
I'm
full-on
going
attack.
above.
Yep. And this is actually good because they do not expect Venka to buy up AWP another time. This could be Venka's time to shine. He has to step up over here. He has to stop the E-King train, otherwise they will walk away with the crown.
Where are
Again,
you?
here goes a recon. It's not going to get anybody, but there's a drone that spotted Venka, and that's the AWP that's been discovered, I'm pretty sure.
No, he didn't pull out the AWP. He still saw the knife.
Oh, Kana's expecting somebody to come in from the back line. It's not going to be the case. Venka's going to hold on to a little bit more of a safer angle. And Eco's come up pretty close
You
to him,
should
but
run.
one jump could ruin that. And there's a Killjoy ultimate to make things worse here. Shot dart. Oh, and there it is. He did not.
You
That
want
angle
to
was
bite
so
it.
unexpected. He didn't even think that somebody's going to be up, you know, up on that angle.
Yeah. Providing long range cover, expecting the creep. And now they have no choice but to respect the lockdown. But you know,
Floga.
the anti-flank from Floga. He's going to get that hold with absolutely no trouble whatsoever. It's like E-King can read every single move that SHUL has made before SHUL even conceptualize it in their own heads. Hoax has a nearly impossible task to eradicate these players out of the backside.
One enemy remaining.
Much crossfires that Tito and Ikana have set up will absolutely destroy SHUL. And their hopes are dwindling right now. Another tactical timeout. Both of them burned in the second half itself. They have absolutely nothing left now.
Yeah, within 8 rounds, you've got 2 timeouts coming in, and this is going to be a very difficult time for SHUL. Once again on secondary weapons, while the other side is just building up money like it's their primary job. They've got workers. They've got money like bankers. They're gonna just keep multiplying it every round they go. The op hasn't been dropped, I think, in 3. This is the 3rd round now. The op's gonna be active. Not to mention that Ikana's just died 2 times. We've got Eco still on 2 times. Everybody's just performing their role perfectly.
Exactly. And it's not just the fact that they are performing their roles perfectly. It's not the fact that they are able to feed SHUL really well. They are also able to manipulate SHUL to some extent, because every time SHUL feel like going aggro, Ikana just drop the pace. If the recon dart gets broken by a person holding a phantom far away, they understand that they are breaking it for someone who's wielding the op much closer.
Yeah.
So they understand the team dynamics that SHUL have, and they also understand the gaps in their defense really, really well. Surprisingly, the only round that SHUL has been able to win so far was on an eco with just Sheriff buys, and they decided to play very aggressively on mid that time. If we get to see something similar, maybe another thrift is in the bank.
Well, let's see how that's going to work out. Let's have a little bit of a buy here. Kappa ahead with the bucky.
Time to jump.
And look at that, Ikana fully aware, and he's also switched over to an outlaw because he knows he doesn't need the op in this round. They're on half armors, and even if they're not on half armors, he's going to be able to damage them just about enough.
And just because he saw that relay bolt from Neon towards B long, he can now tell his team that, guys, the bucky is not going to be on Art. You can all walk up and make a contact play on Art. The only person who's holding over there is going to be... I don't think...
Ooh, wait,
the moment I say that, he proves me wrong. It's a lovely shot. Guardian in the hands of Techno. He walks away. Imminent danger avoided. And while Ikana has shot down the Neon towards B long, the rotation from SHUL has arrived. The cavalry is here.
Well, this is a full-on fight on the A side now. Nobody's on the side particularly, but this is going to be the only way they're going to get into it. Venka still pretty far away from all the action. He needs to come back here as soon as possible, but he's hoping for a switcheroo in terms of rotation. Not going to be the case. Plant's going to go down. It's more towards A-Link, and here we go. Eco aggressive, but he's going to make it work. He gets both. They're not going to peek together. They get a little bit shy there, both those players. Peeking off with their shoulders and exposing themselves to an easy 1v1 for Eco to take.
One enemy remaining.
He's also going to fall. He's a Neon. He's going to take all 4 of them. Elef's going to get 1 only, but it doesn't matter. I can hear the screams of the Eking players. They're enjoying themselves right now. And why wouldn't you when you're 8-1 up?
You must keep going, even if you're the only one.
Better match for Eking than they expected. I think Eking walked into this competition with no expectations whatever. They're just here to have a good time because, hey man, it's very easy to get demotivated when 2 of your players are down.
Yeah.
Ikana, if I'm not wrong, is not feeling great health-wise. I mean, the spices in this country tend to do that to you if you have something funny on the streets. But right now, he's feeling himself in the server, man. 14-2 on him, and he's got more than enough money to afford ops, outlaws every single time, and he's adjusting accordingly really well. SHUL need to take matters into their own hands. They need to be a little more aggressive and make that aggro play on mid. If they don't, it will be their demise. Inkapa backs away just as he was about to get peeked. But now this is problematic because they're about to go out individual 1v1s.
Yeah,
they're alone over here with no killing potential.
They're very fast spread out. And now Techno does join him up because they understand that there's going to be a bit of
Tarts
potential right here. It's Karamel's fault for going in alone this time himself, which didn't seem like to be the case. I thought Bless is going to come right behind him. But after losing one, calls been made. They're going to rotate back towards A main, where they've had no potential. Never mind. They're going to go back towards A-Link here. Probably given a little bit of information and then move back again.
Finally, SHUL players are playing together.
There.
Spike down A.
Okay, back over using the fast lane. As soon as they've got the spike down over there, SHUL can now start converting.
I have this
And
spike.
more importantly, the Yoru from SHUL has already pushed up A main. So they're finally taking space. They're finally correcting their mistakes, which they've been making for the last
30 seconds left.
Venka gets that opening. Much needed kill onto Ikana.
Yeah. He's finally won an op duel against the other Yoru. Now Hawks, worried about his flank, is reading this absolutely well.
One
There
enemy
goes
remaining.
Eco, and as we go on, Flogas gonna go down as well. SATUL find a second under
Taking that
desperate
back.
measures, and both the rounds they won so far have only been flawless. Both the rounds have been flawless.
I mean, if you win, you gotta win in style, man. And more importantly, both those rounds have been on the back of some big team on mid.
Yeah.
They doubled up when they're fighting towards double doors. They again put up a high-low setup on Art, and that has been their win condition from day one. Round one in this case. Lovely taps from Hopes. Gonna build up some confidence.
Who's
Carry
next?
this momentum forward because they will not get down throughout the entire half. Once again, the defense and the Hunter sitting on the hit. Connect all that one. Kappa has been done. Unfortunately, can't save anybody. Floga, Echo, Caramel, everybody getting a piece.
Last player
And
standing.
this around. Nope, he
Them
gets
down.
beat by Caramel. That's a Ferrari one. And it's just down to Helef. The IGL once again has massive responsibility thrust upon.
I love the way EKing are reading this game. They assessed that there might be a change of setup, so they sent the Yoru in once again with the ultimate. And they saw that Techno has moved over to the A side, and you could see that setup. Instantly flagged him, caught him, put down
Last
that Hunter
round
Fury
in
to
the
make
half.
him feel uncomfortable. At the same time, they have their Neon pushing in with the relay ball towards A-Link. So the KJ is not going to be able to help you. The turret's going to be completely useless. And at the same time, the two people who were there did get stunned up, and they were caught out no matter what was going to be the case. King Kappa just couldn't do anything to even get out of there.
Isolate and exterminate. They dismantled SHUL setup, especially on Art. That A crunch has been lethal from the side of E-King. I hope SHUL can pull off something similar in the second half.
Placing swarm grenades.
Here we go!
There we go. Eco. He's got a bit of recon bolt helping him out. He's going to take the first one down. The second one's going to be helped upon. Ikana
Take this!
keeping it all intact. And King Kappa here, move of
Last player
desperation. And
standing.
Oh, no.
Venka pulls out a flash.
Time to
It's a long
jump.
time in front of a spammable door. It's going to be a 10-2 half here. And E-King showing dominance as they enter India.
That's that lockdown, but he will never even get to use it. Did he use lockdown in the entire half?
I don't think
he
so.
did.
Nope. They
I
haven't.
did
Switching
not see a
sides.
single lockdown from him the entire half, and that's rather unfortunate, man. And I don't blame SHUL for making the play that they did right now. The two rounds that they managed to win were on the back of mid-aggression. So Venka and King Kappa's decision to wrap around from Art towards double doors was a good one objectively. But man, that's just theory. Their execution fell apart.
Thing
The
is,
utility failed.
if SATUL was given space towards mid where, you know, E-King did not actually go and step in to take control,
Right there.
that's when SATUL are actually having
Checking
good
the
success. But
situation.
otherwise, if E-King stepped in and they actually showed that they've got presence in mid, SATUL are not able to fight them back.
Yeah, because SHUL at max are playing the two players together. Meanwhile, E-King is roaming around like a pack. I've never seen them peek one by one, except for that one time Caramel peek. That was a mistake, that happens. They've always been
Covering
stacked
it.
together. Even now, these guys are stacking A so hard.
Yeah, they've got 4 there, and now they've realized that there's nobody here, so they're going to let Eco hold on to that spot of anchor, while the rest of the players slowly start clearing off now mid-link, and they're going to make sure that, yeah, this is going to end up on B, but SATUL, they're going to give them the intimation anyway. They know that this is a B hit, and Ikana's just going to wait for his opportunity behind the smoke.
Yeah.
Best not get spammed through it and lose your life, but the plant's going to be down.
Spike
The 5v5
planted.
retake.
But they're not playing from long. These guys are all huddling up on the site. They actually want to take matters into their own hands. Hold on. They're cooking, man. They want to fight towards link over here. And they
that's a
win their
big
duels.
push.
Venka and King Kappa get the openings. The duels where SHUL finally
One
pop off.
enemy remaining.
Unfortunately, Ikana will walk away with one, but the Venka trade comes through. He turns it into a triple. And the pistol win was so important for SHUL here. They've just been thrown a lifeline.
Finally, a bit of life here being shown from SATUL, but it was also on the back of a good read. They wanted to go B, and E-King were mostly all accumulated towards the A side, so that worked out. But in the end, the fights were important, so Venka had to win those. And I like that pinch that they wanted to do with Techno and Venka pushing in from B-Link, right?
Yeah.
And that worked out as well. So really well timed. All the fights were good. Now, just gotta repeat and rinse, repeat and rinse, repeat and rinse.
We actually cross over to the other side. The Fade Haunt gets broken instantly. That's gonna give them an indication that Ikana is up close. Valo will be sent to clear him, but it doesn't actually clear him just yet. So Venka has to check that 50-50. Ikana
Back off.
given any room to work. He can. Caramel's sacrifice was a bit in vain. So Venka is able to get away with both kills. Very important flags.
Yeah, I got scared for a second. The burst at that range sometimes does unpredictable things.
Yeah.
And the last two players of EKing now just gonna hold on to that A side while SA Duel are gonna be charging in towards them. Maybe drop a weapon or two would be at best for them. Picking up an off for Venka
I got the
just to make
spike.
sure that
Cutting through.
Dimensional Drift does come into play within the next round itself if possible. You know, let the sniper do the first contact. He's walking in. He's got something for classic bullet, and he's got a second as well. Eco runs away, maybe with the third. He will.
No way.
Oh my God! Almost a fourth.
That is so expensive, man. Sure, they can recover the Phantom and the Outlaw, but there was so much money riding in that round for SHUL. And all of it comes on the back of just one bait and switch play.
Yeah.
You wait for, if I'm not wrong, your one player to make a contact on this side, on the left-hand side of that entrance, and then Echo peeks out from the art side. And that relay bolt was perfect. 3 kills in an eco round where you had nothing but classics is damn good.
Yeah, pretty good, and that's exactly why their economy's taken a hit. They've got still a bunch of half armors. We've got Guardians, we've got I believe there's a Bulldog as well. Judge on Hawks, and they're going towards B with that Judge. Long range. This corner. King Kappa casually checks it. Almost more of a...
Deploying drone.
Yeah, and now they've spotted one. They know there's a second there. Doesn't matter. Ikana's gonna take them all down all together himself. And Hawks now
I have the spike.
left alone on this B main side with a Judge in his hands because his teammate is going to take him along the route. And Ikana now wants the ace. Techno is giving him the information. Raman's gonna swing him out. He's gonna wait for Ikana to come in. Wants to give his teammate the ace. And he's gonna miss 1-2. Okay. Both of them.
No ace, no problem. I mean, they got the round. That's honestly all that they needed. And this is a recurring problem for SHUL, man. They never are looking in the right direction. They were all so focused on that drone. They had absolutely nobody watching that peak from Ikana. And we've seen this problem before. Just in the previous round, the moment they make contact on the left-hand side, they do not account for Echo to swing out of art. And because of that, they always end up losing these duels where they are supposed to be able to trade each other out.
Yeah.
I mean, EKing did not have the numbers advantage over there, but they still walked away with the lion's share of the kills.
Here comes the ultimate. Here we go. This is where things should be turning towards the SATUL side. Nenka's cleared out pretty much the entire side. More than plant if possible, but he's seen one there. Kramel's going to be pushed off his mark, and that's going to be EKing now grouping up towards B-Link.
This kinda is a deja vu for me. This is the first round where SHUL were able to get the plant for absolutely free. But now there's weapons on either side, so this is gonna be a very gruesome 5v5 retake. EKing also have a dimensional drift, so maybe they can use that to
I'll handle this.
That's exactly what they do. Ikana forward. He should be able to clear out the back halls, gives up the The gravity well though does absolutely nothing to deter them from getting the kill onto King Kappa. Everybody on SHUL has now fallen back behind that smoke. They can still continue spamming, but Renka goes in for the fight. He wins both those duels. That's a much needed win. Echo finally puts his killing spree to a halt, but Hellef has to just play for time. Nobody's sticking, and Hoax once again puts the concuss down.
Oh my God.
But he does just enough. Oh, that was close.
The aim duel seemingly to be a problem for SATUL. Seems like their hands are not warmed up enough today. Maybe the cold of Delhi is getting to them, but clearly the Australians aren't having a problem.
Yeah.
They have colder winters, so maybe they're used to the weather.
Yeah, I just saw one of them walk around in shorts yesterday. I was like,
Couldn't be me.
couldn't be me.
Yeah, I have earmuffs, I have a mask, I'm wearing a hoodie, and then I'm wearing a jacket.
And yet, the only thing that's cold is your heart.
Whoa. Okay then.
Okay, this is dangerous. Echo leading off with that up. Renka deals with testing set, but he still hasn't discovered the button.
My ult's ready.
Yeah, he has. Okay, one shot was fired.
Yeah.
But at least he trades it out, you know, he gets the orb, gets away with that ultimate. The overdrive is going to be very useful in a round where you're armed with nothing but a bucky.
Oh, they got Ikana. Ikana does dodge the bullet, but he will also get away from there. Venka will flag it just to make sure that they have to check that corner, but nothing is going to be found there. Now Floga's taken his place. They're going to swap around positions. Floga's going a little more aggressive here.
Yeah, but these smokes are just going to
Face your fear!
What? Cleared by Kingdama, but that tap is insane. Shuts him down mid-slide. And now he's kind of trapped over here. He's got backup in the form of Caramel and Echo. The cavalry has arrived for E-King, and SHU will have no choice but to back off now. At this point, with only 30 seconds left in the round, they are going to have to re-clear everything on A. I really wish that Techno would have made a move much earlier so that he would have cleared some of those areas. Maybe he would have taken a lot more ground. But they're a bit indecisive. They're coming back towards B, and E-King are ready to intercept them.
Yeah, Karamel's in actually a very good position here. This one is going to Flash is good. Here comes the ultimate from the other side. Echo is going to try and make this as difficult as possible. Keeping himself alive. He's holding the angles. But Venka and Techno both find one each. And Hawks finds the last kill.
Wow. That was a brawl and a half. I did not think it would come down to just SHUL getting killed. But hey, man. By hook or by crook, you need those rounds. And SHUL are just starting to mount this comeback. E-King have one last opportunity to put up a full buy, and they want to end this game as soon as possible. That's why AKG has called in that tactical timeout.
Yeah.
I think he's figured out that SHUL are not taking as much map control as they need to, because that entire time when SHUL were walking up the B-long area, Techno was holding T-spawn. He was in literal spawn. I would have expected him to at least walk into either double doors, maybe, you know, jiggle a little towards art. If not gather information, at least give away some false information, you know? He did none of that.
Like I said earlier, overly cautious. They're not keen on letting their players go alone for any sort of reconnaissance missions. They don't want them to actually try and take map control by themselves because they're afraid that if they lose that player, it's going to be a problem. But this is something very interestingly that I mentioned earlier as well. SATUL are, in VCLSA at least, were one of the better teams when it came to XV5 situations. When they are a man down or they're two men down, they've always somehow found at least, let's say, 30-40% of their way back into the round. Because they've either had Venka or they've had Techno in that round. And while Venka, yes, of course, he is fragging on top right now, the rest of the team needs to pick up a little bit of pace here. Hawks is not having that great of a game. King Kappa's a little slowed down. And so's Techno.
Taking that back.
Contact play towards A main. No longer contact play. They use the Prowler, given away this location.
Concealment!
Smoke to hold them back.
I'm out of
Another
here.
one popped just to help them cross back in place. So E-King are ready to stop SHUL in their tracks. At the same time, E-King are also not pushing out of B-long all that much.
No mid control taken from either side, but now Techno is going to start moving in there. That space that SATUL can actually utilize very well.
Yeah.
Because as of right now, nothing in that region is being watched.
So the drone will clear out the neon.
Time to jump.
Deposited towards that A main entrance. Now SHUL start making their presence and start making a lot of noise towards mid as well. They try to sell the fake that this is going to be an A split, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Not yet. SHUL are not pushing all their chips to the center of the table just yet.
Yeah, but
Obscuring
E-King are not
vision.
biting this biscuit. They've got 3 players here. They're going to slowly maybe start clearing out towards A main. They feel a little uncomfortable, so information is going to be played over here. They're going to push out
Revealing area.
Ikana from one side. Here comes Ori, comes the other end. Smoke. They're busy keeping the utility in his hand. Venka's going to find the trade. Now there's a judge that's going to have to come through that A main side. Ikana holding such a very cheeky angle. And King and E-King will find everything they needed. Venka's trying to keep it alive. Techno will find one back as well. And these two kids, when combined, are amazing. But
10
unfortunately,
seconds left.
Venka's been caught out. 8 seconds on the clock. Eco's just gonna run away. He's gonna let his
enemy
teammate
remaining.
lose this fight. He's gonna
No,
try and plant.
no
He
time.
might just be able to get it.
Nah, no time, no time.
Oh, that was
Gotta go!
nervingly close.
But you take a look at
Match
Ikana's
point.
audacity, the bloody audacity to stay next to a smoke and be so confident that nobody's going to walk out of it. He doesn't look at A main at all. He's got all his attention towards Art.
You know, this is kind of the cheeky stuff that I would love to see our players also try. It works. You think that this is like, you know, slightly out of the box. You need to be disciplined. You need to have. This is the kind of stuff that we see Boaster do. We've seen NRG players do.
Yeah,
in Champions, it works.
But you can only call it cheeky if it's funny, right? This was based in information. He cleared King Kappa already on A main, and the moment they saw Neon to attack, they're like, yeah, nobody's going to come to A main. Okay, that's a fast one. Fast play. Are flooding in the first 10 seconds of the rounds. I have never seen them play this fast in the entire map so far. The Hunter's community doesn't do all that much, so SHUL are going to be able to get the start in 20 seconds.
You should run.
Rapid.
Well, it works out well for them. They've got 2 ultimates, but here's a Killjoy lockdown that's going to keep eking away for a little while longer.
Where's the alarm bot?
And Hella's going to take care of the flank as well.
You are divided!
Eco's gone, and now there's also a Cosmic Divide coming their way. King Kappa's going to hold on to the close angle, and he's got the perfect weapon to make that a useful one. He's going to be blinded, but it doesn't matter. They don't check the corner. And King Kappa sprays them both down. And the last player standing, Floga, is going to run away, going to be happy saving his Phantom. They've got 5 more chances to complete this map and call it their own.
I'm out of here.
But clearly, SHUL, a beacon of light being shown through speed. But is that speed going to save them again?
It's kind of like a train, you know? This round was kind of like the light at the end of the tunnel. But that light could very well be a train coming in your direction. That's what SHUL felt like in this round. Speed saved them in this round, but he can also respond. I think what's best is that they managed to get
Placing alarm
burn
bot.
his ult.
Yeah, that's one good thing.
That's
I'd
a
say.
very good thing. I wouldn't have expected him to pop that ult, especially in such a fast execute like this.
It was a bit of an off angle where he was trying to aim towards A main, but at the same
So
time,
difficult to shoot anyone who's coming out
yeah,
of A
he
main,
needs a
right?
bit of a narrow straight line to, you know, kind
Yeah.
of track. Hey, here we go again. It's a bit of a fast execute once again, but this time on the opposite end, we've got 3 players standing for King. They've one of the pistols, but they're going to take out King Kappa. Wants to feel a little confident, so he's going to jump out, goes for one more. A third, he's going to chase him down, and that's the Neon doing his absolute worst.
He's looking for more. He's not done yet. Looks in the general direction of Caramel, boils him down to 10 HP, but gives him a Vandal. Caramel's now going to
Portal
save
closed.
this. Doesn't see it. Now that he breaks it, then he should be able to get the kill. The fancy footwork saves the corner. And he's still toying around. He wants Techno to get
enemy
close, but he
remaining.
can't get in range with the shorty. And Techno will not have any of those shenanigans.
Yeah, Karam is also going to lose his life here.
Let
Simple
me
and easy,
just
10
swap
HP.
those biometrics.
8 rounds now on the board for SHUL, still 4
I told
away.
you, okay.
But this is
You're
another
okay,
buy round for
fam.
Eking. They're going to be able to
Good
purchase in here weapons. Albeit 3 of them are on half armors, this is going to be SHUL's momentum defining round. If they win this, I might just give them a shout to go for overtime. But if they lose, of course, it's over. But they really, really need to win this.
Oh yeah, definitely. They need to win every single round.
Placing
But
sentry.
silver lining over here is if they win one more time, Eking are broke.
Yeah.
Their economy will be shattered.
Gotta go.
That means SHUL will have momentum to win 2 more rounds in the back. Hopefully they should be able to hit that double digits if they survive this encounter. Caramel doesn't want to take this encounter at all. He just spots 2 people, walks away, not taking any chances. And while SHUL are pushing the envelope towards the double door region, a reclear attempt for Hart comes through, but Boga loses his life. And that's going to discourage Death from
Who's
continuing
next?
onwards.
Oh, here we go. There's a dimensional drift clearing out
Portal
most of the
closed.
angles. They're going to spot Eco here, and he's going to have to get away. He's still going to hold on to the side. He's not going to actually go away from here. The wall's going to keep him alive. And now he's got information, but King Kappa ready for that duel. Now there's 2 more on the back side, but blessed. Yes, one Kappa with the pin again, and Techno with the up. A little unusual from him, but it's all that they needed.
Yeah,
SHUL not out of the game just yet.
Yeah, I mean, King Kappa had no information on the repositioning of that Neon. But because E-King have always someone stationed towards that Cubby region, King Kappa
Placing
needs
alarm
to try, and he was just so confident that he's going to find someone in that corner. That's one trick that they have used too many times, so E-King need to shake things up. Because SHUL have the read now.
Kramel is being hunted. He will face Helif. And Hellas holding a knife. Probably gun comes out at the last moment, but
That's fine.
it's just one gun drop. Not going to be too much of a problem for Acer. They've got money
yet.
for quite some days.
Turret out.
So now Caramel is gonna be on a hero vandal buy, courtesy of saving in this round. SHUL are just
Everyone
starting
makes
to build up
fun
their
of
economy.
German
They have a
efficiency.
two weapons, two
Ha
rifles, that's
Yeah.
not a lot.
Just keep laughing
And
as
as
you
you
use
see,
all my
almost
gear.
everybody is above the 5,000 credit mark. So SHUL have money for days. E-King do not.
Yeah,
And if SHUL win this round, it's gonna be double digits. E-King will buy in the next round. Yeah.
Yeah.
To start cooking now, man.
This is a good round for SATUL to be able to survive with multiple members.
But while E-King don't have money, their ult economy is flourishing. They've
Yeah.
got 3 massive ultimates.
That lockdown is going to be very, very important. Of course, combined with the Cosmic Divide, it makes him for a lot more, potential to end this game in this round. But again, they need to have a situation where they're going to have to keep at least 4 players alive for these kind of retakes.
Correct.
So the main point is going to be to not let anybody die, probably stick up together, which they've been doing for the most part of their, game so far. And on the other end, SATUL has started becoming a little bit more pacey, and they found good fruition through it.
Yeah.
Now, this paciness is also going to come through at a point where they are holding a judge. Okay, now it becomes a Bucky.
Yeah.
Now, is that going to be determined? Is going to be determining who's going to take the first contact? Because so far, it's been multiple players. I've seen King Kappa take it, I've seen Venka take it, I've also seen Helef take the first contact at times.
Yeah.
But again, if they're able to keep 4 members alive as SATUL, I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, at this
Time to
point,
jump.
I'm not concerned about how many players SAT will keep alive. They just need to win rounds. They don't have to worry about reinvesting. They've got money for days. Prowlers both shot down. Once again, it could be a clear indication that here gets done, so he will walk away with that.
Lucky
No harm
to get
for
away.
Foul. So SAT will have the ground control of this long region. They need to deposit one player over here and take control elsewhere. And that ideally, in in a perfect world, that would have been
Go, go, go.
possibility to stay alive to make sure that nobody flanks A main. So
Yeah.
now SHUL are kind of all over the place, and they've only got Venka who can actually take a meaningful fight. Everybody else still very passive, still not taking as much control as they should.
Without it, obscuring.
Smokes deployed. Venka's going to be discouraged from peeking further on this B main side, and he's going to slowly disengage while the rest of his team try to find some value out towards B-Link. Not going to be the case though.
I don't get it. They worked so hard to gather that B main space. They worked so hard. They burnt gate crashes. They burnt prowlers. And now they just give that space up?
Yeah, but they're going the right way. They've got A-Link completely open
30
for
seconds
taking.
left.
They're going to enter the A side with no problem, but Venka might give away a problem here because the Bucky is close. It's personal. It's going to cause issues. And he's got a flank coming in as well. Doesn't matter.
Oh,
King
thank
Kappa
God.
at the right time, right before Eco could slide across. Found him. The Bucky's been eliminated. Helef's going to find one through the smoke. Floga's gone.
That's a freebie.
Down for the count. And now, E-King, remaining 3 players, might want to think about saving this Vandal once again.
Yeah.
But maybe... No, they're actually going to go in and drop some weapons if they can.
Nothing to lose, so they're gonna make a play for it. They're trying to make it expensive for SHUL.
Yeah.
Luckily, SHUL have the money to tank this kind of a loss, but hey, why not? Maybe get a little bit more ultimate points.
Last player standing.
Hoping that they can even get the Hunters Fury online in time, but that seems like it won't be happening. So now Ikana is just gonna hope that he can take players down as he goes down.
Wait,
Hope.
is the spike going to... Oh, they got lucky.
Goodness.
I think Ikana's plan was to somehow bide by as much time as possible,
Yeah.
keeping himself alive so that these players would either die to him or die to the spike. It would
Yeah.
either way weapons drop, but they got lucky. About, I think, half a second away from being eaten up by the big black hole there.
One more round, that's all that SHUL need. If they win this one,
Here.
they'll be at 11 and E-King will be once again broke. They are surviving on max loss bonus.
Cutting
Half
through.
got
armors
the
across,
ultimates.
half armors across the board. Got an op, and this has to be the defining factor because King Kappa's running in at your face. It's a fake though. And now they've spotted one. Kana, he's gonna have the Prowler broken for him. He's just going as aggressive as he possibly can. Desperate to take any form of advantage he can. It's not gonna work out. He will be forced back as the gate crash times out.
Yep. But now they discovered that the op is towards B long, so they can start making headway towards A main. And that's exactly what Venka is doing. Clearing the pathway for his team. This time Techno is actually taking more space towards Art. I am very, very happy about that. But he's using a sniper to clear that corner. It's a bit iffy, but at least he's going to be joined by Helef. So it's going to be an A split. And take a look at this. Once again, it's the same setup from Team. They are still holding it up. Clear it out. Here, Loga has been marked, so they need to clear him once again. And buy some time, but Echo and Loga win their duel. Helef finally strikes back. Is that going to be enough? He needs a lot more firepower to make headway into the site. That'll be too late, and he cannot pull this off. E-King beat SHUL and win their opening game at the Acer Predator League.
What a round to finish it off. A little bit of corner checking once again. Checking around the smokes and the fights that they did not end up anticipating. Pace was working for them, but the pace unfortunately seemed to slow down in that last round there. They went towards B, sold a fake as much as they could, but it didn't really work. Why? Because E-King had the aggressive spot on B. They had Ikana go up so further up north that he was able to actually see that while the Prowler was coming there, nobody else seemed to be behind it. It was just the initiator trying to do the work for them, and that was basically it. And when they went towards A, you already had Blessed rotating back there. They were ready for the fight, and SHUL just slightly during their fights getting outnumbered.
Yeah, and this is even after they managed to sell the fake successfully. This is after they managed to draw all the E-King players away to the other side. But by the time they make their way into A, the rotations have already arrived from E-King. They managed to slow SHUL's momentum down to a call, and it's just one smoke that holds them back. They use all the utility to go through that smoke, but they still can't clear out the player who's been holding that cubby area for every single round without fail. So, yeah. Those are some mistakes that could have been avoided by SHUL. Unfortunately, this is not their last chance though.
Yeah.
If E-King lose any one of their future games, and if SHUL manage to win every other game with a massive margin, they can still make it out of the groups.
Yeah, they most certainly can, but it depends on one team not going completely flawless here. They will require losses to be held across the board, and they're going to have to win now both their games. They've got Fancy, and that is going to be a game in itself. That's going to be a very difficult game for them. I'm not fully sure how this game is going to translate to that one, because clearly the start was a little off. They picked up in the second half a lot more, brought the game close enough for us to kind of debate the scoreline as to what it was, 10-2 where it started off in the second half. And to bring it to 13-10 is a good effort, but not enough to be giving you the position that you want to be in. That is to be able to reach the podium of the final.
Yeah. I think SHUL just needed some hand warmers, kind of like the one that you're holding right now. They needed some of that because they had the right idea. They had very good reads on E-King, but surprisingly, they were unable to capitalize on all that information. Also, another thing that you have mentioned several times over the broadcast, Techno not being aggressive enough. He's one of the best fighters in India, but he's not able to take that space simply because he's playing too cautiously. So maybe it's time to throw caution to the wind and get in their faces.
Now they have nothing to lose. Now they're going to have to try. I mean, they have a lot to lose, but they have to fight. They have to fight a little harder. I feel like the map maybe was something that caught them off guard, because E-King have played quite a bit of Pearl before coming in here, and SHUL hadn't played this Pearl at all in an official game. In fact, they haven't played Pearl since, like I said, July or about, I think, August of last year.
And that was the old Pearl. That was not the one that we see right now.
Yeah, exactly. So I want to give them the benefit of doubt, but they showed that they can do it. So I will, of course, expect them to win here, because they've got the capability to do so. Venka was doing well. King Kappa started picking up in the second half. But now they've got to fight for their lives, and now their fate lies in the hands of another team. Let's have a look at the highlights once, as we will move on to the next game very soon, ladies and gentlemen. But this one has concluded with the E-King taking the first step towards victory. And yeah, they will now have a good chance, actually, to move up further the ladder and find themselves maybe having a foot in the semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, for a team that has been suffering through lineup changes in the last few days, they haven't had time to practice with Caramel. For a team that looks this shaky and this turbulent, they surely had some really good strats over here.
Oh yeah.
I think you can chalk it up to the veto being in their favor, because E-King have played like 3 games of Pearl across the APL Oceania qualifiers.
Yep.
And they managed to win them with massive margins. One of them was a 13-1 victory.
Yeah.
So they are a very good Pearl team. And as you can see that even though SHUL have good reads, their set plays and their executes are not ready. So that's why they are lacking the protocols over here. Protocols like who's gonna check the smoke, who's gonna look on the other side while we enter a site. All of that comes with practice. And sure, it's easier for Caramel to just download all that information from the E-King players, download that Pearl playbook, than it is for SHUL to come up with a whole new playbook from scratch right here in the 10 minutes that they have between the veto and the game.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that if they let Pearl come through the veto, they were seemingly at least prepared for it to a certain extent. It is in the map pool. It's going to be in the map pool in the upcoming 2 months as well.
So and it's not that insta-ban, so...
Yeah, I would consider that maybe letting Pearl come through when you know your opponent is feeling very comfortable with it. Yes, you're an unknown, but if they are comfortable with their playstyle and they're able to adapt really well, why would you let it come through is my question. Maybe could have gone for a map. Any of the other maps I feel like they would have been more comfortable with. Korod is one of them, unless they were coming. I don't know what the final 2 maps were. I would love to see because I want to see who actually picked it out. But yeah, I feel like any other map, it obviously would have been this close. But would the chances of SATUL winning be higher than this? I would probably say so because E-King, like we saw, E-King have played Pearl extensively and that was the only map. I'm pretty sure they would have studied that. Yeah. Right? They would have seen that, you know, in November they played 2 Pearls, they played 1 Pearl before that as well. So a little bit more of maybe caution to the wind in that sense would have been better.
But take a look at how many frag highlights Floga will get from this one spot. Like, he got like multi-kills several times from Gubby. It was basically impossible to just take him out of that spot. And every time they managed to take Floga out, King Kappa slides, not King Kappa, Echo slides through. And he just gets the trades very, very frequently. It's just, it's like facing a stubborn player who just cannot be taken out of that trench.
Floga did do really well, and he was also one of their better players in the APL qualifiers from Oceania as well. And now, clearly, they've proven to be the better team against SATUL. Now, Fancy United will be coming up next on our screens, and I'm really excited to see what they're going to be presenting because they also have had, I believe, a slight change. I'm not sure. I think the APL qualifiers was the same. I think before that they had a change right around Ascension. But this is a very interesting team that I'll personally love watching a lot. Let's have a look at the scoreboard numbers to tell a couple of stories to us as well. As of course we know, there was one clear, you know, maniac on the server. His name's Ikana, but he was closely followed up by Venka as well.
Yeah, but Venka had a slow start. He was feeling cold in the start of the game, and by the time he hit double digits, Ikana was already sitting at like 15 or 16. So clearly, Ikana had his foot on the gas much before Venka decided to shift gears. Echo as well, creating out Floga really well. Blessed might have been getting shot very early on, but his recon timing was absolutely spot on. Like, whenever Venka is trying to make a play, or if King Kappa is trying to make a play, Blessed's recon shuts them down, forces them to look away, either break their ankles or break line of sight before they even get a chance to make a move.
One thing, if you've noticed about the scoreboard as well, is that it's actually very evenly spread. There's one player below the other in terms of
nice pitch stripes over here.
Yeah, but this also signifies that SATUL were actually not that bad. It's just a moment of decisiveness that comes into these, you know, most important round-winning,
the golden moment,
the game-winning rounds, right? Just 2 of those were needed from SATUL, but those 2 were found by E-King in the first half itself, in my opinion. Because if you finish a 10-2 half, I feel like if it was maybe even 8-4, 9-3, I think it would have been a different story. I think we would have been watching overtime right now. But it was too far gone, I believe, for them to be able to make a comeback. But scoreboard-wise, it does seem like they were pretty close in terms of what they achieved or what they tried to achieve.
So clearly, both the teams were much stronger on their defensive side. I mean, there was a moment over there where I really thought that he will be going into overtime. I thought it was inevitable considering the situation that E-King were in economically. And I thought, yes, SHUL have kept them humble, they've kept them broke. And it's very easy to beat down an opponent who doesn't have as many weapons.
Yeah.
And if that last round did not go in the favor of E-King,
Mhm.
they would have had absolutely nothing in the 11th round.
Yeah.
When the score was 12-11. And then the overtime would have been definitely inevitable. And now when SHUL finally go over to the attacking side once again, they would have figured out the playstyle. So
Yeah.
that would have been a lot of these hypothetical situations where SHUL come out. In an ideal world, they probably would have won this game, but E-King, despite everything that the gods have thrown against them,
Mhm.
you can take away their players, you can take away their spirit, you can take away their health, but you can never take away their solid fundamentals, and you can never take away their pearl, unless you do
Yeah.
it in veto.
Yeah, and if you loved any of the players playing on this map, then you just go ahead to that QR code right down there. Vote for your favorite player who you thought performed really well and make them an all-star. And the voting, of course, is open right now. It'll be open, like you see on the screen, till 11th of January. And you get a chance to be able to select your favorite player who will end up getting that prize pool. Like we said, the all-star prize pool that we saw in the beginning, $10,000. One of those players could be the player that you vote for today. If you love Ikana, go ahead, vote him. If you love Venka, go ahead, vote for him. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, we're going to take a short break. Match number 2 at the end of this very short break. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Acer Predator League. We've got done with one game so far. It is going to be ENG who take their first step towards that semi-final on the main stage. And while I, of course, expect Acer to step up the game the next time, right now we've got a team that is going to be a complete unknown, and the other one, which I've really enjoyed watching in the last couple of years every time I see it on Ascension, it's Fancy United up against Exist, who are here from Japan, and Fancy United, of course, from Vietnam. Now, what do you have to say about both these teams, Chris?
I think it's a David versus Goliath battle, if I'm being completely honest over here. Exist have performed well in the Japanese circuit, but they couldn't make it to the main event of PCL Japan, which means they did not have a chance to practice with the top tier Japanese teams in this entire season. So now, when they walk in here in Bharat Mandapam, this will be their first big LAN in another country. I mean, forget local LANs, forget LANs somewhere in Japan, somewhere in Tokyo or Shibuya. They are going to a whole new country to play their first ever LAN. Their first LAN itself is an international event for them. That's a whole new level of pressure.
It's a good experience, of course, but let's have a look at, in case you guys haven't seen their logos, haven't seen what they look like, just have a look at the logos of Exist and Fancy. These are the two teams that are going to be playing, but what you need to also know about Exist is, honestly, I just couldn't find any real backstory to them. They're coming as a completely blind team who could be an unknown dark horse. I don't know.
Yeah.
You say it's a David versus Goliath battle, but given that they are completely in the open, we don't know what they are, we don't know who they are, and it's a team that the only thing that I found out so far is that they beat all the teams in the Japan qualifiers comfortably.
Yes.
But even those teams weren't really up to the mark.
Yeah, I mean, no Fennel, no Riddle Order.
Yeah.
Sure, I don't think they faced Scars in that qualifier at all. So that competition was devoid of any real challenge. So Exist have come here as the Japanese contenders, but like I said, they struggle to hold their ground within the upper echelons of Japanese Valorant. And now that they've been thrust into this tournament, there's suddenly like a massive amount of pressure on their shoulders, this responsibility that they are facing. They've never faced something like this before. I mean, they haven't even been to Japanese local lands. So their first LAN itself being in a completely different country, it's gonna be tough, to say the least. I think that's an understatement.
Absolutely. Well, we also know that Fancy United have been a powerhouse for quite some years in this region. Albeit they've not been able to reach the potential that I feel like they had. I feel like they are a team that could make it to the grand finals of an Ascension at least, if not go to the VCD Pacific. But maybe today could be a good day for them because they are, of course, a great team. They got some great players. I love Ficio especially. He's a player I love to watch every time he's playing. And Yes I Can as well, who's been
I love that
who's
guy.
been a duelist for donkey's years. He's been their main duelist. He's been playing controller. He's played Viper. He's played Omen. He's played Yoru. He's played, I think, Neon as well. There's basically everything in his belt. He's like the Forsaken of Vietnam.
Plays almost everything.
Almost everything. Yeah.
So he's Mr. Versatile, and I mean it's in his name. Can you play this agent? Yes, I can. So yeah, Fancy United has been a powerhouse. I mean, I was very, very heartbroken to see them lose an Ascension, especially with their games being so close. I thought finally 2025 is the year when they can make it out of Ascension and into VCD Pacific. Hey man, but even if they didn't manage to do that, given this year's format, I would not be surprised if they win the Vietnamese qualifier and make it to VCD Pacific Split 2.
Well, that is a possibility, of course. These players are very, very much capable of doing so. As we get ready to watch both our teams get onto the server. Recently, of course, we did see, like you mentioned, they were playing in the Soup Val League as well, Valorant League, where they did manage to get a good amount of experience in. They also beat Global Esports, the new roster, which, it is what it is. But
it is what it is. Opium.
on the other end, we've got, like we mentioned earlier, a dark horse Exist, who have absolutely no information about them except for their recent history in APL. They also, by the way, in the Japan qualifiers, 4 out of the top 6 players who were rated in that qualifiers were out of this team.
So yeah, they basically dominated the Acer Predator League Japanese qualifiers, and
Yep.
now they are here to dominate as well. But the very first opponent that they face is one of the bigger teams in this entire tournament. I mean, Fancy United isn't just the favorites of Group A, they are the favorites to win the tournament aside from big names like RRQ and Boom Esports.
Yep.
That's the caliber that Fancy United operate at. So, for someone like Fancy United, this should be nothing more than a speed bump.
Well, we're going to find out if that is going to be the case or Exist are able to actually turn things around here. They do have one player that we need to watch out for. His name is Yamahamu.
Yep.
And he has been the star duelist. He loves the Yoru, clearly.
He loves the Neon as
Yeah.
well. He loves the Blue Agents, basically.
Yeah, he loves the Blue Agents. And he's got some pretty nasty stats from his Japan qualifier.
Yep.
So I would say he's one guy to watch out for. He's one of your young-blooded, fast and energetic duelists that you all youngsters love to be. And whether or not he's going to be able to, match up to the level of Fancy is a question to be answered. And now I'm just waiting to see if Fancy have come in with a new, style of play. Usually, they've got a good mix of both pace as well as a little bit of slowdown. But the most important thing that they rely upon is their aim. Their aim has been consistently great for the last couple of years of all their players. And while, of course, the core of Yes I Can and Fisio has been around for quite some time, players around them have changed occasionally.
Yeah. And some of the players that you might not be as familiar with are the likes of Twilight and Belong. Even Bukyut can sometimes step in as the 6th player and, play a couple of maps every now and then.
Yeah.
So these guys have a good amount of experienced players as well as the young guns. Fancy United obviously are looking quite hot. The only team that they kind of lost to was like VNS in the Acer Predator League lead up.
Who they also beat 3-0
yeah,
later.
so they lost to them 2-0 and then they had their revenge arc and they beat them 3-0 in the final. So
Yeah.
they've gotten over their demons, they've buried their past and they've buried all their opponents as well. So they look very, very hot right now. Apart from that, they have played the most number of matches in the last 2 months. They've played 11 series in the last 2 months. No other team has had such an active offseason.
Yeah, they've had quite the active offseason. They played in the Super Valorant League. They have, like you said, they've played 11 series in the last two months, which makes them the team that's come in here with the most amount of experience, the most amount of, games played, which, of course, will make them feel comfortable. I don't think they're going to feel like, oh, okay, you know what, we need to warm up and all that stuff. They're already pretty comfortable with where they are. And they're going to have a strong season to go back to as well. But right now, it's a best of one. And as we know, anything can happen. A lot of people probably expected SATUL to win against E-King. But like I said, a best of one is a different story.
Exactly.
You never know if a best of three could have given SATUL a chance to get back. I'm not going to comment on that. Of course, it's a debate to be never had.
A little birdie told me that SHUL banned Haven, which I thought would be their strongest map. So maybe something has happened in the SHUL camp in the last few months, something that I wasn't aware of.
As far as I know, they had the last 3 maps were Pearl, Corrode and Sunset.
Yeah.
And SATUL banned Sunset. And so there was Pearl and Corrode left. And of course,
Obviously they're
E-King
gonna pick Pearl.
would go for Pearl. Yeah,
Obviously. So I think it was a Peter decision why they lost. For this one though, I really want to see something along the lines of either a Corrode or maybe even a Haven. I wouldn't mind a Haven game, but I guess we will find out which map it is. It's Corrode! Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a while since I've casted this map. Although by the time this tournament ends, I hope I get to cast a Sunset as well because it's going away in the next map rotation.
Are you doing a map bingo casting? Like you've got a bingo card for every
Yeah,
map you cast?
yeah, almost everything. But yeah, E-King winning against SHUL wasn't on my bingo card. Can Fancy United win against this? I believe they can. They are heading into the Ace side with the first experience. Really, that
Spike down A.
Link, but they are focusing all their attention towards that so nobody from Fancy United
Spike planted.
exists. Get the plant.
By the way, this is one thing that we've seen before. Fancy United love their double controllers with the Viper setup. So there is plenty of they love playing it, and here comes Fancy, 1 by 1. They find that smoke completely guarded. And
Last
Kale has
player
nothing to do but
standing.
just give up his life here. Oitan, nice little tap. Make sure that he gets a little more space to play with. That Ignite just drops down, and it's a 1v2.
Can't even afford to tap the spike. Maybe he can bait out the Astra pull.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Ooh.
Waits out the fight against Acer. He's trying to stick it, but Lucio activated his teammate in the process. Still wins.
Yeah. It did start off with a good momentum there, Fancy United, but then will lose out on 4 players thanks to Oitan's heroics. Now, Fancy have an easy buy on them. Road, of course, is a very famous map for the Waylay, and we've got Waylays on both ends. The only difference being that there is a controller shift. One is a Viper, the other one's an Astra. How do you think that plays around? We've got one wall-based controller who's able to cut the map in half, but the other one's going to play with an Astra. What do you feel about that?
I kind of feel like the Astra gives you a lot more potential. So much for now because Exist are rushing into this setup.
Yeah.
You cute. I'm actually surprised to see him play. He's stepping in now. He was supposed to be the 6th one. Hey, there are certain maps where he's stronger.
He's very aware of the fact that somebody's behind that box. Usually, if there's a double push-up like this, there could be a triple push-up like this. There could be a 4th hiding, and they're pointing as well. There it is. Already taken care of. Nia's gonna get away from there, and that's pretty much the name of the game. Last player standing. Again, Oitan takes the time to come through. As Nia will be given the plant for him to be able to get closer to his ultimate.
Planted.
Here we go. Oitan looking for any stragglers, whatever he can find. He's got Bukute on the other end of it though. Just a couple of classics. Nothing more to be picked up.
You've got nothing to lose. Might as well make a run for it. If he can get the kill onto Boot and get away with his card, nice. Classic. Not gonna let away. Not gonna let you get away with your weapons now. Keep them all huddled up. 4 weapons carried forward by Fancy United, which gives them quite a strong leg to stand on into this possible bonus round for them. But they have upgraded 2 Vandals and
they still have money. It's actually a pretty decent buy for them. They preserve their rifles. They're gonna have now a couple of Guardians to complement them. But on the other side, Papagachi has picked up the infamous Korod favorite weapon.
And this is the older patch, so the A main area is not close right now with extra walls. This Odin can actually be a menace.
Done.
Poison orb remaining.
This time comes in towards the Acer as well, and that wall's not going to be active for some time. Nia has cleared out most of the region. The flash and a color at the same time, and there's nothing Oitan can do about that. Papagachi is going to have to now rely on his teammates to join him because he cannot just spam through that Odin and find any sort of value alone. And Fancy United once again keeping control, keeping the calmness in their veins as Sid finds the first. And he's going to run in for a second. Spots 2. Gets away though, but what's he going to do with that information? How is he going to allow his teammate to make a move? He's been smoked off now. He's going to go right through it though. And the timing might just be perfect. He's going to wait for his teammates to make most of the sound cue here. And as they come through, Kale gets one. And there comes Bukute to save his life. Yes, I can will get one as well. 2 versus 2. Make that a 2 versus 1. To Nia. No utility. Straight up gunfight. Has to be the bullet straight to the head. And it will be.
Free fire from Nia, absolutely perfect. The moment he realized that Freeze is no longer on the spike, he knew he's going to swing wide. Starts firing and gets that shot straight to the dome. Very good start for Fancy United. They not only convert the bonus round, but they are so much better off. The economy is flourishing. Like almost everybody near the 2000 credits mark. That's wonderful after round 3. And at the same time, you forced Exist to use up another variation of this Viper wall, and they got absolutely no value out of it, which kind of defeats the purpose, you know, like this kind of a wall, it's supposed to stop you from taking mid control, but Exist don't take mid control themselves. And now as they try to make a push out of B, they get punished instantly with the outer. So yeah, the win condition for Exist is no longer a factor. I mean, once again, they use the B main cut wall, which slides in towards bottom mid. at least this time they've made good use of it. At least this time they've got Sid deep in towards mid. He can probably get one kill and then he'll be traded out, but that's still better than nothing.
Going out.
Oh, he pushes through his own smoke.
Yeah, he's actually got the perfect and he's gonna try with Nexus to know this, but it doesn't work out. Did get two! Third might be possible. He's damaged him enough, but it's not gonna work out. It's gonna have staying alive right now. The only option he's got. Yeah, trying to clear him out. Not gonna work out. Sid's gone all the way back and Freeze is here. Paranoia is good. And it's gonna be great to finish him off.
Spike planted.
Ultimate is ready.
Still have to eradicate the other two players. They are deeply entrenched in this site. Nia watching Link. Yes, I can. Watching B main. The Omen ult used as just an expensive recon dart. Doesn't find anything at all. Oh no! He moves away from the right angle at the wrong time and he still gets one. Nia still looking towards that Link area. Absolutely nobody coming from that direction. Yeah. He was really expecting a re-clear from Link when he knows that like at least two players are on B main, so that was the wrong read from Nia in that situation. Yeah.
But whether or not they swim,
Yeah. Ah. A tactical timeout? I think this isn't needed. I mean, let's be honest, that timing that Sid found was a little lucky. He pushed through his own smoke, which could have very easily been punished. He probably heard them all rotate towards B and he called his teammates in like, yeah guys, I'm gonna make this risky play. And he made that play. Why? Because he has a sheriff. He's got nothing to lose. You can only make these kind of risky pushes when you are on an eco. I don't see this repeating itself again.
That probably take these kind of risks more. They did it in the first round, did it now in the third round. And if they're gonna do it more for 5 rounds, I would really like watching that as a viewer. But it's not gonna be good for them to
I mean, Exist have to take those risks, right? So far, their attempts to take mid control have been only successful once. And that too because you push through your own smoke, you make an unorthodox play. You wouldn't have expected Fancy to read that. So, it's a bit of a 1 in 1,000 kind of situation. Let's see though if you can find success like this once again.
Breathe deep.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Fancy United Esports starting off towards the B main side. All 5 of them huddled up over there. It seems like it's gonna be a brute force execute, but are they gonna send in anything before that happens? Like, are they gonna take any other kind of map control? Yes, they are. I mean,
oh, they've got mid, but the refract's gonna run away here. Sid will continue to hold the angle, but nothing of value. Now it finally might come his way, but the outlaw doesn't connect. He's gonna have to back away from there. The knives just make sure that the close angles are cleared off. And back they go. Fancy, once again, interested in that B side. They've got 2 players ready to defend them there, while mid has been completely forgiven by both teams.
exactly. Exactly. Thank you so much for saying that. There's no mid control whatsoever. And finally, Exist start taking a little bit of A main control by sending that drone out. They did absolutely nothing. And now the burst comes through. There's no way Exist can stop this. They're not even in the right position. Oitan caught in the open, forced out by that Ollie. And Kale has no choice but to give up over here.
Okay.
Sid is here to intercept, and he gets both. Yes, I can. And Twilight. This could be the opening that Exist have been looking for, but Blue Cute finally takes away Kale. That's the flashing initiator out of the picture. No more hard entries for you.
Yeah, that's going to force them to go on a save. But here comes... Oh, wait, never mind. They're actually not going to the save. They're going to actually go and attempt this. They do have numbers to try, but these numbers are going to be dwindling very quickly. Q takes care of both of those players coming in. That's a round gone with an ultimate wasted. I'm not sure why at this... the spike had ticked quite far beyond its point of being able to salvage it, because you have 3 players to eliminate and you don't have information. So, using it at that point seemed a bit, again, risky.
And desperate.
Thank you.
Oh, well. Desperate times, desperate measures. And speaking of desperation, Sid reeks of desperation right now. Look at that hero vandal.
Well, they're trying whatever they can. I mean, it's not particularly a... I mean, it is a hero vandal, but he does have money for the next round as well.
Yeah, but still, hero vandal on paper. Maybe not
Pogachi.
that desperate as I called it out to be honest. But once again, Fancy United is focusing only on A main. It seems like Fancy United also don't have any
Sid
intention to soul. And the spams don't damage anyone for the time being. But it's gonna be a very messy, very chaotic 5v5 retake in the situation universe.
It did damage. Sid's gone down to 5 HP because of that spam. And now he's handed over a Sheriff so that he can give the Vandal over to another player.
Yep.
So Pogachi is now going to be the one entrusted with that responsibility. That's a good clearance of the corner, but unfortunately don't check it. And in a moment of desperation himself, Twilight makes sure that they feel the reckoning of the Nightfall. And they've all been deafened and killed altogether. Freeze.
That's a...
He's actually got a good amount of timing here, but they're ready for it. The spike's way too out of the open. Yeah, he's not going to get anything done here. Maybe one consolation frag at best. Nothing more. Yep, there's one. Maybe a second. Not going to be the case. Yes, I can. We'll get away from there.
He taps the spike, hoping that somebody will get baited into that
Not
trap.
gonna work.
Yeah, Fancy United are not going to bite that bait. 5 rounds on the trot. I mean, well, not on the trot. They did lose one in the process. But hey, Exist have recovered in terms of money. And even if they lose this round, they're going to be on max loss bonus in the next one. So
Yeah.
it's not that bad for them. Especially now that they've got the Viper Spit and the Null Command. Those could be game-changing ultimates.
It absolutely could. Here we go. Once again, the B side seems to be the point of contention as we've got a 2v2 standing up there. And towards the A side as well, it's pretty much the same story. Freeze is holding up an aggressive upper angle. They're trying to establish a double fight there, which Fancy are not going to give them the chance to entertain. They're going to head back. Mid so far, only the control of Exist. But it's not more of a control, it's more of a security keeping of information. If somebody's pushed up or not. The wall from the Viper has been consistently changing in almost every other setup. They sometimes have it at B. They've had it twice at A.
We even saw one cutting across mid and A lane. So
Yeah.
sure, they're keeping Fancy United on their toes, but that mid wall is going to be completely irrelevant if Fancy United don't even go towards it. Once again, they're going to burst in towards the B side. The melee dashes in all the way towards the right corner, clearing out almost everything, but gets spammed down by Sid. No problem, he's still given his team enough space to work with, but now Sid dives in as well. Gets shot down by Sid towards B main, and Twilight is good to hold near the hut. This Odin spam is not catching anything, and he can't turn around in time. Twilight gets the better of him. Sees one big frag after a very long time, but his spacing is way off, and he can't trade his teammates.
Extremely destabilized approach here from Exist. It was like fragments all across the place. And Goofy just to make sure that he doesn't have any sort of trouble from the opposing Omen, he's going to go straight for the plant on A with his ultimate. Now it's a 1v1 technically, because you've got a very late and quiet rotation from Yes I Can, because he's not sure about where Freeze is. And Boo Cute.
Boo Cute is trying to wrap around.
I think he's heard him. Yeah, he's heard him though.
Pathing that Freeze took, so I don't think Freeze will ever check this. But if Freeze can stick this will be a whole different affair. And he's not in the general direction. He still somehow breaks his ankles. All he needs to do is beat Yes I Can now, and he's done it! Cold all the way through to the center. Freeze takes this rounds back from the depths of hell to give Exist their second.
Man, I was expecting it. The minute I saw him going past the other side of the site to take elbow and then come from the main side, yes, he's not gonna expect him to come from there. But the one thing I was worried about was that tap of the spike.
Yeah.
Because the minute he taps that and it's inside a smoke, he's gonna start getting a little antsy. He doesn't know if actually he's gonna stick the defuse or not. And that's exactly why Boo Q tried to spam. He found his position, and that was the biggest thing that he didn't know about him, his position. He had no clue where Boo Q was.
That was his only smoking gun. And he gave it away. Ooh, Judge around the corner. Sid is actually going to take first contact with the Vandal just to, give them a false sense of security, hoping to lull them into this trap. Then you pop the trap. See, he's breaking the Prowlers with just the classic. Not revealing the position of the Judge yet. And he knows Fancy United are stubborn. They might try to challenge this Viper Spit. But they've already lost a player on A main.
Yeah, but now they know that there should be a judge. If the Viper player has taken the Classic to break it, and now there's a Viper pit there, they most likely expect a shotgun to be in that pit. Now the question is, where do they want to go? Close of mid is cleared up. Now Sid's going to take a bit of an aggression position once again. He's got a refract, should probably use it to get some information. Would be perfect in this kind of scenario. Does he check the corner? Oh, he's seen a leg and he's seen the head as well. Shoots it straight off of his body. And the remaining 3 of Fancy now heading into a paranoia.
I mean, Fancy, I really thought that this would finally be the time they start using mid as their approach, but they lose that as well.
Cover going out.
Freeze has the paranoia ready. The moment somebody makes contacts, he's going to let it rip. And that's going to delay them even further. This buys time for the melee to come through. It's refract activated. Sid is here to make his mark. And once again, Fancy United have been thwarted from entering the site.
Fancy will have to concede this round to their Japanese counterpart and save
10 seconds left.
for what could have been a worse situation. Going to hold on to A main and they're going to call it their fortress for now. Unless somebody decides to push in. Nope. Exist are very happy keeping this a flawless round.
Yeah.
5 members alive. The economy is going to be in a good position now.
Yeah, they need to save these weapons. They have absolutely no reason to hunt down Fancy's weapons right now. They need to prioritize their own economy because it's just starting to blossom. 3,000 credits apiece. It's not the best, but hey, at least you're out of the max loss bonus stretches now, so
yeah,
that's something.
they've got 2 wins in a row, so that's going to, of course, translate to a little bit more, and it's a flawless the previous one. Now, the only thing that we need to be focusing upon is how Fancy are going to try to alleviate through this extremities pressure that they keep putting, which is also now being read by Exist. They're not taking mid, they're coming very late to mid. Now, finally, a bit of mid aggression being shown, but it's on the back of a couple of pistols and half armors across their name.
I mean, in the last 8 rounds, all that Fancy United have done is that they've shown that they love taking the extremities of the map. So maybe they sell that information to Exist. And now that they've got Exist to focus on the extremities, they can finally start moving in towards mid. And they do. The 0 point detects 2 of them. They make noise all the way in towards A-Link. They force 2 of the Exist players to come towards the top of mid and hopefully guard this area. But then they fall back. So,
And Exist go for the re-clear.
Yeah. Can they try to shoot them down in the re-clear attempt? I mean, Sid managed to get away with 1 cold murder. Probably has a bit more on the cards.
That was a great shot from Sid, and that's going to instantly pivot them towards the A side. Fancy watching smoke after smoke pop up in front of them.
It's a good read by Exist.
It is indeed, and here comes the Prowler. Nia goes in, but he's got a Prowler on his face. He gets away, and yes, I can guess that trade. That's the beauty of the Waylay.
30 seconds left.
It's how she was made, it's how she was created, and she's been put to use there. Popagachi hasn't opened up his account in this match just yet, and it seems like he will be able to finally. But Bukute and Nia both find 1 each, and that's going to be Fancy putting themselves on the board in a 2v2. 10 seconds. Yeah, he had a bit of a
10 seconds left.
moment where he thought that CD is going to be pushing in. Not going to be the case though. He gets the plant. It's a little safer than they usually plant. It's a little behind the wall.
Yeah.
So defusing will be a little easier.
But you can't defend this from outside the site. You have to stay inside.
Yeah, and both of them are separated pretty much because the A main side is now being guarded. He still cleared it out. What a shot from Bukute, and he runs away.
Oh, wait. He can actually stick this. Volley will stop Bukute from pushing through, but Bukute calls the bluff. He knows that Kale is not going to stick this one. Another tap. He knows that Nia can wrap around. And the only reason Bukute would be alone over here is if Nia is behind him. And Nia once again calls the bluff. They're just simply not giving him any peeks whatsoever. How do you call his bluff 3 taps in a row?
I mean, the second one was not exactly called a bluff because Bukute started running towards him. So the footsteps kind of made him get up and fight that because he thought he could actually get that done.
Yeah.
It was a simple bait situation there from Fancy United. And that's going to cause a timeout here from Exist. They do have good ultimates to use for retake situation. That Viper Spit, I feel like, kind of went to no avail when it had. They did win the round, but they won the round on the opposite end of the map.
Yeah.
And on the other side, Fancy, I would love to see what other ultimates they've got in store for the next round, maybe this round as well. They have the Cosmic Divide as of right now available. But is the Null Command there? I'm not sure they've used it. Have they used the Null Command yet?
The Null Command? You know what? I think we will find out. Yeah, they must have. I mean, it's only at 2 ultimate points. They must have used it at least once.
Yeah. They did use it once. On the other side, Kale also, I think, has gone through it once. We've got Sid, who's one away from his ult. On the other end, Fancy, most likely everybody will have their ultimate in the next round.
Yeah, I mean, they're all at 6 apiece. 1 or 2 points away respectively from their ultimates. And these are big site-wide ultimates. The converging paths from the Vele, the Nightfall from the Fade. These can hit you hard like a truck.
Absolutely. Too cute. Setting up his teammate. Not going to be the case. The contact delivers them the clearance. And now there's a drone up in their faces. Sid needs to get away from there. Spams across both sides, but it's going to be Exist who end up getting the better end of that spam.
Wow.
The A main tunnel is a cemetery. And the caretakers of this will not Exist.
Hey, stay
I don't think
focused.
they're taking much care of it. They're just burying people over there. And they're digging them shallow graves, man. They don't have time to dig 6 feet.
Yeah.
They end the round in seconds. Great stuff from Exist. I mean, this is everything that has been leading up to, right? Fancy United have pressured the A main and the B main extremities so frequently. Exist, the moment they see even a tiny amount of utility, they just fully expect a rush and they're ready to intercept them. And maybe in the last 2 rounds, Fancy United can finally show us a mid-push. All 5 of them are heading over here. They dodged the 0 point. Oh, what? Free still shoots one down blind?
Wow.
That's a freebie.
That is a wonderful fade away from Freeze. And now Fancy, the one time they decide to actually go towards mid, it was completely read out by Exist. They have 4 players guarding this. They're trying to take control of A elbow to give me A link connector. But it's not going to work out for them because again, they've got such good off angles held on over here. Freeze, if he gets one more, he's done his job really well. But he needs that one. He's not going to get it. Yes, I can. Deletes him straight off. And as a reaction comes the Hunter's Fury, which does tag Yes, I can. Nothing more though, just a chunk of damage.
Nice usage of the null command. Stops that Hunter's Fury in its tracks. And they were in a very tiny corridor. That Hunter's Fury could have ripped everyone apart over there. But this crossfire that Exist have on mid could be brutal. And Fancy United don't have any more flashes to deal with this scale, and Popagachi popped them open!
Enemy remaining.
That was such good adjustment of his aim,
is
positioning.
cold.
He crouched at the right time.
Last round before
Really
the
good.
switch.
He started off pretty slow. He was 0 and 7, and now suddenly he's gone up to 6 and 9.
I mean, if you have to wake up, this is the way to wake up, right?
Fair enough.
No alarms, you just choose violence.
Well, speaking of violence, in the last round, we've got a bunch of ultimates that could be put into use. We've got an AWP as well on the hands of Freeze. Fancy have 4 ultimates to play around with, which is a great one. Of course, the only difference being that Yes, I Can had to pop his one
Need a drop.
to save himself and his team in that little nook and corner. But do they expect the AWP is the question. They are heading towards B main. Prowler's gonna detect him and it will force a bullet out of his chamber.
Yeah, now you walk away.
No other forms of extension from Exist except for mid where they've got the KO kind of planted a little deep. But he's got support. So Exist now have pretty much control of the entire map, including mid being pretty deep. A drone's being sent to clear out the close angles as well.
Yeah.
Exist right now will be feeling very comfortable because you saw the Vele, he just cleared out B-main, he's running back. They know it's A, and this paranoia might just buy enough time for them to keep themselves intact.
Yeah, both paranoias exchanged, but the conversion path is being used to clear out just the elbow. He gets the flag onto Freeze. Another one onto Popagachi. That's the important one. Fishio trades out once again. Oitan holding on by his teeth, but he can't intercept Bucute down to 34 HP, and he needed only one body shot to get the win.
You are
Once
divided.
again, Bucute runs away to the B side while the rest of his teammates follow on foot.
Yeah, but he's already on a much better position. Sid, though, decides to take a different route. He
30
might actually
seconds
cast him
left.
off guard here. Finds one, almost connecting the shot. Second one either will not connect. He's just jumping around with the AWP here, and even with the slowdown effect, Pichio needed just one bullet, and that delivers straight
Switching
to
sides.
forehead.
7-5 in the favor of Fancy United, and all of it comes on the back of forcing A main and B main executes. Not one single mid execute. I mean, yeah, sure, they used mid in the last 2 rounds, but then again, it was really just their shooting that did everything. It's
It
not
always-
the positioning or the layering of their utilities on mid that get them the round.
It always seemed to be that they wanted to prioritize mid a little more, later in the round. They used
Yeah.
to first put a pressure either on A main or B main, find out who's playing where, and then they come back towards mid to see what's happening there and maybe try to establish control. But not once did they actually gain control of mid.
And if you take a look at another EMEA team, most of them start off by taking mid control and then they branch out towards A main and B main. 0 point on recon exchange, but that recon, is it broken? Like, I don't think
No,
it is.
nobody went ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. And now, Fancy United take aggressive on both ends. Nice shot by Nia, that's a
Spike
lovely
down.
fadeaway.
Wow.
Gets away with murder, cold-blooded.
Hitting the brakes.
Sid does the exact same thing. He doesn't get the headshot before he uses the trap. So man advantage established by Fancy United Esports, and they've got the Omen down to 1 HP. So Exist are in a bad shape right now.
Yeah, but the one thing that is a little bit of an anomaly is right now, Ficio's got A, but he's worried about the fact that the Vipers crawl through because of the wall that you see.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting wall. I really like that wall
Yeah.
from the Viper, but he's fully worried about two angles now. He's called up his teammate to try and help him out towards A main. That's where Exist are moving in. One of them's already pretty damaged as well. And Ficio, he's going to have to guard this. They've got no more utility left here. Just one star on the ground right there.
Ooh, contact me towards elbow. I don't think they've made any sound
One
yet.
more. Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, but Vicky's got the read.
And they're running back. They're going back the other way. They've cleared off
30 seconds left.
A link as well. They've got so much control here. It could be the downfall exists. Find the first contact. He will be slowed down just for a couple of seconds. The shock starts painful.
Spike
Takes about
planted.
66% of his health. And now Exist have a plant to play with.
Nia coming in late via Link is not the play here. Exist trying to force that issue towards the backside. The paranoia is
Wow.
perfect and they get everything they needed. And now Nia's late flank amounts to nothing.
By the way, they walked into the site, huh? They walked
Yeah,
all the way to
yeah.
elbow.
Massive contact over there. And I thought Fancy United have the read. I mean, yeah, sure, you see that Viper wall, you can expect that if they're going to put it up, they're going to walk into elbow.
Exactly.
So they use the Nebula to hold them back, but do Exist care about it? Nah, they don't. In fact, the fact that they have a KO and they can use the underhand flashes to pop out of these Nebulas is perfect for them.
Guardians, Bulldog, and only one player on the Ghost, as Fancy will have to now play for an eco. They're gonna have to.
Back in a flash.
Nia, very keen on taking a fight, but he's got nobody to entertain him. They're playing a very passive role here. They expect these pushes. They know that somebody's gonna come through. And they're going to hold on until it is their turn to shoot with enemies coming in front of their screens. Look at how passive this round is for them. Nia will be spotted in a second. Oh, the
never
timing.
mind. You
This is
trust
the
it.
Valorant timing. This is what we love. We love Valorant and
Really?
it's beautiful timings.
No. I hate this shit, bro. What are you saying?
Sid did the exact same thing in the previous round when he found himself out. Not previous round, forgive me. In the previous half. When
Yeah.
he found himself outside the smoke, right? In towards mid. And he got 2 kills there.
It's poetic, but I don't like it. Call me a sadist, but
Shadows.
the 0 point denied. Smoke's holding them back. And I think Exist disrespect, right? They're just gonna walk through the smoke. They're gonna 3-2-1 and they just
There.
pop inside.
Yeah, there's a flank coming in though. They don't, okay, he's busy shooting. There's a paranoia, there's another blind, there's a KO blind. There's everything going on in this side. Ficio still manages to get one with a burst. He's got a paranoia to hold him back and he's going to have to give away the side
Spike planted.
as the last two remaining veterans of Fancy look for whatever they can with these classics. They
Last
will get
player
one more for their
standing.
trouble.
Nice.
Kale takes out Yes I Can, and that's going to be Kale to clean things up. Exist will at least even the scores before anything else happens, as Fancy United now head into their first bye round.
Decent enough round for Exist. They only lost 2 players. And yet they retained the more expensive weapons with them. So they survived that anti-eco pretty well. And with a Vandal and 3 Guardians, I think they're well equipped to deal with Fancy's full buy. Especially because you've been using that double controller setup for protection.
There.
And Fancy United's Nebulas just simply do not exist. I mean, they've been disrespecting those Nebulas all day long.
Gale getting a nice little gap here where Bookute can be spotted. Smoke, but Sid being a little too ambitious will get shut down. And the rest of
flash from Gale to go through that smoke.
Oh, Gale did get one stray bullet his way. Gonna have his shield just come back up, being a little more healthy. And now Exist start moving towards the A side. PCO spots one. Sa's gonna come up. He's not gonna smoke it. He's gonna hold it on.
Yeah. He's trying to keep as much utility alive as much as possible. He gets revealed.
Boy.
Gets away just before he gets stabbed. But now Popokachi is gonna use his shock darts to hopefully get the better of him. Okay, but hold on though. Now that Exist have revealed their hand and they've shown all this utility, they've shown the smoke, they've shown the Sova on A main. Both those players fall back and trying to go towards mid. They only deposit Hoitan over here. Never mind. The 0 point discovers the reflank attempt.
30 seconds
Exist
left.
were trying to sell that fake towards A main, but their A main re-clear attempt has been discovered. And yes, I can have to hold on to his ground. The flash is ill-timed, and he loses his life. At least Twilight and
down
PCO
A.
are doing their
One
share
enemy
of the heavy
remaining.
lifting. They're shooting down Exist players. Freeze gets traded out.
Wow.
Gale with only 12 seconds on the
10
clock
seconds
has to
left.
hurry it up. And Bookute is just going to hold his ground.
Yeah, doesn't have to do anything more because that was a completely unexpected angle for him. He just wanted to go for the plant. Even though the knife actually detected him, he had to go for the plant. So he just went in completely blind.
Yeah, had no choice over there.
Fancy will carve out an 8th round with a little bit of resistance, but Exist now have a full buy. Although they have a couple of half armors, a bunch of region shields as well. On the other side as well, Fancy's economy not really that great. 2 Guardians, 3 half armors, a Bulldog as well. Exist are actually in a better spot, even after losing.
And this round will control the pace of the game for the next 2 rounds, courtesy of the economic bonus.
Be right back.
So yeah, both these teams, fragile economy, fragile sites. Yeah, they're just gonna be forced to give it up. Twilight has no hope of contesting this one. And he would much rather give up the site than give up his life and the site, you know? So it's the right call from him over there to back it up. And we are heading towards yet another messy 5v5 retake universe for I think like the 4th time in this map.
Fancy does have their Cosmic Divide, but to tackle it, Exist are going to go in further, but they expect the smoke run. They knew that there's going to be some form of resistance here because there is an ultimate involved, so they're going to expect that angle. Freeze does get 2, but Acer can immediately with the trade for Popokachi alone. He's got 2 shock darts to somehow damage and maybe remove the player off the defuse. There's the first. The slowdown is perfect, and he's going to stick the defuse before he even has a chance to even fight him. Fancy. I thought they were going to pop through that smoke after the Cosmic Divide came in, but the decision to spam down that smoke was perfect.
Yeah, the decision is obviously great, but how do they get 3 kills out of that, man?
They were all lining up to actually push through. They wanted to disarm them from using the Cosmic Divide. They didn't want them to actually even get any form of advantage, but Fancy, just a little too smart.
And a little bit. Like, you can't get 3 kills on just spamming, man. That's just terrible.
Brock disagrees.
Hey, but Brock uses the Odin, not as Guardian.
Champions MVP Brock disagrees.
The classic jump spot, silent jump spot, that dude. Paranoia to force him back, that's amazing. Sid once again can respect his space and get up all in it. So Fix here has been killed off over there. The Hunter's feeling good, gets one tag. Sid once again going through the smoke a little by himself, but that was ill-spaced. Twilight will be able to get the better of him. Yes, I can also retaliate. So those are 2 important kills that Fancy United have just acquired. But because of not clearing angles, Popokachi gets the fact that he should have no business getting. Once again, his aim sharp, his game sense sharper, free fires onto Gale. And like I said, the one who wins the previous round will control the pace for the next few rounds. And now you can see that the 3-round difference has been manufactured courtesy of economic advantage that Fancy United had. But whatever advantage they had is now tossed aside as once again Exist can afford weapons.
I like the ideas from Exist. I like that they want to play a little bit methodical at one point, and then immediately the next round they're like, okay, you know what, we're gonna rush into their faces. The approach towards elbow has been great so far. Sid has been actually been able to capitalize that multiple times. Everybody who's played on that elbow side for the A side from the defense has had troubles with Sid jumping in because he's always had somebody running in behind, or Sid has actually been capable of just finding a frag himself. So it's been good for...
And those were all dry peaks, by the way.
So Exist has been good at letting Sid be aggressive when he's good at it, but not when he pops through a smoke in mid, not when he goes through a smoke towards B main. He's been aggressive, sometimes a little over-ambitious. Some have been good. It's a hit or a miss.
I hate to think what would happen if Kale actually starts encouraging Sid to go through those smokes with some nice underhand flashes or maybe some pop flashes. I mean, Sid has been fantastic so far. He's not... I mean, he doesn't have a great KD, but every single frag that he's acquired has been a very difficult frag.
It's an opener frag.
It's an opener and an impact frag. So, yeah, I mean, Kale, Sid, you gotta start talking to each other, man. You gotta set Sid up for much more success.
One suppressed.
There comes the Viper Orb. Oh.
Yeah, but no presence on the back of it, so I think they can go ahead of this Viper Orb and, you know, take mid control for themselves. Fancy United disrespect the Viper setup that Exist have. Drone sent through, doesn't spot anyone, so that's good amount of information denied by Fancy United. That could bait Exist into thinking that elbow is clear, but Exist, they are not gonna walk into that trap as easily.
Oh wow,
Nice shot
how
by
did he even... That was surprising that he actually Freeze was out there without looking towards high mid. And now Sid, looking for revenge, will go up further. He will lose his refract and he will lose his life as well. A second of desperation, thinking that he might be able to refract after a bullet being fired. Unfortunately, it was straight to his head.
And now all of Fancy United double up. You've got the Omen and the KO together watching Link. You've got both the players on A also doubling up to make sure that any Link pushes that come through will be dealt with. Never mind, cancel that. The moment I say that, they both separate from each other.
Another variation of this Viper wall. Before, it was a little towards the right to give them elbow control. Now it's a little more towards the Link control side. Ficio found, but it doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter! It is going to be Ficio with the third. Standing strong. Didn't move more than 3 steps.
Yeah. And Exist can work all they want, can isolate these frags all they want. I mean, they didn't even do much to isolate those frags, right? Ficio was away from his fade by his own choice, by his own merit. And yeah, sure, Twilight comes in, clears the space, and, you know, helps Ficio trade away, but let's be honest, Exist spacing also wasn't all that great. So, suboptimal spacing from both these teams towards the A side, but Ficio, his aim is amazing. And that nets Fancy United 11 rounds.
Couple of ultimates available now. The attack's going to start getting desperate. They've got the converging paths with the null command, so it's completely, you know, nullifying the opponents in a sense. You get slowed as well as you lose your abilities. It's a guaranteed site clearer that if they're able to use both of those together. They've all coupled up towards outside of A. And here we go. They found the first and he's going to be taken out. Sid, very easy for the picking. Twilight came in the middle of nowhere and tried to get one back, but he's not going to find more than just that.
He really wants to stop them from reviving. But yeah, you can't do much. He was hoping that the Paranoia would buy him an advantage, but it simply doesn't. Yes, I can. Bleeds out. Leaving it all in the capable hands of Tia.
Oh,
see, this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. What is that drive?
Sid's too quick, man.
Yeah.
He didn't even have time to click on the trigger. And there's your timeout from Fancy. Yeah, it feels like Fancy's got a very interesting timeout tactic. The minute they lose one round that the coach feels that they're not supposed to lose, yeah, what the hell are you guys doing?
Yeah, and now they've lost one single round after winning 4 in a row. Yeah, you know, fix the mistakes before they get worse. Stitch that wound before it turns into a rupture.
It seems like to fix it, they have picked up the AWP this time, which is most likely going to be stationed towards the B side. I like it. You can leave Nia alone there, and he's going to be able to actually hold off that B side for himself. Have one towards mid to constantly just have a look at information.
Yeah,
and the remaining 3 could maintain A control. Or if they want to go aggressive, sure, that works.
Yeah, actually, I was about to go with the latter. I was expecting them to play aggressively. I thought that maybe Bucute could smoke down middle, have Twilight use the prowlers inside the smoke to make sure that none of the exist players are holding that, and then you just walk down mid along with yes I can. Use a pop flash if you have to. So yeah, Fancy United are they are cooking, and you were partially right. They have left the AWP alone in the hands of Nia towards B. Now whether or not the remaining players push up mid is something that we will have to see, but life would be boring if we could predict every single thing, right?
Yeah, well, the smoke's going to go down towards mid, and Exist will start feeling pressure towards mid as they've sent a Prowler as well. So they're trying to fake a bit of a mid control here. Oh, not a rather fake, actually going to take it, and Twilight's just going to delete Popogachi straight down the smoke in towards mid.
A very standard pre-fire as soon as the barriers drop. And he loses his life while accomplishing nothing. So, very tough by the Fancy United were looking for exactly this kind of thing. And now he might just be awarded another one. It's a very narrow angle held by Nia. Gave himself no reaction time. So, that gives Freeze another lifeline. His life is spared for now.
PCO once again could be a victim here of Sid's jump and grab, but he's going to change his position.
Nice.
Moves outside, wants to take a bit of a curve ball to Exist, but they don't actually go on the front foot. They're going to wait for the smoke to fade away. They've got a Viper wall. Once again, tilted towards the right a little more to keep Elbow in control. I think that's their main contention right now. Here comes the slow, and Sid this time changes his path altogether, but PCO's there for the cover. They've got no idea he's going to play on the corner of that smoke. Once again, a little gimmick that we saw from the previous game. He missed so many, and SICAN comes at the right time. Trade for trade here. Exist is still at a disadvantage. They've lost 3 of their 5, and now they're running into the side of Paranoia. Perfectly timed. And Freeze with a shorty jumping around. 13 seconds, 12 seconds. He's got nothing but death written in front of him.
Yes, I can. Had some lovely support this round. Oh, I think he managed to get him a little bit. But yes, I can. Triple. It's not just the patience, it's the timing to back up your teammates, right?
Match point.
I mean, that flash from the side of Exist was perfect. The angle being held was dangerous, and yeah, sure, Oitan is able to get that, but the instant trade comes through from Yes I Can. And it's these trades that keep Fancy United a step ahead. Multiple steps ahead of Exist at this point, and just one step away from victory.
Oh, here we go. Potentially could be the final round here. Nia very, very passive off this time. He's been held up all the way in heaven, and he's got a smoke that's come against him. They is the attackers who've actually smoked off the B main side here to get the AWP out of the play, if at all it was there. But no, it's not. And now maybe they'll think that, you know what, the AWP's probably not here because we've not seen him here. And the drone's been used towards mid to clear out, which could have been used in B main for information because that's when
exactly. Even the dark cover's been put down towards that.
Back in a flash.
Put down towards heaven. Use the nebula to cover mid, and then you just walk in. They haven't smoked off the B link though, so Bucute can still have an advantage over here going into this fight. But backs away, and to cover it all up, you got the Viper's Pit. Can you disengage from this one? No, you can't. No spams found either. Fancy United have to face the music. They have to go through this Viper's Pit if they want to make this one work. Or you can walk around from elbow and hopefully kill the Viper in the process.
2 smokes is all they needed to actually gain control of this B side because the AWP was stationed alone. And now Nia looking for any form of advantage, not going to get him any. Oitan takes the first, and there comes the shorty, and they find one each. Exist keeping it alive, but Bucute comes from the other way. They're going to find another one. The fighting for life here is 2 versus 1. Exist have 1 player wounded, but Bucute knows better than to give up his life here. They've got more chances to close out this map, and this is not one of them.
Oh, they're not even going to let him save. They're chasing him down. They want to make sure that Fancy United is broken. They've got no weapons going into the last one. And they're more than happy to disregard their own lives and throw away their own weapons to do so. At this point, Exist don't just need rounds. They also need to keep Fancy United humble. They need to keep them broke. Not a lot of money onto all of these players, but Bucute still had 6,000 credits, so he can afford a Phantom. Even the Outlaw has been picked up. Fancy United, it might be a broken vibe, but they're still going to pick it up.
Seems like it's just the 1. I mean 2. Guardian and Outlaw. Both pretty heavy damaging bullets. And the aggression already being showcased here. kind of make them feel a little more crippled. Sid sent out once again. Nobody found this time around, but the Sheriff connects for one. PCO finds a good off timing, and he will get rewarded for it.
Yeah, and that's honestly all that he could have done in this kind of a situation. No time to fall back. No time to call for backup. The best thing you can do is get one before you die. And hopefully give your team something to work with.
Yeah.
But despite all this A control, they're not even to the plant yet. I mean, the spike is nowhere close to the site.
Slowly moving in now, and Twilight hoping for a spam kill to come through, but he's gone on 26 HP himself.
Cover going out.
Nothing's gonna work out. Goku's coming in with his own smoke on towards mid link. Now,
Spike planted.
they expect his flank, and Popogotchi's ready for it. Perfectly timed freeze. He's a little hungry. Maybe he wants to build up his ultimate. Goes in the smoke to isolate the one fight. Clears the other corner. Pretty straightforward.
Oh, wow.
Nia.
Would have loved to see that from Nia's perspective. Lovely quick
Okay.
shot. Tracks freeze as he jumps through. Yet to tap the spike.
Last
Meanwhile,
player
you've got
standing.
Yes I Can coming in from the long flank. And while Nia has been cleared, Yes I Can has to hurry up. Footsteps heard by Oitan.
One enemy
Ready for the
remaining.
fire. Yes I Can does get one, but Kale instantly comes through with the trade. The crossfire was amazing from Exist.
Shutting them down.
Indeed it was. Exist. Although they lost a couple of players in the end there, Nia, of course, very, very calm and very precise with his aim. The rest of the players from Exist just had to make sure to play for the round, nothing more.
Finally, enough money on either side. And Exist need to make this count. If they win this one, Fancy United once again will be broke in the next round, which gives them overtime potential. I feel like this is deja vu because we saw something very similar in the previous game. And that dash in with the judge! Taps away Fischio. That's the first line of defense broken open. And now they've got more than enough firepower to take control of the elbow side, especially given that Viper's fall. They should be able to clean, but the Hunter is going to make things even more interesting as Kale and Oitan walk through that smoke and get the kills that they so desperately needed.
Nia in a 1v3 now, it's very much doable, it's possible. They've got two players who are pretty down low, but they're going to go and re-clear aim in, and Nia's going to fall right into the clutches of that clearance.
That's it. That's all they needed.
12 to 11, and we have a game on our hands.
We have a potential overtime on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Just Guardians and Bulldogs across the side of Fancy United. They're throwing in whatever they have, everything except the kitchen sink. Every single penny extinguished. And meanwhile, Exist. They've got all the rifles, all the armor, and the utility in the world. But there is one smoking gun that Fancy United still have. Take a look at that ultimate stack. All 5 of these ults available.
Cover going out.
Fancy United are about to unleash hell upon Exist. And the only way to stop them is to kill the agents before they have a chance to activate their ults.
Back he goes. Twilight has to concede this space. The drone's going to clear out a lot more, so they're being a little more cautious. This time not sending in Sid like a maniac to actually gain the space. It's going to be a little more methodical so that they save him to take control of the site. The site's been fully cleared off. So now they know that it's only going to be Spawn. That's going to be a problem.
Man, are you serious? Like, you're letting Exist take the free plant and you're going to go in for a gamble 5-minute retake yet again? Sure, you've got big ultimates and all of them will be very useful for the retake. So here goes the Nightfall, here goes the Null Command. You've still got the converging parts that you're holding on to. It's not going to be committed later once you figure out where these attackers are holding. The entire site is covered in Asper utility, the Nebula as well as the Gravity Bell.
Oh my god!
But Popogotchi with the double! Denies everything! The converging parts a little too late and Nia cannot stop the inevitable. He has to face the music. This game is going into overtime! And Exist have pushed Fancy United to the absolute limit.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Insane work here from Exist. 4 ultimates, not really used in, coalition, because the converging paths came pretty late from Nia, and even that was towards aim in for himself to actually kind of clear off that angle and come. The Null Command was there, the Nightfall was there, the Cosmic Divide didn't come in, I'm not sure why. But
Forget the Cosmic Divide, Fischio used everything. The whole site was basically just covered in purple stuff.
Yeah. But even with all those ultimates, the one thing that they couldn't do was win their duels.
Yeah, I mean, it was basically like a floor is lava simulator, man. Like, you had the gravity well, you had the concussion over there. And Propok actually found like the 2 remaining inches of the side which weren't covered in utility, and he uses that to get 2 big kills.
What time it is, and everybody's been reset in terms of economy. A nice little knife from Kale. That reveals nothing really, but now they've seen a Prowler, so they realize that Fancy are playing a bit passive here. Here he goes once again. Sid! Uh-oh! Spots 2. I thought he's gonna overstay his welcome there. Lucky to get away. And now that mid control that exists, love holding no matter what in their defensive side, is still being there. And again, Fancy United ignoring the mid region completely as they did earlier.
Oh man, it's like they didn't learn from the first half at all.
I have the spot.
Maybe we see a late mid flank from them, you know, maybe like a late lurk coming through after they've already taken a main control. But I think they've got bigger problems to deal with. This Viper Wall is going to be able to hold them back for quite a bit. It's activated a little late, but the Snake Bite has been conveniently ignored by Fancy United. They break through the first drop point, and now they need to get into the site, which shouldn't be a problem considering not a single member of Ignis is present. So they should be able to go for the plant. How many 5v5 retakes have we seen so far, Universe? I've lost count.
Quite a few.
Quite a few.
Quite a few. Well, it seems like this one is going to be another Exist planned retake. They're not going to go in completely crazy into this. Sid, I'm pretty sure Sid has his utility. No, he actually used his light speed earlier on. So he's just got that one little bubble, which will not going to do anything. Nias gets the first, and here's it for Bogachi. The flank is perfect, and now they're surrounded by both sides. Exist find one each, and they all make it work. It's up to Nia. The converging parts slows it down, but he's going to stick it because never mind, Pros will fake. Pros will fake.
Gonna fall back here.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little worried about that because Fishio was supposed to be the guy who makes sure that nobody from A main comes through. Fishio wasn't looking at A main. That was a mistake. That was a miscall from the side of FC United. And Exist did punish them for it. They got 2 kills because of that, because of Fishio's oversight.
Yeah.
But even with all of that, Nia somehow rescues the day. He gets the kills enough to get that converging parts activated, and then all he has to do is just flood the entire site with it. Kale had nowhere to go, nowhere to hide.
He should have just stuck the defuse, man. I think he was like a second away.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only thing that you can't slow down, right?
Yeah.
If you are sticking the defuse, there's no way you're going to be able to pull the gun out in time.
Yeah. You just turn around, make him shoot the back of your head. It's harder to shoot that
Exactly.
anyway.
You can still spin at full
around,
speed.
yeah.
You can still, hold the defuse. That doesn't slow down. Your spin rate doesn't slow down. But if you try to pull out the gun, you're definitely going to lose because you've been slowed. So, yeah, if Kale wasn't scared enough to lose the duel, if he was brave enough to hold the defuse, I think this would have been an Exist round.
Maybe. Well, with that, it is a timeout from Exist. They're going to be expiring it very quickly. Just making sure that no matter what, this is a lost point. They lose it, it's over. So might as well get in as much advice as possible here. There's been quite a battle between these two teams, and that makes me wonder how they're going to fare off against the other two in the group. Acer will be facing off against Exist next.
Yep.
That's going to be another battle.
And we were saying that Exist was struggling in their Japanese PCL. Does this look like a team that struggles to you? It doesn't to me.
Well, maybe we... Just, like I said, they're a dark horse, right? You don't know what they could come up with.
My God, and this horse is galloping at full speed.
Yeah, we had no backstory about this team except for the fact that they just came from the Japanese qualifiers. They beat everybody there pretty comfortably. And although the Japanese teams are not that great, clearly this team has lived up to its potential as being the contender from Japan. Now, Nia with the AWP, glass cannon, just a light speed for him as an escape route, nothing more. Flash is good. He's gonna go for the repeat and it works out.
Spike down.
And he's gonna keep on battling against them. The flash is gonna be good. He uses the light speed, gets away to safety.
Yeah. Now he doesn't obscure him.
Oh no.
Twilight did that. I mean, he wasn't even aiming for the Viper. He was aiming for Sid. But I guess that's a very unlucky situation for Oitan then. Fancy United need to keep holding on. They finally dealt with Mia, so that's nice, but Fishio is not going to let them in so easily. The flash is a bit late, and Fishio has a shot in already. Gale comes through with the trade, but yes, I can! Finishes this off. No surrender. No comeback. Fancy United give their opponents a tiny ray of hope, and then they plunge them into the darkness.
Came so close, unfortunately. Just no finishing quality that came into this game. I feel like the minute they came to overtime, I genuinely was believing that Exist are going to take this away. But
Yeah.
they just couldn't find themselves in the right position. Maybe a set of desperation sitting there, I'm not quite sure. They didn't expect the op, they didn't clear it with utility. I mean, they did put in a flash, but then they didn't really throw through, throw to a recon, maybe a drone.
Yeah.
None of that came through.
Yeah.
And once that didn't come through, they had to face the op. And this time, the reaction time was right on point.
Yeah. I mean, sure, they probably didn't use the drone, but they used the flashes. Did that help? Not at all.
I mean, he saw the flash coming like a whole second in front of him.
that was not a pop flash at all, man. That was a very long flash.
Yeah.
So yeah, he had plenty of time to react. Uses the dash to get away as well. And he held on to that spot for a very long time. In fact, even after using all the utility, because you can't get that op out of the way, you're like, okay, screw it. And then we're just not going to go B. Try to go A. And what happens over there? Oitan gets sprayed down. Like, that's the one guy you need to keep alive to make sure that you can get into elbow. And he's the one who dies. Whereas, they weren't even aiming for Oitan. They were aiming for Sid.
Exactly.
That's just ridiculous.
Exactly. And I feel like overall, Exist had good ideas. I really liked the way they were approaching the map. The mid control on the defensive side was very well done. They always had 4 players who had 1 detachments each. There were 2 anchors and then there were 2 players who used to move away from the mid region. But every time they kept control, Fancy United was struggling on their attacking side. It came all the way to an overtime. They were able to push it even on their attacking side thanks to Sid being such a good spearhead for his team.
Yeah.
He created the space, he found information, and he also got, I think, about 5 out of 8 rounds where he got kills as well every time he entered. The utility for him was perfectly placed. He had his saturate use well.
Wait. The utility that he used,
that
Sid used, was perfect. Every time he used the slowdown, it was perfect.
The saturate,
Yeah, if Kale used flashes to get Sid, he could have done even more. And I mean, so many of those opening flags were just dry peaks, just ballsy dry peaks.
Yeah, most of the time it was Fiercest who was a victim of Sid's, undoings. But there also came a time where they were constantly playing with Fancy's mind with the Viper wall setups. Because they used to just slightly pivot it by about 15 degrees on either side. And every time there was a clear plan that if we use this wall, there's going to come an elbow. And the thing is, Fancy were not even able to stop them if they're coming towards that side. And when the wall pivoted a little more towards to take control of the main lobby, he used to jump outside towards the elbow side for the most of the part. And then the second round, where they expected it, he moved to the other side and took out another player from Fancy.
Exactly. So they're not only changing the position of that Viper wall, but they're also changing the position of where that Vele dashes in.
Yeah.
And most of the time, if a Vele dashes in front of you, it's a death sentence unless they refract away. I mean, we've seen so many of these Vele players just whoop, whoop, and then they're out.
Yep.
This guy doesn't do it. He sticks the landing, pulls out a shorty, pumps your guts full of lead, and he gets away with murder in cold blood.
Yeah, they give him a good amount of isolation with the smoke on link in the wall, and then he dives in between with the paranoia following behind it. But yeah, I Exist, as good of an effort this is, they're gonna again now have to depend on the other teams to give themselves a chance. They're pretty much in the same boat as S8UL now, and they face off each other, by the way. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it will be our first elimination match of sorts, because one of those 2 teams is going to lose 2 games, which means they will be out of contention for qualification. And that is going to be very important, because I believe the next game is those 2.
I mean, at this point, the only thing that's cooking up in my mind is that if Exist, a team that wasn't able to make it to any of the big Japanese lands, is doing really well in their first international land, and they give Fancy, out of all the teams that they could have faced, they give Fancy United a good run for their money.
Yeah.
Man, they've got some serious firepower.
We've
been sleeping on this team, so I apologize to anyone who thought I was writing off Exist.
Absolutely. I agree. I think Exist... See, you can't blame us for
I mean, yeah, that
not
track record-
understanding what they're going to be able to do against international teams, right?
We apologize. You were unfamiliar with your game.
Yeah, but I did mention there could be a dark horse, and
The darkest of the dark horses, and
Yeah.
they galloped, man. They were
Yeah.
like, they moved heaven and earth to get that overtime. It's rather unfortunate that they don't get to actually land the comeback, but boy, it would have been so fantastic if they actually managed to win.
absolutely. And with that, we have numbers on the screen as well. It's actually pretty evenly spread out. If you look
Yeah.
at both teams, they're actually like the numbers are pretty close. The only difference being that Nia's got a little bit more than Sid, and I think that's what ended up making the difference. Like,
Yeah.
there's just a few numbers.
Yeah, but sure, Nia has like 7 first bloods. You have to keep in mind, Nia was always AWPing as well.
Yeah.
So most of those first bloods come through with an AWP, and Yes I Can was doing quite a good job of setting him up with flashes.
Freeze also got 5 first bloods for himself, which is very
Crazy.
surprising
Yeah.
because I don't actually recall him taking the first fights that often. But clearly he was. I saw him, of course, fragging quite a bit.
Yeah.
I don't remember him taking the first contacts that often, but I think he was the one who was paired up with Sid quite often when they were moving in to sites.
Yeah, so either of them are gonna get that
Exactly.
flag.
He's got 5, Sid's got 6. They had a really good effort. And honestly, they shouldn't put their head down because I think if they've given Fancy this kind of a run, Acer Duel and E-King need to be on their toes.
Oh yeah, they need to be very, very vigilant of this team because Exist pushed Fancy United to their limits.
Now you,
And I expected Fancy United to breeze through this group like it's nothing.
actually. But now the thing is, where do you play Exist? What map do you let fall through into the final 3? What do you think is going to be good for you to play against them? I'm very worried that Exist now have such an upper hand against both the other teams. Yeah, you're gonna play your own game. You're not gonna be worried about, you know what, that's what usually it is. You're gonna be thinking about your own strategies. You're gonna be thinking about your own way of playing.
Yeah.
You're not gonna worry about what Exist does because you don't know. So if you end up worrying about it, what they're gonna do is gonna be a problem. But the map, I feel like, will make a difference.
It is. Because let's be honest, Exist are also very good on Abyss and Sunset. I mean, on Sunset in the APL qualifiers for Japan, they
Yeah.
were able to win 13-6 and 13-8. No problems whatsoever. And I think these guys are starting to become my new favorites. I mean, they're starting to become my favorites. If they are your favorites, you should vote for them by using this QR code. Keep in mind that the Intel All-Star player gets $10,000. That's extra
Absolutely.
money in their pockets. And you have the power to put that money in their pocket. So make sure you scan this QR code and vote for your favorites. The voting will close at 4 p.m. on the 11th of January, which I'm guessing is like just at the end of the tournament. I think the Dota tournament will just be like coming to its final stages at that point.
Yep.
So you've got plenty of time for this one.
Yeah, so even if you don't want to vote just now, maybe just wait and note down who players you think are doing well, and then vote at the end of the day, or vote tomorrow when you see the semi-finals as well, because the voting is still open till tomorrow, 11th, of course. But so far, I've seen a lot of great individual players. Will they be continuing their form of hot red in the next couple of games? We'll find out, ladies and gentlemen, after this short break. strong change here.
Say go on and
I guess you better wake up. Forget you ever gave up when you lost control. Forget you ever gave up when you lost control. Forget you ever gave up when you lost control.
was Kale playing? Kale generally plays. Oh, that was pretty
Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading to the midway point of this group. As the third match comes upon the horizon, we've got S8UL and Exist fighting against each other for their survival in this competition. One of these two will lose out on the opportunity to even take a step forward to try to qualify, while the other will at least have breathing space and hope that one of the other teams will end up losing. ENG and Fancy United are in comfortable spots, but they face off each other next. So there is going to be one team that will almost be at the cusp of reaching that final. But what do you think? Which of the two teams that are going to face off now are looking better in terms of coming into this?
I don't think I'm in a position to predict who's going to win this particular game because these both teams are desperate. They are on the verge of being eliminated from the tournament. And they both gave us almost comebacks where they basically won the game, could have at least won the game, and they made their opponents sweat a lot. SHUL were down 10-2 on Pearl against ENG, and they somehow mounted the comeback, got to 13-10, and then they lost out. And then, similarly, Fancy United was in the lead for the longest possible time and then lost out in the overtime. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Exist and SHUL, as you can see, have 0-1-0-1. ENG and Fancy United have 1 in each. We haven't had the chance to discuss what's happening in the other groups. So Boom and GZEZ apparently won their first game. GZEZ managed to beat LIT. That's pretty nice. NKT also gave Boom Esports a decent run for their money. In Group C, RRQ lost. Wait, what happened over there? Hold up, what happened over there?
I'm not quite
I didn't
sure.
see that game because I was too busy over here, but I would have loved to see what happened to RRQ. How did they lose their game?
I am not sure. I guess we'll find out a little later. But RRQ having a loss is something I did not expect.
Yeah, I expected RRQ to win the whole tournament.
Well, we still do. It could be the case. We never know if they get out of the groups. We're going to see how that one pans out. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Exist going up against S8UL. A battle for survival as both these teams now have to come up with something crazy. I would love to know what map we've ended up on. Because S8UL, I think, after what just happened on the previous one, they might want to go for a little bit of comfort zone. You know, a bind or a split, maybe a Haven. Haven would seem more appropriate.
Yeah, actually, because SHU will have a good track record on Haven.
We don't know how Exist are on Haven.
We do know that they're decent on Sunset and Abyss, so definitely avoid those two. They've won 13-1 and 13-3 in all their Abyss games during the Acer Predator League Japanese qualifiers, so I would definitely steer clear of their map. They actually were one of the first teams to experiment with a veto pick.
Oh yeah?
They picked up veto in split. So if they're comfortable enough to run what could potentially be the most underutilized Sentinel in the entire game on a map like split, where Sentinels are damn important and most people don't stray away from their good old Cypher and Deadlock.
Yeah.
For them to experiment with veto in a map like
Split, I think
it tells you what they have been cooking.
I think it's a pseudo duelist for them because they use it as a teleportation genie instead of the Yoru. They're like, okay, Yoru's not that great on Split, so who's the next best thing? Veto's the only other person who can teleport. To that extent, I mean. But yeah.
And on top of that, Exist also made some changes, right? Like, Gale generally is their smokes player. He has been playing Omen and Astra during the Japanese qualifiers, but now he switched over to the KO.
Yeah.
Not the best possible utility usage. I mean, we saw that his flashes were very predictable. None of them popped. You know, none of them caught their opponents off guard. I didn't see a single Fancy United player who was blinded and then killed off.
Yeah.
So there's a bit of a learning curve to KO over there. So maybe Gale's still getting used to that. That being said though, even though they were not playing with their comfort characters, they still managed to push Fancy United to the limit. So I think even with this level of preparation, they can beat out SHUL.
Well, we're going to find out the map vetoes here. We do have the bans showing up finally. Pearl being gone by Exist. Bind as well was removed by them. And SATUL got 2 bans. They removed Abyss and Sunted, which is a good one.
They've done their homework.
So Split has been taken out by Exist themselves, and Corrode at the end banned by SATUL, which means that SATUL decided the maps between Corrode and Haven. And watching the Corrode that just went by, they preferred to have the safer map. Haven always been a ground zero for Valorant alongside Ascent. Let's have a look at what the agent composition of this Japanese team is going to be. They're going with the Wele Yoru comp here. I really enjoy that. And Sid, he was wonderful the last time. This time, Freeze has taken up the Yoru, and you've got Kale back on the Omen like you wanted.
Yeah. Kale back on the Omen, like his comfort character. Oitan has picked up the Cypher. Generally, he plays the Viper, but you know, he's been known to mess around with the Sentinel when the situation calls for it. And Popogachi sticks to Sova like his comfort zone. Helef back on the Cypher. It's been a while since I've seen Helef on the Sentinel, you know. Like, he started off as the best Sentinel in India during like the early 2001, 2002 days. And then he moved on to other responsibilities.
You mean 2021?
So 2021.
2001.
Yeah. Sorry.
I was like,
you get what I mean. 21, 22. Yeah. So now that he's back on the Cypher, I kind of feel very nice about it. Let's see if.
Oh my god!
God!
Wow, that was
That was a jump scare, bro.
that was a little jarring. I'm not gonna lie. Although I like the.
I love the
Bear.
Tacti Bear plushie, but that was scary.
Yeah, it was too close. I could feel it stare into my soul and tell my story.
Are you proud of that story?
No. Maybe. Okay, anyway, let's move on with the storyline of this game. It is elimination indeed. And with the first round, Freeze taking first contact and King Kappa. It seems like he wants to overturn his mistakes from the previous game. And he's making up for more than input. Popogachi, how is he to get two? Venka with the trade does not out with the recon.
Spike down, last
Shot in your hand.
standing.
Techno, what are you doing? Sid gets two back. And SATUL with a bit of pace tried to move up ahead. Unfortunately, not going to work out in their favor as they get fragmented as they enter the site. And that's going to be the first round for Exist.
Yeah, what started off wonderfully by King Kappa quickly devolved down into chaos as Popogachi gets two on the fadeaway. Sid also comes in with the two-piece of his own. Really well handled by Exist. I mean, the rotation was fantastic.
Yeah.
Really fast. It's almost like they knew that SATUL are going in for the full hard commitment towards the A site. They don't even feel the need to flank. They don't even feel the need to back up your teammates. Just walk in and shoot everyone.
Shadows traveling.
That we have a C long hit, and Kale's just gonna shoot down one straight through the smoke, just how you like it. Love to see it, especially if you're on the giving end, not on the receiving end. LF was here and know the tripwire, and he's got his team running behind it.
Hitting the brakes.
King Kappa's gone straight through that one, and here's one more. King Kappa does find one. They're gonna try and stop the defuse. Forgive me, the plant. Not gonna work out. The plant does come through. A weapon's been retrieved, but this B side is SATUL's to keep. Freeze coming from behind. He's gonna spot one. Misses the shot. Does take a small chunk of damage. Now it's up to Sid. Formation easily gained, and they're just gonna take out one. Techno's gonna give them a small amount of damage, but not gonna amount to much. Plant is good. They get a little amount of money, so it's a good thing for them.
They need the plant. There's a gun up there. They're trying to get it. You can't boost over there, my friend. That's not allowed. So they just have to let go of that weapon.
Oh, he's trying hard. Okay, one more try. No? Okay.
An injured dog bite.
Now you feel short. If at all the Omen was alive, they could have probably used the Shrouded Step and gotten over it. But, yeah, none of those agents have verticality, so... you win some, you lose some. Still, I mean, 2 Guardians on a bonus round, not bad. Could have been better,
This
but not
looks
bad.
like a bonus. Like
Yeah.
this, previously they had 2 extra rifles as well, so that was like
Yeah,
better
in
than
their
a
previous
bonus.
Karod game, they had like 4 Guardians or something. That was not a bonus, man. That's a buy round.
This
Buy
is a bonus. Did he try shooting the flash?
No, there was also a recon at the same
Yeah,
time.
but the recon went above his head. You saw that. Oitan does get spotted, and Sid's got a nice little bucky here. One-way cage, but Venka just spams him, jumping across through the green boxes. And Oitan's gonna be probably staring at a screen in disbelief. Because that's a 1 in probably 100,000 shot.
Not in a 1 in a million. That's
Yeah.
still possible.
Yeah.
It's not that rare. Nice shock dart.
It
Tickles
just-
hell up a little. Alpagachi dodges that recon and walks away just before Helep can counter him. So yeah, his life has been spared for now, but all that aggression towards A main drew the rotations away from C. And Sid had no idea. I mean, even if he had an idea, he had like a bucket. So what's he gonna do with it?
Oh, LF will get caught out on his luck here, and that's a Phantom to be picked up by
Spike planted.
Kale.
And that's a wrong weapon to hand over. especially when they've already got Guardians. This Phantom could be their undoing.
Maybe, but they've got a man disadvantage, and SAT will have decent positions. They've got spawn covered up for the most part. There's only one player looking at towards elbow, but he's holding on the paranoia. So maybe a mistimed paranoia here could be the end of Hoax, but no. He finds it, clears out elbow. And while he does the same, the rest of Exist start moving in towards probably a save spot. They're going to head in towards their spawn unless they want to drop a couple of weapons. Not going to be the case.
That's the Phantom out of their hands.
Yeah, it's going to be picked up by the Omen. I'm pretty sure he's going to be able to get away with it. Popogachi, though, on the other hand, is looking for any sort of stragglers. He's pretty low. Right, okay. Okay, yeah, Venka's here to deliver the blow.
Alright, not bad. I mean, you made SHUL drop 2 weapons in this round and you walk away with 2 rifles. That's good. Sorry, 1 rifle. That's good enough, right? I would call this a good bonus round. So yeah, SHUL get their first round on the board. Exist still decent enough bonus. And because they can now afford to carry that 1 rifle forward, they can afford the op. Out in round 4. SHUL will have to really struggle to get this one out of the hands of his hero who wants to take the speed down in a shot. The fast lane does not deter him even in the slightest.
Yeah, SHUL completely discovered a new place.
Yeah.
I was gonna say disattached, like unattached from the east side. And here goes the Hunter's Fury as soon as the detection comes through. Popogachi looking for stragglers, does connect onto one, and he will make Venka go to sleep.
That's a sleep full of nightmares. Won't really rest your weary souls. Most of the attack has already been borne down. That one-dimensional drift, which could have been the win condition for SHUL in this round, is no longer available to them. They're gonna have to manually clear everything with no flashes, and let's be honest, that paranoia is also out. Please gets away with murder. Doesn't want to teleport out of there. He wants to stand and hold his ground. He knows that there's gonna be some guy late lurking, but instead,
Enemy remaining.
the side, lovely
Spike
shot
down
straight to
A.
King Kappa's dome. Sid also comes through on default. Nice shot by Helef, but I mean, what can he do?
30
The
seconds
spike is
left.
dropped in no man's land.
Yeah, the camera's been
My eyes
put
are
up
down.
there, but it's going to be destroyed immediately. And he's now got a flank as well coming his way. Popogachi, he's going to find Helef with a snipe out.
Goodbye, Cypher.
And that's
You
going to
will
be
not
it.
be missed.
3-1. Exist to take a good, healthy couple of rounds in the beginning. And how far will they push SATUL down this miscommunication route? Because it feels like it is. It feels like SATUL are miscommunicating.
Is it miscommunicating or is
this
just
should go.
forcing errors out of them?
I would say it's a mix of both. But I would
this is
probably
a
say
nice
that right now SATUL are not seemingly going in the same direction that everybody wants to. I think
Yeah.
they've all got a mind of their own who's
Yeah.
also coming in between the rest of them.
Yeah.
Cameras quite off here though, and they've got a couple of pistols pushing through, and the rest of SATUL have already entered site.
Yep. And that cyber cage is lovely. It's almost like a control smoke for the attackers, but King Kappa gets into that cyber cage and he still gets that shot with the bucky. I mean, that's a good way to enter. Plant directly under heaven, so these guys are planting for long.
Spike
No flank,
planted.
so nothing to worry about there. And the flank is also covered by a tripwire, so they can all focus on that side. Sid gets almost no information. They know one's on the right side, and there comes the paranoia, and he's gonna get away from there. Techno with one delivers it, makes his team stand for a little longer, and the bucky unfortunately was not able to stabilize in time.
Last
On the other
player
side, the
standing.
Sheriff's gonna not do much work. It's gonna be up to Helef. He's been good with the Sheriff in the past, unfortunately. Not this time around. A decent effort from SATUL for a Thrifty will not, unfortunately, fall through as a round win. Oh, come up or Exist.
I would love to see that cyber cage again. It's almost like a control so good for attackers.
Yeah.
And usually you see defenders put down that control smoke in between the A shot and the default box, which gives the defenders a bit more space to work with. But now that you've got another cyber cage between a default and CT, I mean, you don't have to worry about that entire entrance. You can just flood into the site, and that gives King Kappa enough room to get up close with that bucky and get an opening. So, 3 kills for SHUL and the plant. Decent deco, I would say. And on top of that, they've got 3 ultimates ready. I mean, Venka has had his dimensional drift in the pockets in the the last two. Oh wow, Sid, ballsy move. Almost got away with murder.
Yeah. Gonna re-clear that slowly now, SATUL. They want to give him a little bit of a rest. He's been pretty much, you know, scavenging them everywhere they go, everywhere he goes. So now they need a bit of control. And that control is found by Venka's ultimate. There's information on one.
Wow.
Going through that cage, completely free of utility is a problem. The recon gives them information that nobody's on towards the halls area, but Garage is now flooded with these exist players. Venka will teleport straight to his death. That is exist completely taking this game into their hands. 5-1, and a similar story from previous map seems to be written here.
Yeah, I mean, Godspeed has the best reason to call a tactical timeout now because so many things went wrong. So SHU will have a clear game plan, right? You split Garage and B, and wherever you get more picks, decide to plant over there.
Yeah.
Sounds fine on paper, but then Popagachi spams down one of your players without even having a line of sight.
Yep.
You can chalk that up to being unlucky, but everything after that was manufactured with intent by Exist. You got Sid waiting near there, knowing that somebody will walk out of that cyber cage on that double door. He gets the one tap. Cool. Nice. You can chalk it up to reflexes. But the trade from SCGL is not there. And even if it was, even though Helef got in there late, the paranoia from the side of Kale helps out the re-clear of Garage. So even though Sid managed to get one kill and then he died, there's more players to provide him backup. And it seems like Kale is there everywhere at once. Like he's holding down the C-Link area while looking into the B entrance. He's holding down Garage and he's just providing backup every single place where he's needed. So that is really good omnipresence from Omen.
Well, let's find out if this round's going to be any different from SATUL. They did find their first round, first solid round as a Thrifty in the previous map. And they love using that Neon ultimate as a Hail Mary on their eco rounds.
Yeah.
It's going to be the case once again. Towards A, they've already sent him. They've gotten him in control of A's shot, and there's a tripwire. So the Acer actually is being guarded by just one person.
Yeah.
And he's already backed away from there. On the other end, Sid is going to take the first contact here alongside his Yoru. Both snipers, by the way.
Wow. Are they both ops or is that like one?
No, one op, and there's the punish. Helef.
Be right back.
He's going to punish that, and the outlaws here onto Sid. That's going to be revealed. He doesn't connect. Oh, he does connect.
He does connect.
Venka was full armor. I didn't notice that. Kale gets two back though, and Hawks on the other end is going to do his work for King Kappa to enter the side. The A side's been conquered. The Spike's going to travel there as quickly as possible, and Exist are just going to wait until those lightning fingers are extinguished.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the overdrive will run out, but they've acquired some weapons in the process. They got that kill onto the fallen Sova on A side, so they can acquire one rifle out of this one.
Sid.
Can the plant be denied though? Because Sid has that emerging path. He drops out without using anything. The paranoia is perfect because it will blind Hawks, and that leaves Venka on 10 HP with absolutely no chance in hell to conquer this round.
It was so simple but so elegantly done. 3v3.
I mean, it is, you're right, it's elegant and it's amazing because the paranoia will make sure that the guy on default can't do anything, and I mean, you know exactly where one player is as soon as the spike is tapped. So the other guy has to be either Graffiti or Hell. What do? You just drop out.
Gets one, goes to the other, throws a saturate, still puts just light speeds ahead once. And simple as it is, SATUL just got broken down. Albeit it was an eco round for them.
Yeah.
But now we've got an op in the hands of Freeze again. Last time he was pretty brutally punished by Helef because of it.
Yeah.
Eyes up.
No need of any over-aggression this time around, my friend. Yeah, and that's exactly where they've set him up on the C side. So the setup's completely changed here. They've given the Waylay control of Garage. And SATUL now playing a little bit of respectfully.
Yeah, even the Cypher has moved on to the A side because SHUL have been getting those plants on A quite consistently, even though they haven't been getting rounds.
He's being a little pokey once again. He wants to go aggressive, and once again he gets punished straight up forward. It needs to be shut down. It's a bad little habit to send him out in the open like this.
Yep. But I mean, if there's like one character who can get away with it, it has to be Yoru. Sure, the teleport snapback is not as instantaneous as Jet or a Chamber, but it's a risk you have to take. Once again, they've got King Kappa already deep into a shot. Now the clear from A long could be dangerous. Wow, Hoax. That's a double spray down. I would have loved to see that from his perspective. And as soon as those 2 kills on A main are acquired, King Kappa takes the space into the site, uses the relay bolt to keep Kale away.
Spike
And now
planted.
they've got more than enough chance to convert their second round.
Absolutely. Is a chance of Sid, establishing that ultimate, going in for the kills.
One enemy
This
remaining.
time around though, doesn't check the default angle, and that's gonna be Hoax cleaning up shop. A flawless round here from SATUL. It seems like these are the only ones they end up having to take the momentum of winning to start, And I did speak to them just a couple of minutes before the game. They did say that they are getting warmed up. They were feeling a little off earlier. So now this should be the game that they should pick up, because there's no other chances after this.
Yeah, there's no other chances after this. I mean, yeah, sure, you are scheduled to play one game, but at this point, you're just
That
fighting
game
for
will
honor.
only have any sort of value if you win this one.
Yeah. The early mid spams. You won't have a lot of these in the next patch.
Yeah.
But we'll speak about the next patch later. Take a look at this. Very aggressive trip, which will be broken, but there's a kill trip towards default. He's gonna bomb that cyber cage and instantly shoot down anyone who gets trapped in it. He knows nobody's coming towards his shot because he is watching it. The Vele also there to help him. But all of SH will just focus on A long.
Yeah, and towards short, they've got 2 players that they've got no idea about. King Kappa, very much aware that there will be players here. Sid gets a little bit of information, but here comes the ultimate. The Hunter's Fury from the attacking side, and it helps it perfectly. Venka finds 2 amidst all the chaos here. And Techno supporting him as his wingman, giving him the space to play around with. Freeze with the up, once again being a very, very
Spike
dangerous
planted.
man here. Is walking into
Last
Freeland.
player standing.
He does get away, but he will lose his teammate in the process who try to come in for the flank. And now the op will be hunted. They know he's teleported away, far away.
Yeah,
And
so now they need to find him.
yeah, he's already being closed down by Helef. Him? No, he's absolutely
Wow.
Helef. Beautiful free fire. Understood his position really well. And that's the op drop once again. I don't think they have the money for an op this round.
Yeah. I mean, even if they've been getting the op itself hasn't found as much impact. Freeze has been a menace, but with the rifles, not with the op. So I'm kind of more scared of him now that he's got the rifle and the Dimensional Rift. I mean, I'm just happy that Popagachi doesn't have the Hunter's Fury yet. Otherwise, that Dimensional Rift plus Hunter's Fury combination is dangerous.
Back towards A, they go. They've been constantly assuming that A short as their own space. This time there is a retaliation. Brilliantly done. The cyber cage they know is gonna come down every single time, so they throw in a saturate, slow them down before they could even enter, and then the Omen spams them straight down through it.
Yeah, but as soon as they lose one player towards the A side, they instantly go towards C. And there's no smoke towards CT just yet. Yeah, the moment they say it, it's here. But that's okay because the site has already been conquered. To the side. Oh my god, nice re-clear of the garage. Techno forcing the issue over here. Helef overstays as welcome. They haven't gone for the plant yet. This is very, very confusing.
Here.
And in their indecisiveness, the Dimension Ring gets popped. And they use the Vele ultimate as well to make sure that anyone who's still over there gets caught and slowed. At least Venka has an exit card, but I can't say the same about Hoax.
Smoke allows him to throw in a flash setup himself for a little bit of victory. He's not going to find the angles though. Too many players to worry about. That's going to be a 7 round for Exist. It's closer than the previous map, SATUL, but they could drag it a little more closer. They've got 2 more rounds. Money's not a problem for them. I think they'll be able to buy in for both of these last 2 rounds. The only thing that they need to worry about is if Exist are now going to start doing what they did the previous one, that is try to take control of A. Every time SATUL have taken control of A short, this was the first time they actually retaliated against them.
Yeah. Yeah, because up until now, King Kappa has been getting free real estate over there.
Yeah. And they've changed the Cypher setup once again. Cypher's gone to C, but both of the tripwires are on B. So
Slowing them down.
they're playing a bank on towards A and hoping that they once again send them towards C. And that's exactly where SATUL have gone.
Yeah, and SHUL love doing this. They take control of C long and then they dip one player into garage from the actual, connector entrance. They don't enter double doors because usually there's been one ways over there. Venka gets into window. He might just be able to get kill, but nope. Sid and the Cypher both are watching his position. Kappa up close and personal inside the smoke is trying to punish the Sova who's using the Hunter's Fury, but Freeze is being the bodyguard for him.
Teleports all the way away. Hawk's gonna get a free plant and is pretty open as well.
player
And
standing.
Techno had to
Planted.
win that. It's a 1 versus 3. Thought of maybe giving up a fake sound cue of teleporting somewhere aggressive. Not gonna be the case. They clear every corner. The one place they haven't cleared is Heaven, and they might be worried about that because they might look at the plant and think that he is on Heaven.
Yeah,
but Hawks has to play this perfectly.
Yeah, the smoke from Heaven just faded away. Position noted. Popogachi instantly gets off the defuse and gets that shot. Yeah, you were right. I mean, Techno over there was a pivotal player. It was mandatory for him to get that kill. If he doesn't get that kill, then Hawks had no chance in hell to win
I think he
that.
could have waited for a
Last
second
round
longer.
in the
Hawks had
half.
just planted, and he would get sound cues of people rotating away.
Yeah.
He would have found the right timing.
And nobody's gonna start walking from the seaside itself, right? So he would have thought
Usually, Techno's pretty good at that.
Right
It's been a bit of a slow day for him, at least in the first map it was.
Yeah.
And even though he's on the top of the scoreboard here, there's a clear difference in the rounds because clearly the decisive kills have been more towards the Japanese side.
Yeah. Hey, at least they managed to get one more round. And with better comebacks, sound promising. And now as we head into the last round of this half, smokes have been exchanged on either side.
out.
So C-Long will basically be a no man's land over here because both the smokes are obscuring that. The camera has been placed towards a shot and nobody's spotted over here. Generally they get King Kappa down here very early on, but this time they've avoided all that. So SHUL don't show presence on C. They don't show presence on A. Exist will now start to wonder. Venka with the dimensional drift, that's actually very nice. They were hoping that Exist would go a little more aggressive, but they haven't done so. So Venka takes matters into his own hands and gets into the A side, discovers that it's clear, and now he's gonna call his teammates in. Except for the skill trip, which also has been avoided, so SHUL are free of danger now. 5v5 retake on our hands.
Plan's gonna come down pretty simple and easy. They're waiting probably for the recon, just in case it does. No ultimates here on either side, so this is going
Spike
to be
planted.
an out-and-out brawl and usage of your whatever remaining utility you have left. Sid's gonna change the weapon as you would expect. He's got the light speed and saturate, so setting himself up for success is gonna be easy because there's a paranoia as well. It's the similar setup of retake as they do before. This time it's gonna be under Heaven though. That's gonna be targeted. Freeze. Gonna jump down. They still don't know there's one over there. Hawks has gone completely undetected and he's gonna be good for only one though. Exist find one each. Got two more players to worry about and Techno stands strong. The op's gonna miss. There's a shorty coming in his face and it's gonna take him straight out. Exist find a 9th round on the back of a successful retake.
I love the setup that Kale had over here. That paranoia doesn't just cut across default going towards short. He repositioned himself a little more to the right so that he cuts across default as well as hell.
Yeah.
And at the same time, he put down a smoke just between that box so that all the players who are in Heaven can jump into the smoke. Anyone who's outside the smoke will be hit by the paranoia. Anyone who's inside the smoke will be hit by the players dropping.
Absolutely.
It's the perfect setup that one Omen could possibly have in an A retake.
This goes here. Yes, this should do.
The shift of sides. It is a 9-3. Another hill for SATUL to climb. It's going to be a difficult one once again. This team clearly was having, you know, a fist fight with Fancy United.
Yeah.
And if Fancy were able to take them all the way to... I mean, not Fancy. If Exist were able to take Fancy all the way towards an overtime, SATUL here
Standing ahead.
seem to be dwindling on to thin lines of hope. Yeah.
Lines between hopium and defeat start to blur as this game drags on. Game actually going towards the B sides. I don't think he gets a TP over there, so that's a fake. And Sid does walk in. Dips out as soon as he spots someone, but that's enough of an aggro, right? I mean, now they're forced Soul to re-clear B, which they have. And that's good. Now SHUL will think, okay, B is clear, we can start rotating towards A, but what they don't know is that the Sova is right outside of B. You've got Popogachi positioned over here.
Yeah.
And he can hear all the rotates.
Most certainly can. They've not cleared that, but they've got a good read. They know it's going to be an A hit. We've got Venka here. They've got King Kappa as well as Techno. Seems like they might run away. Bring that first contact onto A. You're gonna now park Oitan over here. Now they've got 2 players parked across 2 parts of the map, but the remaining 3 are gonna run in towards C, where the Cypher's present. The clearance comes in. Kingkapa! Another casual clear. He saw the barrel. And now this is gonna be a frenzy to make sure that they clear out that A side.
I mean, 2 players are going to descend down upon him. Sure, Techno gets the frag onto Oitan, but the spike is all the way in B. You have to run from A to B, and that's going to just waste so much time.
Got 1 recon to work with.
area.
Those angles cleared. They know that one close on the left side, but Sid's so good with his aim. He's gonna get 1. Techno gets back another. The trade for trade. It's still a 3 versus 3.
Popagachi not cleared.
Backside has to be cleared, and as you said, Popagachi strikes the venom straight into their veins, and that's gonna be Hawks left alone. He's gonna fake the defuse and the counter
My God.
spam, as well as a jump out from Kale.
Exist had backup plans on backup plans. First, you aggress into B, leave Popagachi over there. Then you aggress him towards A shot, park Oitan over there. You got 2 players on 2 sides in deep positions that can give you all the footsteps and all the rotation information in the world. There's absolutely no shortage of information for Exist. And every move that SHUL are making is a reactionary move. They're not taking space for themselves. They're not being proactive over here. They're playing right into Exist's hands. So
Yeah.
when they went into that B side and got that plant, it was free real estate.
Absolutely. Exist have been very, very smart with their movements. They're not making too much out of these situations. They're keeping it simple. They know where they want to go. They know where they want to give some contact. They pull back immediately, and they've got the right timings to do so. The one thing that helped in this round was the fact that Oitan actually got 1 kill, and that pulled SATUL towards that. They got magnetized. They had no other option.
And even if Oitan didn't get that kill, even if he dies over there, it's fine. He's done his job. He's pulled the rotate away.
Absolutely. And with that, Godspeed, he's going to clutch at whatever straws he can, because this is the last time out that they've got. And if they are not going to be able to make it back from here, it's probably going to be game over, because this is already a very tense situation. To be 10-3 down, it's similar to where they were before. And now they've got another round facing them, which is going to put them furthermore into the depths of this game. 11-3 is just, unless you're Fnatic.
No man, even Fnatic had a tough time.
Revealing area.
I don't see any of that double controller shenanigans over here. And
this
the
spike.
best part that enabled SHUL's retake in the previous map was that they won the pistol. They were down 10-2, they won the pistol. Now they're not. So this is very much probably just going to be an 11-3. Oitan feeling brave enough to venture in alone. So he's not keeping his moves a secret at all. Like, he wants them to know, hello, I am here, look at me, I'm the lurker, my team is going here. He's broadcasting that information for free. But do SHUL wipe that mid? No, they don't. They're gonna re-guess towards mid. It's a sloppy spray, but Kale gets the duel in the end, so all is well that ends well. What ends is his opponent's life. Oh my god, Hawks. He was in the prime position to stop this push, but he's been rendered useless. And unfortunately, that's another free plant for Exist.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, Kingkapa tried a little bit of movement there. Unfortunately, not good enough because Sid is too quick on that trigger. That's going to be 11-3. SATUL, their hopes fading away in front of their eyes. Because they did buy in the previous round by quite a bit. And now, once again, they're on a similar buy. It's 1 judge against 3 sheriffs. And that's about it. That was what they had in the previous round. It seems like it's done.
Sheriffs, Bucky, light armor onto Kingkapa. I mean, he's going to have to pull off some really crazy movement if he wants to get kills with that Bucky, you know. He's going to have to be that TikTok neon if he really wants to win this one. Early recon dogs. Not broken for Sid, it just doesn't even reveal him. That's a wrong one.
They don't know
and
he's here.
Kingkapa's all the way here. This trigger discipline could be absolutely everything.
Interesting. How long is he going to hold? This is the question. Because the minute he turns away,
There.
Sid is going to get shot. Yeah, he definitely is. And there it is. Waited for quite some time. Yet nobody else
Whoa.
pushing in. And that's an interesting smoke.
Yeah, that's an interesting... that's a flooded smoke.
Yeah, they've already gotten in the side. But Venka's ready with his sheriff. Makes it a little bit easier. The Bucky will deliver another blow. And the last player left outside of B
Enemy down.
for one Oitan. As the stun has 2 players running in towards him. A 4th round here seems like a consolation at this point, but S8UL, they gotta tighten up their socks if they're gonna make it anyway back into this game. Yes, they'll have a little bit of money to buy in, but Exist have more than enough money to actually... I think they can afford an off as well if they want to.
Yeah, money is no problem for Exist. It's not just the money. Exist have more than enough buffer to lose a couple of rounds like this. And this was just on the back of heroics from King Kappa. If he was detected over there, this would have been a very different round with Exist getting an opening into A main. And the fact that they used the counter smoke on B, not inside. That also helps because it gives Venka time to adjust his aim. He spotted the barrel first. That's how he was ready for the duel. This time Venka as well as King Kappa both venturing down towards grass, hoping to find an early pick into grass. But Oitan is just going to spam away. And he's not going to venture into grass at all. In fact, his teammates are going to go towards a shot where there is a very deep tripwire.
Yeah, Helev's going to play off of that tripwire. He's going to hope that the minute he gets a contact, he can maybe peek, hit a fadeaway shot and get away. But no, they're not going to give him the chance to do so. It was just a bait out. Helev's smarter than that. It's been broken and look at that timing. That's exactly what he was waiting for.
It's a very annoying trip to deal with.
Didn't go up in the beginning because he knew that he's probably going to throw in that fake out. Really smart play. And once again, Helev giving his team the advantage. Can they successfully conclude this 5v3? Exist are more than capable of winning this as well. But not if Venka's going to hit shots like that. Sid's going to take revenge. Tried to go for the plant. Waited for some sort of movement or any sort of utility to come as well. Nothing's going to be the case. Going to go in towards A-Link and that's where they got a Cypher waiting for them. But he's being pretty deep so that Techno can get information and he already has.
Here.
Hello. Camera and camera violence. Cypher and Cypher violence. Oh my god, Sid. That was absolutely imperative. He's kind of alone over here. And yeah, that's what happens when you split up like that. King Kappa and Techno both get kills of their own. So all is well for SHUL. However, this is the last time that they find Exist in such a weak spot. The economy will recover eventually. And then their real trial by fire begins.
They have picked up the op now. So this is a good opportunity for SHUL to actually create some momentum for themselves.
Yeah.
Once again, it seems like we're running down the same path as we did before. Even in the previous game, they had to play catch up with their opponent. Even in this game, they're having to play catch up with their opponent. But there is one thing, they lost just 2 rounds. And already the economy of Exist has gone straight down the drain. You're gonna have to buy in a couple of pistols, maybe a stinger or 2 possible, a judge at all if you want to give it to, the Wele. But now Sid feels comfortable, it seems, with that stinger. And a timeout from Exist to maybe throw a spanner in the works, make SATUL think a little longer. What exactly is the game plan here? Because I feel like Exist, they might go for an all-out burst plan. They haven't done a fast execute just yet.
Yeah, not yet.
But this seems like a round where they have nothing to lose kind of thing, so they might as well try it.
Yeah, and even if they die, Oitan will get his neural theft in the next round. Popokachi will get the Hunter's Fury in the next round, even if they die. They just need to make sure Kale gets one, and then even the From the Shadows will be ready.
Yeah. Indeed. On the other end, the ultimates are still building up. Kappa and Venka both will be able to afford their ultimates in the next round, if not this very round itself, while the others still have a little bit of work to do. So in terms of ultimate economy, those 2 are going to be very precious, especially in the upcoming 2 rounds. Recon does not hit him. Vitan, he's going to get away from there. Safe and secure. But he has to give up the A main control. LF? Patient, and patience is one of his best virtues. He's been awarded multiple times for that. On, there's a jump. Not spotted just yet. Helef knows that. Oh, never mind. Popogachi knows that there's one there. But now Helef's got reinforcements. They're going to be able to fight it together. There's a saturate, and Sid has to refract back. The paranoia is perfect, and it's a team fight now. Please don't get one back. Sid looking to spam. Both the duelists have to take his head on. And Helef's trying to bait them out. He's going to hold on to this angle as much as he possibly can, as long as he possibly can. And Techno's doing the soft work on the other end. Venka comes in and he gets a collateral with the shorty.
Great.
Yeah, that was a bit dangerous for Venka. He ended up blinding Helef over there. But yeah, he comes in just in the nick of time to help him out. But that's it. That's all that SHE will get in terms of freebies. From now on, they will have to earn their keep. Exist on full buy. And even if SAG will beat them in the round, Exist have max loss bonus in the next round. So money is no longer a factor for Exist. SAG will have to climb upwards and their real climb begins now.
The op still active. It hasn't been spotted, I believe, in the previous round. They're heading towards it. It's just a Sova. He's got a drone which is going to detect it out.
My ult is ready.
Enka will spot and he will get rid of that drone. But here comes a very interesting converging paths. It will affect him. He is injured, but he will be able to get away. Seaside captured, and now the plant will go down. Another 5v5 retake.
I really thought that SAG will pop that bonus the moment they hear that spike tap, but they did not. So hopefully this drone will tag somebody and then they can use it. Not detected by that drone. Helef will still make sure that he smooth stepped him. Hunter's Fury released. Now he's tagged up. Popokachi responds with a Hunter's Fury of his own. It's a laser on laser action. But Techno finally tags up Gale. Venka headshots Oitan. And it's all up to Popokachi, who will be sprayed down by Hoax.
Well, that was quite the push from SAGUL. But the funniest part was Gale being stuck in between two Hunter's Fury. He just gave up. He just stood in between because even his own teammates, Hunter's Fury, is coming in from behind him. He's got one ahead of him. What do you do there? Nice little funny moment, but Exist will be giving up another round here. SATUL will not take their foot off the gas pedal just yet.
I hope they don't run out of fuel in the process.
We're going to find out a good amount of ultimates available for the next buy round that comes in, which I'm pretty sure is also going to be utilized by the attacking side because they used 3 ultimates in that round. The converging pass, they had the Hunter's Fury, and they also had the Neural Theft.
I mean, Exist could have also gone for a proper buy over here. Like, used to go for fingers and just carve up. Hold his ground. Will be cleared out eventually by Sid, but that's a Phantom handed over.
4v4. Here's one duel that might decide this round. It's the fact that Techno's sitting in so deep in a way shot. And if Oitan clears that, but Techno, he goes forward. Oh man, he didn't even need to move.
Yeah, I mean, that was a one-and-done position to begin with, so you will be traded out easily. But now that you have just actually given away your life for nothing, Gale can afford to use that Hunter's from the shadows as a very expensive recon art. He commits it. A side is free. Exist get the plant for free. And SAGUL have no good utility to retake with.
Yeah, there's a big problem for SAGUL now on the flank. These two players need to find everything. But Oitan just deletes them. And on the other end, Freeze gets Venka's kill as well on Heaven.
Match point.
And like I said, that one fight would have been the most important one. Techno sitting alone on A shot, decides to take a step forward and Oitan deletes him as he exits our screens.
Yeah,
and
that was the decisive fight.
Yeah, once he got that, the A side was empty. It was over.
That's what happens when you've got a character with no escape card playing as the only forward anchor of the team.
I don't know why the decision to walk out of that cubby.
To be that in the first place itself was dangerous. Like, you could have just really peeked and checked around the corner, but hey, no use crying over spilt milk now. No room for error. SAGUL must win every single round in a row to force an overtime. Flash exchanged. I was expecting Paranoia out of Hoax, but I think he's called this bluff. He knows that Exist are just taking Garage and they're gonna go somewhere else. So they feign control of this place, and in response, Hoax smokes off B, because that's the only logical place that you can hit after you have used a lot of utility on Garage. But instead, Exist go towards A, and they're being very diligent. They expect Intaba to push up once again, so that's why they're using the drone to be absolutely thorough.
Yeah, this time they spotted the op as well there, so they're gonna take their time to go ahead. Smoke here. Venka playing a very dangerous game. He's gonna get one, but he gets instantly traded off, and they've got no idea about Techno. He's gonna let both of them slide. Gets the first, will not be able to connect on the second because he's already got pressure on him on the side. But Techno ready for the refract. Nobody took care of him. The Euro didn't even come out of the dimensional drift until the end.
What?
But Freeze! When he does come out of it, he's gonna deliver shots straight to the domes. And now it's a 2 versus 2. An ultimate from Hoax. He's gonna go on towards long. He's gonna take an aggressive position.
He is out long. Nobody's over there.
He's gonna come on the other flank and he's gonna get caught. Hoax has the timing here. He's gonna probably get away. Hoax wasting a little bit of time for a smoke, and he will get caught out. It's all on Helen. Jumps down towards Hell. 1v1, and he will be taken out. SATUL will suffer defeat against Exist, and Exist keep their dreams alive of being able to compete on that main stage.
It's not over yet for Exist. They might have had a rough loss in their first game, but the round difference in that first loss was minimal. And now with this win against SATUL, Exist can continue holding on to hope. There is a tiny chance that they might still make it to the semi-finals. But unfortunately for SATUL, the journey will most likely come to an end here. There is one more game that they will be playing, but that will be fairly inconsequential to the overall result.
Yeah, it's just an unfortunate series of events. SATUL came into this, and we thought in this group they might actually be one of the contenders. But to have lost to both EKing and Exist here is something I personally did not expect. I thought that this team will be facing off against Fancy in that last game for the position to get to that final. But yeah, it seems like we're going to have either one of the Japanese team or probably the Vietnamese team. EKing, as good as they were against SATUL, I still feel like Fancy have an upper hand, and they will most likely now be in the final.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to come down to either Fancy United or Exist, right? I mean, unless EKing pull off a miracle and they beat both of them, then it's
that's possible, of course. Fancy will face off EKing in the next game of this group, which is going to be an interesting one, because if Fancy win there, then it's going to be a very, very tricky situation for both the teams. Because they'll have one win, one loss on there, and both of them would have lost to Fancy. So it wouldn't matter after that, because Fancy will be playing at the end against SATUL.
And now imagine if all the teams have like equal amounts of win.
2-1, 2-1, 2-1, and the last one will be 1-2.
Yeah, so then it's going to come down to round differential. And in that situation, I think
right
Exist
now
have a
are
good
better.
chance.
Right now they're better, because of course the overtime diminishes that. But unless we see head-to-head, but I don't think that's going to be in a three-way tie. So yeah, it is going to be round difference, of course.
The plot thickens.
A lot of numbers. I love when, math stuff like this happens, although I never really liked math in school. But this kind of math I'm always, up for. I love seeing the round differences, the, if you have any other differences, whatever differences you have to calculate. I like
Nobody's relating to you right now.
No, I'm pretty sure you are also a nerd like me when it comes to math.
Yes. Minus the numbers.
Minus. Right. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a very interesting series. Unfortunately, SATUL will not be qualifying to that grand final. But we do have other groups running at the same time as well. You might want to check out those matches. I'm not sure what happened with GGEZ against Boom. That match is still going on while we were doing our break. If GGEZ have won that, then it's going to be crazy. Yeah, because there's still one team that has some hopium. Yeah. Well, we're going to find out soon enough. For now, ladies and gentlemen, this game has concluded. We've got another game coming up next. That is EKing versus Fancy United. A very interesting one. EKing, they did have some good protocols to follow in that game, which I feel like Fancy, while they, of course, they watched that game, I don't know if they're going to expect them to come the way they did. I also kind of feel like EKing was able to win because the map Peter favored them a lot. Like they played their comfort map of Pearl, and SATUL, having never played Pearl, basically gave the win away to EKing on a silver platter, served with a little ribbon on top. But SATUL did have some good moments in this game. Let's take a look at the scoreboard. And as you can see, Sid was absolutely on fire. Yeah. This entire day, he's just been firing on all cylinders because up until now, he was just using those dry peaks. But against SATUL, he was way more methodical. He was surgical. 18 kills for him with 14 deaths to his name. Freeze also, really high impact. All of his flashes net him a kill at some or the other point. Yeah. You know, I mean, if there's a number for utility over here, then I think Freeze would have had the max value out of that utility. Even Kale has amazing paranoias. Like, he was able to help Oitan and Pomuachi stay alive on so many occasions. Yeah. On the retakes, especially on that A side, the retakes were brilliantly orchestrated by him. The paranoias were very well put in. Especially when Sid had to go in that 3v3 retake, which seems so effortless. I still think about that round. I'm like, he just jumped down, shot 2 bullets, moved to the right, shot 2 bullets, and threw in a saturate, jumped on top of the box, shot another bullet. The 3v3 retake was finished in 5 seconds. Yeah, finished in 5 seconds. So, yeah. And most of the time you see Omens use the default smoke, which cuts across graffiti and
the box, but he knew that his opponents are not going to hold that angle.
Yeah.
And he wanted his players to drop health, so just a tiny amount of adjustment and it makes all the difference because SHUL never saw that coming.
Absolutely.
That being said though, the stats probably don't speak about it, but SHUL did entertain us quite a lot with those trigger discipline moments. Loved the round where King Kappa was able to get in towards that A long Gabi.
Oh yeah.
He was just staring at Sid for the longest time with that Bucky.
One of their ideas that I really liked was when they had to do a garage pinch, right? They on the attack, they had 3 players running towards garage, and King Kappa went C long, jumped around, and then came in towards garage
after entering the C side. Yeah, that was a very cool move.
Yeah.
That's a good garage pinch. You don't expect that.
Yeah, because I think they put on a smoke right at the center for him on the C side to kind of like maneuver
Just
into it.
around.
And he goes into garage lobby, and then they cover garage, and then they won that round eventually.
Yeah.
But in the end, in the grand scheme of things, unfortunately, it does not end up being a victory for them.
I also like the one moment where Helef, was it Helef who was trapped in the A long area, and he also had like a bit of a trigger discipline moment. Was it Helef or was it someone else?
I think it was Helef, yeah.
It was Helef, right? I hope my memory is not fading me. I'm too young to have those kind of issues. So that was a very cool moment which definitely made Helef one of my favorite players in this entire series because, I mean, let's be honest, if I was allowed to vote, then I would definitely scan that QR and vote for Helef because he gave me a very entertaining round that game. He let 2 players pass, and as soon as Sid was causing havoc in the side, he refracts back
that was,
and Helef is...
wait, that was Techno.
Techno, my bad,
That was
ladies and
Techno.
gentlemen. My memory is, a little wonky right now. But yeah, Techno stayed over there, let 2 players pass into the side, and he was ready to intercept Sid as he refracts back.
Yeah.
So that was a very cool moment. So yeah, I would now cast my vote to Techno. If I was allowed to vote, I'm a caster.
I think a lot of people would be voting for Sid as well. He's been phenomenal in the last 2 games he's played. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got now a decider game coming up next, which will decide the fate of at least one of these teams. Whether E-King or Fancy United will take that one step forward towards this grand semi-final, we'll find out at the end of this short break.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work or play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. That's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo.
You feel me? Lightweight game, heavy on might. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Don't have with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me?
Swift neo.
The all-new Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Acer Predator League Asia Pacific Finals. We are here at the Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi, India, and all of these teams have flown down to this city to get a spot in the grand finale. So far, we have 4 groups, and the teams in these 4 groups are competing for the #1 spot in their group. Only one team in each group will go ahead into the semi-finals. You guys are watching the stream from Group A. We have many streams running simultaneously where the matches of Group B, C, and D will also be broadcasted.
Yep.
But for now, in this particular stream, you guys will be seeing ENG in action, and they are facing Fancy United.
Yeah, Fancy already have won their first game, and so have ENG. And this is going to be basically the match that decides which one of these teams actually ends up having a foot in the door for that semi-final on the main stage. ENG did have a very surprising performance, and they probably beat a lot of people's expectations, considering that they did have so much, impact on the game as they did. Because probably people thought that, yeah, you know what, I said, you always got the better roster in terms of, at least terms of being together. But the ENG have gone through player changes. They've picked up a player from India in the last moment, and it's been a little rocky for them. But they still, fought through and came out on top, and now they have an actual chance to be in that final.
Yeah, and one wouldn't have expected a team which has had roster changes just 2 days before the event began to be doing this well. They picked up a player that they've never played with. The only connection that Caramel has to this team is the coach AKG, because Caramel and AKG used to be in the same team when AKG was coaching RRG Academy. That's the only thing that they've got going for them.
Yeah.
So now let's hope that they are able to turn that synergy into something even more beautiful. The previous game they were able to win partially because of the map Peter. They were able to pick Pearl, which is one of their stronger maps. And somehow Fancy United have let Pearl slip through yet again. This is the second game of Pearl that ENG will be playing today.
Very interesting that, you have Fancy United not really picking Pearl as one of their first bans. They've gone with Sunset and Haven as their bans, and then Bind was done by ENG, and Corrode was banned away by Fancy, which means they chose Pearl by their own free will.
Fancy United chose
So
Pearl.
they're like, okay, you know what, we give you the strongest map and we want to beat you at when you're best.
That's some Goku stuff, though. Like, that's some Goku level philosophy. Oh,
Yeah.
Goku's the kind of person who would give the Infinity Gauntlet to Thanos and he'd be like, I want to fight you at your full power.
Yeah.
I mean, if Fancy United want to do the same thing, well, so be it. They will face ENG on their strongest map, and if they win, then I think we can safely say that Fancy United is going to walk away with this group as the topper, right?
Absolutely. Also, ladies and gentlemen, please do not be misled. It didn't exist there, but it's Fancy United that's actually playing this matchup. And what I think we can expect from this Pearl game, I think just because it's Pearl, I think this will be closer than we expect it to be. I'm pretty sure people expect Fancy to kind of roll on this map and, be bolder and, kind of just roll across. But I think that because it's Pearl, EKing have better control. They have better understanding of how to play this map.
Yeah.
And they will be giving them at least a good amount of problems.
Oh, a good amount of problems. You see, because in Pearl, the only time that SHUL were able to make some impact against EKing was when SHUL contested mid and
Yeah.
EKing were not doing so.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, though, SHUL gave a lot of respect to EKing, you know. Whenever Techno was in a position where nobody's pushing him, nobody's anywhere around him, he could have pushed and taken more map control away from EKing. He didn't do that. Fancy United will definitely 100% do that.
Yeah.
So the one thing that was working for EKing in their previous Pearl game, the fact that they were getting all this map control and nobody was flanking them, pressuring them, that will no longer be a luxury that EKing have.
Mm-hmm. Well, whether or not this is going to be EKing's moment to shine, or is it going to be where their journey ends, we will find out very soon.
And no, honestly, no matter what happens to EKing, I think they've already earned their right. They've earned enough respect.
I agree.
Whatever could go wrong has gone wrong for them. This is Murphy's Law incarnated in physical form. Like, it's terrible because Ikana, the one player who was there in the whole qualifier as well over here, is not feeling well. Somebody told me that he had something funny, and you know how it is with Indian spices. You can have an upset tummy very easily. So even with that sickness, he's doing really well. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump into the game. And this broken, battered lineup will face Fancy United at full strength over here.
Very early mid-aggression it seems, and they've already sent him straight through. Eco will get shut down though, and it seems like we've already crossed by a round here. We're starting off with the anti-eco round. And we've got Fancy United already being the first one. Twilight's gonna get one. Karamel and he can't find one back though.
Spike down A.
And suddenly we're dropped into straight middle of the action. Here comes the Neon on the other side, and Nia will take care of Karamel.
Yeah, okay, pardon my language over here, guys, but like, what on earth is happening? Why am I seeing a Theo and Brimstone on Pearl?
Oh my god, I just noticed.
Yeah, I mean, we were thrown into the action over here with no time to react to what happened in the agent select, no time to react to what happened in the pistol round. All of a sudden, I think we are late to the party over here.
We are,
we are definitely late to the party.
okay.
We missed a round.
Late.
But why is there a Theo and a Brimstone here?
The latecomers usually enjoy the most. That's why we're enjoying this lineup here. Brim, as a single controller on this map, is something I'm a little. I would say it's like a taboo for me, but Eco does not feel any problems whatsoever shooting down his counterpart on the opponent side.
Drone is down.
Drone spots one. And he's gonna have information. Ezio gonna act upon it. No, Karam is gonna take him down.
Yeah.
Bot coming back.
Good leeway for EKing as they get a pick on both the main as well as the double door area. They should be able to crunch into the A side with no problems. Yes, I can has a Bucky on a map like Pearl.
Yeah, I mean,
Where nobody plants near the pillar anymore.
he thought he might be able to get away with it. I think they spotted his shoulder, and Karamel's already taken out.
coming back.
Cute coming on the flank.
Bot out.
And with that, it's going to be the first round coming in for EKing. Pretty simple on their buy round. Nothing to be lost here. Maybe a couple of weapons. Twilight coming in to pick up that Bulldog that had dropped down. But he's not going to find that either. And yes, I can. Standing alone, waiting for
Watching this.
imminent death from either the Spike or even if somebody decides to push him in.
Honestly, Universe, nothing can surprise me anymore. I've seen enough. I have reached that point where I feel like Mimir. And
What if you had seen a Veto?
that would still make more sense than a Brimstone on
I'm
Pearl,
outta
I'm not
here.
gonna lie. Veto on Pearl, it's not optimal, but it still makes more sense than Brimstone.
I
mean, take a look at this. They don't have a Yoru.
yeah.
They still need some character with a getaway card. And
don't
if you
think
place
Fancy
your
needs it.
V2, the teleport beacon towards the B-Link entrance, you can still play all the way towards the B-Long pillar. You can still play all the way towards that main sniping area. So, yeah. I mean, even Teho, to some extent, makes somewhat more sense to me than the Brimstone.
I mean, Teo at least is supported by the KO. So I guess in that sense,
yeah.
you have a
It's
little
still
bit of
fine.
fucking-
I can digest that.
Yeah. So we now have a very interesting round in front of us. Outside of B is the first point of contact. The head's been spotted, and Nia, he's not gonna get off of his bird's nest. He's gonna wait for the perfect opportunity. Gets away with one, and he's rewarded for it. Ikana came up pretty close, and another Neon's been spotted here. Nia, he is in prime position to get another pick, but Eco's got to be very careful.
Yeah, and
Go.
you see how confident he is with that spike drop over there. And even with that spike drop, Fancy United Esports have given up a lot of control on A, while E-King are pushing in over there with their Astra. Ikana, lovely shot onto Nia, that's the op dealt with. And now after getting that pick towards B, they start to head towards A, where Caramel is already deep in here. And there's no way Twilight would have seen that coming. Art control acquired, A main control acquired. And now the only Killjoy Fishio on the A side has no utility to stop them from flooding in.
Absolutely. Fizio, he's going to try his pure aim to try and be the barrier between the A side and his opponents. Not going to work. Okay, so there's the Brimstone smokes being used. They're actually not using the smokes in the time of execution. They're using it post-plant
to enable a retake. I don't want to say this is a pseudo control smoke, but it just feels like they just want to flood out from this one.
Volley.
Volleying the spike, hoping that somebody would be towards that hut area. Don't find anyone. They don't have any more smokes left to cover the actual.
One enemy remaining.
Long that has steel and the side onto yes I can, and Caramel free fires Nuke.
Recalling my bot.
Good round. It's a really important round for E-King as well to kind of show that they are going to be sitting here waiting for Fancy to make their move, and they're going to be as capable as any other team to beat them down to it. A couple of Buckies being forced onto their hands now, Fancy. They're going to, of course, they're going to try and, you know, couple those up towards A-Link for the most part, and towards A as well. While a spread out here approach from E-King. They're going to have players across every part of the map. See what's happening on this eco. Is there going to be any form of aggression from the defensive side? Everything's accounted for. Fancy. One step at a time. They take control of A main. Thrown in. Oh, PCO gets away with the orb. Just about lucky. And now he will have a lockdown in the next round.
Yeah, lockdown is imminent. His death also could be possibly imminent unless they offer him 1v1s. But at the same time, take a look at that and going for the mid re-clear. They've got two players on Art, one player on double door. And yeah, finally the drone's been committed by E-King to get the control of it.
I think Eco was very, very tempted to actually go slide out there and get that kill. But you saw him itching for a second.
I know, right? It's like temptation just calling out his name. It's beckoning him.
But he didn't move. And that will at least give him the fact that the A side has been completely cleared out. Because they saw Ikana here and he was spotted by the Neon, so they know that he's probably here. Now he's gone away. They've got no idea about this. Mid right now is at a bit of a double standstill. You've got Caramel just trying to clear out stuff here as you've got Yes I Can with the knife on the other end. And I'm pretty sure he's heard this. So he knows that the chaos on the B-Link side. Ikana is going to deploy that Dimensional Drift just to make sure, even though it's an eco round, just to make sure that the entire A side is cleared up. And now it's a 5v5 retake with a couple of Buckies on their hand.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get the Neon up close, that Bucky can be dangerous, especially near Flower Pot and towards Secret. But nobody from E-King is playing that deep. In fact, you've got the kill point going all the way around, hoping to get that reflank clear out.
Wow.
And Ikana wins the duel against the Bucky with just a shorty. Caramel once again trying to re-wrap around mid. And yes, fighting it. Yes, I can. Yes, I can miss the first shot. So even though it's a link, he can't get the shot in. Eco gets the kill on him. And now it's just up to Cute. He's also just waiting imminent death. Flawless round for E-King. They not only get the round, but they don't have to reinvest weapons. That's very good for their economy. It starts snowballing, and you can already see some people are above 7,000 credits mark.
Yeah, they are in
Swarm grenade.
very good form right now, and they're also in a very good position in terms of taking control of this first half. It is of course Fancy who chose this map, which means E-King by themselves wanted to pick the attacking side first.
Placing sentry.
Okay. something nefarious going on over here, something deeper at play.
Do you think it's a you know defensive side-based Brimstone pick that they've gone for just because they were on defense? Twilight will get the trade back, but there's constant barrage of utility here alongside bullets. Here comes another Hunter's Fury. Blessed trying to connect to whatever he can, and he will at least give
Wow.
Twilight a little bit of trouble for all the harm he's caused his team.
Yeah. But yeah, that was some really good utility usage from Fancy United. The moment EKing decided to barge in there, they were treated like waves of the ocean just crashing upon the shore. And Fancy United were completely unaffected by all that. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen somebody get a kill with the guided salvo ever since the Theo has been nerfed.
Smoke's down.
Well, all three Brimstone smokes have now been extinguished, and this is the moment for EKing to start making their move, and they're going to go towards B-Link. They've got a crossfire here to break up as well, and Vizio alone seems to be enough for it. Karamel gets one. He's not going to expect the other in this corner. He's looking towards
30 seconds
connector part, and that's going to get him killed. Fancy with a little bit of patience find themselves the third round, and blow for blow we go.
I mean, Nia did kind of bait Fishy over there, but when you've got the numbers advantage, you can afford to do that. So, Fancy United finally stopped the bleeding. They get the round when they needed it the most. If they lost this, they would have had to go for yet another eco, and that would have been disastrous. So, yeah, they stopped the bleeding before it's too late, but they still have to beat King 2 more times before they can break King's economy. So, 3-3. The ultimates available on Fancy United.
Standing ahead.
I think Vikings are gonna avoid the B main area like a plague right now, because that Armageddon can be devastating in that area.
Oh no!
The overdrive, gets the pre-fire in. Fischio wins the duel against Florida. Caramel did not swing. That was a miscommunication. Like, I'm pretty sure that somebody must have called 3-2-1 and the other guy just did not swing, so that's a mistake on Caramel's end. Or maybe the Astra's end, you never know until you hear the comms. But point over here is, Fancy United have acquired 2 kills and they didn't even have to lose much HP to get that.
One suppressed. There.
And now he's going to walk closer. He's going to go in for this. He needs one at least, and he's going to get that one. Unfortunately, the trade's almost instantaneous. Blessed now, looking for the same part of the map to find himself another frag. And yes, Ican's playing one of those cheeky angles once again.
We saw Dara doing this
remaining.
in the previous
Right
game.
here.
Yeah.
And now he gets a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, he's going to be a victim of it. Blessed, while he gets one, he's going to get back towards the B side. 30 seconds on the clock,
left.
and that is going to be most likely stopped by Nia. Unless this angle is going to be checked. And no shot, he wins that. A little bit of an off angle. Nia gets that.
Fancy United, they've not just survived this important buy round, but they've also thrived in it. And one more round, they would have successfully broken EKing's economy. And that's why AKG has called in that timeout before that economic meltdown comes through. I mean, they've got 2 big ultimates. They've got the lockdown, they've got the cosmic divide. They should be able to get the plant down with it at the very least. That being said, though, the counter lockdown available on Fischio, and like, as long as Twilight has his guided salvo and the Armageddon, that lockdown in the hands of Caramel cannot really do much. I think you think Twilight has picked up this Theo simply to counter Caramel's utility, like just personally annoy him?
I mean, I don't think
Theo
it's
is a hard gunner to kill Joy.
Yeah, but I don't think it's particularly because of that. Although the lockdown, of course, will be broken down by the Armageddon. I still feel like this is Fancy just coming up with their own thing. They love playing, you know, weird comps. We've seen it before as well. They've done this on other maps in the past, I mean.
Nothing is as weird as Brimstone on.
See, I agree. It is weird, but it feels like you are like completely like taken aback by this. You know, Brimstone was played on Pearl before.
Who did it?
There were quite a few teams. They used to run Brimstone with a secondary controller.
Yes, that's the important part. Like, as a solo controller, I don't really see much. I mean, sure, for now, on the defense side, it doesn't really seem to be a problem because Nia's hitting his shots. The Smokes are being used to hold Eking at bay, but in the attacking side, you just get to see it. Oh, nice high-low setup. They do not fight that. Drone clears out. Shio. And he is alone over here. He needs backup in the form of Twilight, and Twilight does pick up the ball himself. Hoping to slow down his attackers when Twilight will be able to bring them both down. Caramel comes in with one, but Twilight with the triple will shut Eking down in their tracks. Just up to Echo. And the spike is way away from him.
I'm out of here.
Too much resistance. I think he's got no choice but to go ahead and save.
Yeah, but he's already got a flank coming in as well. The tail's going to be able to kill him off easily. And I'm pretty sure Eco's got no idea that yes, I can so aggressive.
Next time, mind the heavy machinery.
5-3, and it seems like Fancy United have found a stride and they want to stick to it. They won 3 in a row now. And this one little guided salvo that came, it just completely dismantled them. 2 of them had to come forward, 1 of them stayed behind, and they had to take a chunk of damage from the guided salvo as well. And then the crossfire, of course, on the back of it. Beautifully timed, well played there from Twilight.
Absolutely beautiful. Really good backup from Twilight. And the moment Fishio heard that drone, he knows he's got nowhere to run from there. All he can do is hold him down and fight alongside Twilight. It's a nice recon. Should force the AWP away. Oh, no, it doesn't. Nia does not care for it. Gets the shot onto Igana, and now no more flashes available for the side of Eking.
Out of the 8 rounds, I think he's got 4 with the AWP as a first pick on towards that B-long side.
Yeah.
Which is concerning because they keep going there every time losing a player.
Yeah. And I mean, they expected the AWP to be but nope. It was all the way in screens, and the defense does not fear that.
Fancy want to keep control of A-Link no matter what. They're going to send in the drone as well just to make sure they have a little bit of info. They've seen 2. They knew that the Killjoy was there earlier as well. And Caramel pretty much likes to hang out around mid until the end of time. So they're going to expect 2. Turret being destroyed, smoke being deployed, and now they start walking towards B. And the AWP's ready for the fast running agent, and Nia changes angles. And I'm pretty sure they don't expect it, but the stun's ready, and he just goes for the Hail Mary. And Nia gets everything.
Almost everything. Ace denied by Fishio, but honestly, at this point, I don't think he cares about the ace. He needs to build that buffer up. And that's a good buffer. There was a point when Fancy United Esports were running out of money and they were trailing behind, but now with 4 rounds in a row, I think they've got more than enough money to sustain themselves for the rest of the half.
The script has flipped, and they've got the AWP still causing so much chaos. And now they've completely left it alone. Now Fancy have full and complete utter faith that no matter what happens, Eking are not going towards B. So they're just going to let him stay there alone in case any sort of fishy business happens. And everybody else now is going to focus on it. They know that A is definitely going to be a target in this zone.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, but do they expect such a fast hit towards Art? Eking have generally been more cautious while approaching this area, but this time they seem to be throwing caution to the wind. Guided salvo baited out, flash baited out. That's good amount of utility that they've baited out from both the initiators of Fancy United. Even the 0 point now, completely used. So they are forcing all the initiators of Fancy United to use up the utility, which means they will have much less stuff to stop Eking when the actual hit comes through.
It is a bunch of pistols though, so I don't think they will need much in terms of utility. They just need their aim.
Molly.
Good Molotov keeps them out of sight. And Ikana's going to have to delay his teleport even if he was going to jump into the site, because he's got no teammates coming up to follow him. Now they are getting slightly discouraged from that ace side, even though the spike is still lingering around there. Now called upon Ikana to just go ahead, have a peek towards B, see what's happening. Go ahead, you want to see where that AWP is? Might as well. And there's the star. That's going to start confusing Nia now.
Yep.
30
Stars
seconds
deployed.
left.
Nia's going to assume someone has crossed over.
He threw in a flash as well, but Nia, I don't think he spotted it.
Yeah, no, it
Picio's
doesn't
ready.
matter if they do it or not, because this art defense is ready. The high-low setup is too good. Echo does get one. How did he get them both?
Spike down
How did
A.
he win a
10
high-low
seconds
setup fight with just the sheriff? That's insane. But time is of the essence over here. They need to go into the tap
Last
now.
player standing.
GG.
Oh my
I don't
God.
think they can plant now. He can just run away.
Yeah, he will. He's waiting with the AWP. He's going to get one. No, he's just going to run away. He's got a wall as well. He's being not chased. They both need to save their weapons as well for the next rounds, as they will. And my God, Fancy, that came too close for comfort.
Yeah, Eking kind of overcooked over there. That fake towards the B was absolutely insignificant because Fancy did not bite the bait. I mean, even if you throw in that utility, even if you throw in the fake flash, fake smoke, Fancy are not gonna rotate until Nia calls for the rotate. And as long as he's got that up, I don't think he needs backup. Penultimate round of the half, and there's 4 ultimates on either side. This is interesting because neither of the Killjoys have used their ultimates yet.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lockdown, but both of them are holding off because both sides have a counter for the Killjoy lockdown.
Yeah,
You've
one
got,
side has the Armageddon, the other side has the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, and just in case, even if that doesn't work out, you've got Yes I Can with his null command. So
Yeah.
they've got more of an insurance policy. And even if that doesn't work, you've got the Operative Strike as well on that side. So I would say Fancy are feeling a lot more comfortable with keeping their ults in the pocket. They want to use it at at the right time. And I think they know that the ultimate economy is more forcefully being considered by Eking because their ultimates right now will be desperately used to just win rounds.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they're holding off for because aim-wise, Fancy are winning everything right now.
Quick feet, quick
Yep.
trigger.
Lot of ultimates in the pocket. Unfortunately, not enough weapons to go along with them. Once again, crossing smoke deployed, but there are no crosses just yet. Just the drone to kind of bait him out of that shot.
Who's next?
You want to
we
fight
go.
it?
Crash instantly deployed, and now with the dimensional drift, he's gonna barge right in. He's gonna give out all the information, but what do he do with this information? I mean, they're still gonna have to win their fights.
Do they know that he's on Heaven though? That's the question. Twilight has got no idea. The small little gap here. But the timing's gone away from him. But he still managed to get one into Ikana. A third as well. A monster in the works as he runs around. But Yes I Can will finally put a stop to his monstrosity. And now it's a 2 versus 4.
planted.
Killjoy lockdowns on both ends available. But I don't think either of them are going to be used. And with that, 1 bullet to the dome.
Oh, okay.
Destroyed.
They're actually going... Oh, very...
Even though they did not really need it. I
Very
mean, I think this is
interesting.
the only time he gets to use it, right?
Can't use that yet.
I mean, there's another round.
There's another round, but then no Armageddon, no orbital strike. This is the only time he can
Last
use that
player
lockdown
standing.
and not have it destroyed instantly. So he's gonna use it as an extra insurance policy. They leave nothing to chance. I know that the 2v4 is rather impossible, but Caramel is not holding on to that lockdown any longer because there's 2 big ultimates that can destroy it.
Vicio will be taken down in the end. And Eking finally will get themselves around.
Last round before the
And they've
switch.
already used up 3 of their ultimates.
Yeah, and the best part is he can hold on to that Hunter's Fury. So in case Fancy United now use the lockdown, they have a counter. Lovely performance by Ikana though. They saw his dimensional drift. They knew exactly what he was up to, but they just assumed that he's gonna set up his teammate with information. They didn't expect him to pop that ult behind the Cosmic Divide.
I'm pretty sure Twilight should have heard him. Because he was on the other side of the Cosmic Divide as well. But I don't know what exactly happened there. Maybe we'd have to just check, the VODs again. But once again, Eco being sent on a reconnaissance mission towards A Link. He's going to find that alarm bot, destroys it, and they know that the turret's there towards Link as well. So most likely somebody's going to be sent there, but Fancy will help teaming the turret with a couple of players. Let them fight these alone.
Deploying drone.
Look at all the amount of control they have in Art. You've got Ikana heading in there. That's basically a contact play. And because they know that Art is leaked, Vicio is playing all the way back here near water. Yeah, he's gonna get away from this spot. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. And because Art control is lost, Fancy United make up for it. They compensate for it by trying to force the issue towards Connector. But they end up losing Nia in the process because he just sped ahead of his teammates. And that's an unforced error. Lovely shot by
Spike
Duke.
down A.
Brings it back to a 4v4. Finally, the defensive lockdown has been deployed to stop them from planting. And if they go for the plant, they will be forced back into the crosshairs of Caramel. But Caramel whiffs that shot. Twilight gets the better of him. And their win condition has just been tossed out of the window. And United has to stop them. Twilight has to step up once again. And he is a hero for his team. The Messiah that saved the spike. Orbital strike and the Armageddon. Everything except the kitchen sink thrown into this mix.
here.
But now they expect this peak from Echo. But even with the expectation, they don't win. Underhand flash. It's perfect from Yes I Can. He just needs to buy a little more time. Luna has no choice. He has to run through that volley. And the shot is waiting on the other end for him.
Not compute.
Yes, I can play that perfectly. He just had to waste as much time as possible. Even if Bookute here, I like the little, setup they try to do towards B-Link, especially when the spike dropped. Then came the entire orbital strike behind it. Then there was the guided salvo. And then Yes I Can comes at the right time, finds the first kill, and then the nade to hold it off. Gives chipping damage because he has to run through that damn nade to get the plant or even have a chance at winning that round. And E-King will have to concede the 8th round to their opponents. And now Fancy in a good position to take control of this game as they head into the pistol of the second half. Now is where you can get started to being worried about the Brimstone.
But still, you expect me to believe that you can commit a whole sky smoke across the single gap. Usually Astros just do it with fallback. Challenging them in the pocket, but he slides right past it, sliding into the site, clearing up the space. That guided salvo actually gets a kill onto Echo.
Okay.
And the Molly gets a kill onto Floga.
What is happening?
No, the shots are fine. How do they get so many kills with just the utility?
I mean, of course, the
Was that
guided salvo at the back, of course, it covers up so much space, right?
Yeah.
So he's stuck in the right corner, and I don't think he could go to the other side because there's a smoke. Not smoke there. I think there was a Molly there as well. I'm not sure what just happened, but something clearly went wrong.
Yeah,
Coming
we
back.
need another perspective for this one, or maybe like a replay to see what happened over there. But yeah, you're right, Universe. I mean, now I can finally start worrying about the Brimstone on the attacking side. It's been a while since I've seen a kill with the guided salvo. It's been forever since I've seen a kill with the Molly of Brimstone. So that's even rarer. I mean, stuff that I did not expect is happening in this game. So maybe I'm the fool over here for thinking this will be a normal game.
Well, that knife did not detect anybody close up, so they might not expect Ikana sitting here. They are pointing at the fact that they might want to check angles, but not going to be the case. The spike is towards B, though. Fancy want to keep this region in their hands. They don't want to give it up. They want to constantly make sure that it's being watched. But now the call's been made. They're going to slowly retract their steps, and they're going to go all the way back towards A, where they've got a Neon jumping around. And I'm pretty sure they've heard him.
Fancy United, after trying to make headway into B, have now gone back towards spawn, and now they're going to re-clear mid. But that's not the place they need to be worried about. They actually need to be more concerned about A long, where Echo is guarding the spot. Oh, he's only got a classic. Now he's been discovered.
30 seconds.
Suppressed by 2 other abilities, and now he's been beheaded. Well, that was rather funny. But hey, there's another player who smoke that you need to be careful about it. Floga will not get in the flow state today.
Bookute making sure his teammate has no trouble planting, and so is Twilight in that same smoke as they get away. Multiple on Link, one on A-Main who's taking constant contact and making sure that the flank is also covered up. And the Killjoy just being the backbone of the team. Fancy in prime position here to finish with another flawless round. And it's not going to be the case. Karamel at least will take one with him as he goes down. 10-4, and this is the place where E-King start to step up. They got a buy round, and they did well as soon as they got to their first half buy round. And they replicate the same.
2 rounds in the bag of Fancy United. And look at the buy, Universe. Do you think this is a bonus round buy? Doesn't look like one, right? Like
No, because they've invested well and they kept 4 players alive. They picked up rifles.
Yeah. I mean, can't be a bonus round if you get the second round as your buy round, right? And you hold on to your weapons. Once again, the 0-point dodge. So this is what has done consistently. He's been able to stay near the pillar, but he can't stay alive, unfortunately. Oh no, the guided salvo to stop them in their tracks. That's top the rotation for the time being. They still won't reach to get out of the
this
smoke,
is done.
but they
This
walk
is-
right into Beautiful's crosshairs.
This is purely momentum now. This is just, you can't stop Fancy from running into a side and he's clearing you up. They're eating them with like,
One enemy
chai and
remaining.
biscuits.
Oh, Loga. Close. Invested.
Whoa!
We
Okay.
almost
Whoa,
got
whoa,
that.
whoa, whoa, whoa. came too close for comfort, but it is going to be Fancy who pull up to 11th over here. And once again, the economy is going to be in a bit of shackles for the Australian side. Couple of pistols, a Bucky, a Bulldog on Floga. They are investing into this. They have to. They're 7 rounds away from where their opponents currently sit. And not to mention now one of their opponents has a round-winning ultimate. An orbital strike to make things even worse. Match point seems inevitable at this point.
Yep. Match point seems inevitable unless you get like 5 Bucky kills over here. Or something crazier than that. This 0 point has been used on this pillar consistently. Best response with a recon of his own, but no information will be reported to him. Echo got too curious, and curiosity is what kills the cat.
It seems like Nia might get one for his own curiosity. In fact, he's the one with the claws right now. Ikana will just jump over. And he's going to spot one, and now he's been spotted. Gate crash available. He can get away.
1 enemy remaining.
But what's the point? He's lost everybody. 13 HP. Where do you plan on going, my friend?
He was spammed through the screens as well. Yeah, there's no saving anything for him. It's not even like he can recover a weapon or anything, right? Just has to concede defeat. So the best thing that he can do right now is die to Nia, because even if he dies to Nia, Nia won't get the overdrive in the last round. So still something better. Give it a bit of drive, no problem.
Should we
Level 4.
celebrate or something?
One more round, ladies and gentlemen, and
Match
Fancy United will have basically punched their tickets to
I'm
semi-finals.
out of here.
Unless SHUL can throw a spanner in the works for Fancy United, but that seems rather unlikely.
Yeah, but at least by the looks of what's happened in the previous 2 maps. I mean, if it happens, good for SATUL, you know. They can maybe turn things around in the 3rd game, go for a nothing to lose kind of comp and just roll it out. But this is quite a stomping from Fancy United.
They're proving why they deserve to be the number 1 seed. Ahead. Spotted one.
Here goes the drone, followed by a Neon. He's just jumping around, going through smokes, and Blessed is here with an Odin, and that's instantly been dropped to the ground. That's going to come in, and the stun is so good. It's such good use of utility and well timed. And now they have an orbital strike while they've got a null command keeping the opponent out of the sight.
And they've got the nanoswarms, and they've got the guided salvo, and they've got the KO Molotov. Yeah, this is GG, ladies and gentlemen. Fancy United esports have basically punched their tickets to the semi-finals. Can they tank the damage and basically try to get the defuse? I don't think they can.
No,
right?
Bukyu's gone, by the way. Kramel's now trying to take up the space for his team. Nobody's going to defuse it, and he's going to lose his life. Echo's left all alone, and while he's able to get one, will not connect the second headshot. Fancy United with the step into the semi-finals with this win. It's only a matter of time now.
Roughly an hour.
Yeah.
And I think we will have crowned our winner of Group A. They had so much comfort there. I mean, sure, they faced their opponents and shot them in the face to win, but they didn't need to do that. They had the KO Molotov, they had the guided salvo with KO, they had the nano swarms with their Killjoy, they had the orbital strike. They have utility for days to prevent the defuse.
Absolutely, and I think that every time this team tries to do something with a little bit of speed, Eking just falls apart. They tried to counter it with the Odin, but it was only good for just the one kill, on the Neon, and even he was just jumping around for fun.
And you had one guy try to kill the diffuser through the smoke, but the knuckle cluster instantly comes through with the Theo, and that stops him from peeking out. So it's just fantastic. I mean, I think I'm the fool over here for doubting the Theo Brimstone composition over here, but it works like a charm.
It's a lot of post-plant utility. It's a lot of it. You have, like you said, you have the KO nade, then you have the Brimstone Molotov, then you had even the Orbital Strike, which did not come through because he didn't survive that round. But like you said, didn't need it. Killzone Nanoswarm was there as well. Kramel tried to claw it back. Unfortunately, eking a little out of their depth here against Vietnam's best.
And one would have assumed that because it's Pearl, Eking stand a fighting chance, but Fancy United Esports beat them with a rather unorthodox composition. maybe it was this unorthodox composition that threw EKing off their groove. But there were some moments of brilliance, especially that triple kill from Ikana when he popped that dimensional cliff and got into the B heaven. That was impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And EKing did have, well, the first 10 rounds that we played, they were doing really well there.
Yeah.
It seemed like it's gonna be a very good game of, back and forth, but unfortunately, Fancy just decided to switch up gears, go all the way to 7 and said, yeah, we're gonna be done with this. We need to head to the final. We want a quick day's work and earn a quick reward that is to be able to go to that final. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you loved watching any of these players, make sure when the QR code pops up at the bottom of your screen, you vote for your favorite player. Honestly, I really loved watching Fisio. I've told before as well, Fisio is one of my favorite players when it comes to this team. I would vote for him. But at the same time, you also have the Neon who did really well as well.
Yeah, I mean, both of those blue-haired agents were on point. I mean, the Yoru plays from Ikana, genuinely very impressive. I mean, I would have given him my vote if they would have won, but I think they will have to win a couple more games for...
I think there was a very clear understanding that every time EKing wanted to take B control, they had an op to face off against, and thrice out of how many ever rounds they went dry peaked. They had the smoke orb, they open it up, they let it be, and then you see Nia standing in 3 different positions every single time, and he's getting one frag and he's out.
Yeah, and he got like 4 op shots off in 4 different rounds, getting the first blood all the time.
Yeah.
That's very impactful. And even with all those first bloods, he's still not the MVP of the game. It's Twilight somehow, because it's crazy. He got 2 first kills. Huh. Interesting. I didn't even realize that he was fighting up close. And he had 2 kills with the guided salvo, which was 2 more than I expected him to get. That being said though, Be Cute did not even need to show us all his shenanigans. Like, that was very good from him. Like, just blocking out the exits and making sure that you use those control smokes in the site to flood out. That's very creative.
Yeah. They actually, moved around the smoke usage really well. In the beginning, they used it for the retake scenarios. They didn't really put it down when the executes were coming to block off the, the entry points for the attack. And then they switched it up. Then they started utilizing the smokes. I thought it might be a problem because their smokes were, exterminating by the time it came around the 30-second mark.
Yeah.
They didn't have any smokes left. But by then, they had already gotten enough utility to make sure that they held them off with the nades, with the Molotovs. And you could see that EKing came down to, I think, the plant situation maybe 3-4 times in a row where they were in the last 15 seconds and they were struggling to get the plant down. And that's when Fancy just like run into their faces.
There were these 2 rounds where they just ran out of time.
Yeah.
2 rounds. You can't afford to spend 2 rounds where you run out of time overcooking. Like, it was very funny how you saw that Mia's trying to rush to the side to stop the spike plant, and then he's like, oh wait, these guys are late. I'm just gonna head out there, enjoy my water, and let these guys lose a round while staring at each other in disbelief about how this happened.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as Fancy win their 2nd game, we are now just awaiting whether or not they're going to clean sweep this group against SATUL, or is there another twist in the story? We will be back to find out, if at all there's any, after this short break.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite, with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work or play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo,
You feel me?
lightweight game, heavy all night. Work or play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On set, vibes up, you feel me?
Swift neo.
The all-new Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work or play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo,
You feel me?
lightweight game, heavy on night. Work or play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Don't have it every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me?
Swift neo.
Welcome back to the Acer Predator League, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at the Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi, India. 16 of the best teams in Asia Pacific have flown down over here, and we are thick in the middle of the group stage. 4 groups, only 4 teams. The top one from each group will advance into the semi-finals.
Yep.
And you guys are watching the matches of Group A, where it seems like so far Fancy United is going to qualify without any problems.
Absolutely. Fancy United have so far been the favorites running in here. While we, of course, expected SAT will also to do well, unfortunately, with the 2 losses that they've suffered, they are out of the competition. But that doesn't mean they can't entertain you. They can't entertain us. They're going to be playing this final game now against Fancy United to maybe test their mettle a little. But if you like your players who are going to be playing on the stage just in a couple of seconds from now, please vote for them in that QR code form that you will see at the bottom. Once you scan it, you will see a form. You fill the form. You talk about your favorite player. You just select on which one is your favorite or type their name, and you will give them the opportunity to win $2,000 maybe.
10,000, right?
10,000 is the prize pool.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. 2,000 for them. But like, I mean, if everyone ends up voting for the same person, then basically uncontested.
I mean, there's other people who also get voted. Yeah, it's basically, So, if you love a player, please go ahead and do it. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, we will be talking about what is at hand on stake. At stake on hand here. We have Fancy United versus SAT. This is going to be the final game for both these teams, as we will be deciding whether or not Fancy go through to the next round uncontested, or will there be a little bit of mathematics involved?
Yeah. I mean, SHUL basically have no chance of making it to the next stage now.
Yeah.
So, with nothing to lose, I hope SHUL give us the best goddamn game of their lives and make Fancy United run for their money. Like, make them bleed, make them suffer.
Let's go double duelist, shall we? I think that'll be fun. We should go double duelist. And while I, of course, have seen that there's a lot of maps that have been played, apparently I heard that Stream B has had my worst nightmare so far.
What?
They've only played Haven
Oh.
across all games.
Oh, okay.
Which is wonderful for me to hear because I'm not doing it. I've had the pleasure of doing Pearl, Corrode, we had Haven once in between, which was not great. But also, now I think we might have a different.
I hope it's Abyss.
Abyss, I think, is a bit of a stretch. I don't think SAT will
It is
go
a bit
for
of a
that.
stretch, yes.
Fancy also, by the way, banned Abyss the first time as soon as it came in the previous game. So, I don't think they go for Abyss, but I do think they...
A bind, maybe?
Bind, maybe. I like a bind. I would love to see what SAT would have on bind. Especially, it's been a while. I've not seen Hawks' Breach. He's been...
Yeah, he was
he's been
actually
dormant.
very good on Breach back in the day.
Yeah, he is. He's been a little dormant with that, but let's see if that comes on as well. And Fancy, of course, you just saw on Pearl that they play a single controller Brimstone and they absolutely battered Eking.
Yeah.
What can they pull out on Bind? We'll find out, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, what if you play Brimstone on a map that's actually supposed to be centered around Brimstone?
No, let's
That would
go
actually be
Veto.
cool.
Let's play a Veto.
Actually, yeah.
Teleporter agent on
I actually
teleporter
want
map.
SHUL to pull out the veto. You know, they've got nothing to lose, so why not?
Venka could play the Veto.
Yeah.
I think if he's in a troll mood, he will pick up the Veto.
Yeah. Oh, you're cooking, Universe. Let those gears churn. So,
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you theory craft over here while I talk about what SHUL have to offer. At this point in the tournament, because SHUL don't have much to lose, they can start experimenting with stuff that might help them in the future. For example, in the game against Eking, they started pushing out a lot more when they realized that mid is being given to them for free.
Yeah.
And every time they did that, they won the round.
Yeah.
But they did not do that nearly enough in the second match. They gave their opponents quite a lot of space.
Yeah.
And when they were not supposed to do it, at that time you've got Techno pushing out of a shot and giving up his life, which gives the opponents a free map. So when to push and when not to push, these are some things that they've been struggling with so far. And I hope that in this game, when they haven't got much to lose, they perfect it. I hope that they can actually learn from their mistakes and implement something. If it doesn't work, it's cool.
Yes, we're about to find out if
Take
it's
some
all...
action.
Yeah, maybe if they... I would love to see some experiments. Throwback to Velocity Gaming. But I would love to see something new from this team. While we also have 3 out of 5 players here who have been on that experimental team before. They have the, the blood of Velocity running in them. But we'll see. Let's have a look at the map video, ladies and gentlemen, as it comes up on our screens. Where are we ending up? Abyss banned, of course. Pearl banned as well. Sunset goes out of the way. Split runs out. And it's going to be bind. Okay.
Manifested it.
And SHU will start on defense. Okay. I like that.
Very, very interesting. So, SHUL, they ban out Abyss and Pearl, which is understandable. Of course, they will ban out. Abyss and Pearl. I think even Fancy would have been very comfortable with the Abyss ban, but now that they don't have to, so they ban out Sunset. Split.
They chose bind between Haven and bind, which is interesting. I feel like they want to try something different because Haven, they did really well anyway.
And they know that SHUL is also fairly strong on Haven.
Yeah.
So they shake it up.
Fairly strong would be not considering what happened against...
I mean, yeah, there are some mistakes which could have been avoided, yes. They did leave a lot to be desired, but on bind, I feel like SHUL will not struggle with map control as much as they did in Haven. And SHUL love the extremity control.
Yeah.
Bind rewards extremity control like crazy.
It is only extremity. There's no mid
Yeah.
in bind.
Yeah.
Let's see if this is going to work out for them. I would love to see what their agents are, what exactly is the game plan here. I don't think there's going to be any game plan per se because there's no real consequence at the end of this. But I would love to see them have fun and do
Go all
something. Yeah, go all out, do something crazy. Give the fans a show. They deserve it.
Yeah. Give us the show as well. I mean,
Yes, we also deserve it. Yes, yes. Okay. You deserve it a little more, Crips. I'll give you a little bit of my deservingness and then put it on your deservingness.
Yes, I was emotionally devastated to see them lose. Not supposed to say stuff like that. Supposed to be unbiased. But,
I wonder what's happening with GGZ. As we last saw, they were actually leading on their match against NKT.
yeah.
They did lose against Boom, and Boom most likely will end up being the winner of that group if they win all
that was
three.
expected.
Yeah, but I would love to see if at all by any chance Boom lose a map and then GGZ comes out. I don't know.
Group C is very interesting, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, Group C has got a lot of mathematical stuff going on. I love it.
Yeah, I expected RRQ to win uncontested, but RRQ actually lost against Dodak. And then Dodak lost to Zipco, so like, I really don't know what's going on over there. That's going to be a very interesting thing.
And there's your...
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Fancy United pick up a double initiator comp with the KO and the Teho. They use Wele as the primary duelist and a double controller as well with Viper and Brimstone.
No Sentinel on one side, on the other end you've got a Deadlock, a Viper and Brim. I like it. I enjoy the variations that Bind usually brings in teams.
Yeah.
A lot of people like the Sky, a lot of people hate the Sky, a lot of people love using the Rays, a lot of people go for the Yoru. Then you have your Neons as well on it. And that's why Bind is like, you know, it's a good map. It's a good map to always have in the rotation because
Brings out creativity.
you never have two teams playing practically the same composition.
Yeah.
They've always got their own variations of it.
I mean, my personal hell was 2022 Ascent where everybody was running the same meta composition and I'm like, God damn, please stop this. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a very interesting game. It's been a while since I've seen Helef on the Initiator, let alone the Sky. So yeah, that's going to be super interesting. Been a while since I've seen all of this. Ladies and gentlemen, SHUL having nothing to lose and Fancy United on the verge of making a flawless run to the semi-finals. This is going to be a game to watch.
Well, seems like Nia's going to be sent in pretty fast in the blaze on towards A-Shot. As the time runs out, the first round will begin and there's a Molly coming in very instantaneously, followed up by a Viper. Oh, that's brilliant. Techno's going to get flushed out of there, and that's U-Haul control completely established. The A side fully taken control of, and they're going to run all the way towards spawn, while there's a 4-man flank coming in from the side of SHUL.
Yeah, this flank is gonna come in soon. Venka going the long way around cave. So now that he's been discovered, the others can hurry up a little because like, the flank has been discovered.
Nah,
They pushes deeper in towards CT, hoping to make sure that they don't get cornered by this flank. That's actually a good move. He should be able to get control of Heaven with this one. And SHUL, as they continue creeping onwards and need to discover love
too many angles.
Vishio, Twilight, all of them converge upon Hope King Kappa.
because the flank came that late, there were so many angles that they could, you know, just pounce upon. Twilight had a great off angle sitting over here, and Nia already went towards heaven. PC is holding an off angle, and there's one more on the back side. So SADL just kind of funneling into this one little, you know, crematory spot for themselves.
Yeah, it's a deadly crossfire. Deadly indeed. SHL still invest into sheriffs. Not bad, considering they've trying to maintain an average to purchase a proper weaponry next round. That being said though, Fancy United are gonna start things slow. They know that SHUL can go for a stack, so they are being extremely careful. In fact, they're not even playing close to where the barriers would drop, just to make sure that they don't get targeted by any deadlock Gravnet and raid combinations.
Yeah, seen all of those happen quite often, including even towards B long usually, where there's that Viper snake bite that also has a combination. Not to mention now Fancy United have so much, again, the post-plant util that you were talking about. And oh, Techno, he's got a Phantom in his face with a Saturate. Venka does get one, and Hoax doubles up as well. They're actually going to get a couple of weapons over here.
Yeah.
Not going to be able to stop the plant, but they've done enough damage.
Planted.
It's 3v3, and now Fisio trying to grab it back.
Yeah, and Fancy United are expecting another reflank from SHUL. They know that they don't have Shah's control, so they have no choice but to handle up towards the actual side itself. Lovely shot by Fisio. Rendering LF completely.
Fall back here.
Good stuff. Clean round. Yes, they lose 2 weapons, but it's just the Marshal. Like, you can afford to lose the Marshal.
Yeah, it's okay. SADUL did enough to kind of damage them just about a little bit. And even though SADUL do have 2 players still on half armor, I think investment costs are going to be high on Fancy. So this buy round is going to be important for SADUL to kind of maybe pull up 2 instantly, back-to-back rounds. Let's have a look what they've got. Well, the Viper wall's been set up towards A once again. It's a little, it's pretty much the same. I like this wall. It's a little weird. It makes the hookah player feel uncomfortable.
Yeah. The Lamps player, you mean?
Yeah, the Lamps player, forgive me. Lamps player makes him feel uncomfortable, and now they put that wall and they're going to the other side. The Knights will destroy, but it's a crossfire here. It's a crossfire that's a little too late to come to fruition. I'm not sure what exactly happened there, but they went their separate ways after they probably decided that, yeah, we're going to peek together.
Yeah, but I didn't think Helef was expecting the peek out of that smoke. Fancy United push out of that smoke all at once, and I don't think Helef was ready for that. He was probably equipping some utility at that time, so Fancy United get the sight, and now Nia is up close to personal, and he's holding it all by himself. The spray transfer is brilliant.
I mean, we've seen this before, and I think Fancy have been...
So,
at least I would say they would be at least, if it's a 50-50 usually, I would say right now they're on a 75-25 confidence slider, where they feel more confidence because they've seen SATUL lose to 2 other teams that they've beaten.
Yeah.
So you should be expecting that these guys are going to run through smokes like madmen.
And they're going to hold angles which you're supposed to hold with other players.
Exactly.
But you're holding them alone. So no need for crossfires, no need to trade each other out. You can just aim and win. That's how confident Fancy United are feeling right now.
Yeah.
Of course, it's up to SHUL to prove them wrong. And if SHUL can get a couple of more rounds in the bag, then Fancy United will start playing properly the way they are actually supposed to play systematic, methodical Valorant.
Back they go. They took a little bit of a peek on towards A shot. Now they go to clear out showers. Just making sure that they stick together as a 3, while the other 2 are now situated on B. Fancy, in the meantime, have completely spread out. They've got a man guarding every single nook of this map. And now they start to regroup towards A.
Yep.
They've spotted the Sky Flash come out of one end, so they know that now Helef might not have too much utility. And now even the Trailblazers come out. So they know that there's no more stoppage utility on that A side, except for maybe that Viper wall that's been put up.
Yeah.
All missiles away.
Retractable Viper smoke. They all pop out of it. Wow. So much utility. The floor is lava.
Oh
Kicked up and runs out
no,
of bullets.
Kappa.
Somehow dips into the smoke. He's trying to slice and dice his opponents because he's got nothing else to fight with. That was a bit funny.
standing.
And somehow Techno was undetected.
Techno!
Could have been a nice 3-piece.
If he had gotten the 3rd, I think he'd have gotten away with the round itself.
Remember,
It's a bit of a stretch, but one can hope, right? Definitely would have been entertaining.
4-0, and we've got Fisio already with his ultimate ready. He's got the Viper's Spit that is most easily on bind a supreme win condition.
Yeah.
And it seems like it's going to be deployed towards that A side itself. To counter it a little bit, I think this is an aggressive Viper. I'm not sure where exactly the wall's going to go from him. Actually, it's gone the same. Did he miss the wall that goes through the TP? Because I see it outside of B.
No, I don't think he wanted to go through the TP.
No, it usually does. That's the direction they take it. So that it covers outside of showers as well.
And oh my god, lovely shot by Vector. Now Nia disrespects King Kappa by pushing out that smoke, dry peeks through. And he's gonna dry peek again. He's gonna run into Techno and finally pays the price for over aggression. But can Techno continue this killing spree? No, he can't. Yes, I can will get the kill. 3v2. That deadlock annihilation could be the game changer over here. If you can pull the Viper out of that pit with that deadlock ult, it would be absolutely incredible. But I don't think he's gonna be in a position to do so.
Oh, Bukute saw it before Helef could even react. He was exposed first, but Helef little late on the trigger. And yes, I can. He's hoping for Hawks to walk into his crosshair. Not going to be the case. He's going to save that Phantom. And that's going to be a 5th for Fancy United.
And I love how Fancy United are basically using this Flores Lava approach. Because in the previous round on B side, they've got the Guided Salvo and the Brimstone Molly to make sure that nobody from SHUL can peek them. And if SHUL can't peek them, they can't stop them from getting into the side. If they can't stop them from getting into the side, SHUL are just playing Retake Simulator 2026.
And to stop that, Godspeed's taken and a timeout. While his team, of course, have a bunch of ultimates ready to use in this round, it's nice, the Annihilation, you've got the Orbital Strike, you've got the Showstopper. I still don't feel like it's going to be enough for them, because they have so much work to do in terms of stopping Fancy United. Because I think if you have to try anything, right, at this point, I would expect them to go up ahead, go aggressive with the ultimates. Fancy have been coming for A-shot almost every single round. They've at least had 2 players stand on the either side of it. If you want to isolate a fight, get Venka in a little deep, go with the Showstopper, and just grab control. Because Fancy have been running at your faces like you don't exist. So, to be able to at least retaliate in some way or fashion, maybe getting the first pick yourself with a little bit of aggression would be a solution.
And they've got 2 good ultimates to use that aggression. Showstopper and the Annihilation can both be used very nicely.
Yeah, but as I say it, I also spot there is
converging paths on Nia. Yeah.
And to top it off,
Twilight
Fancy
is 1
are
point
going
away.
towards B.
Yeah, and to top it off, Twilight is like 1 point away from the Armageddon.
There's an A-shot aggression this time around, but they're going in with pistols. Showstopper, they expect it's going to be towards A side, but no, Venka's going to hold it, and it works out perfectly. Although there's a trade, the A-shot plus pushed in, but Bukute will not be touched.
Last player standing.
He will not be scratched. His armor is the only thing that's taken 10 points of damage. But I think it was the ultimate from the Showstopper. Yeah, I think it was
flash damage. He was too far away.
You're really questioning the Showstopper's balance.
The consistency.
The balance, the affecting area.
My bad, man. Sometimes I forget that I'm trying to be logical over here.
There.
Well, logic right now seems to be out the window for Fancy United, because they're just going on vibes everywhere they go, and vibes are working for them. And SATUL, unfortunately, they're dancing to the tunes of their opponent. Nothing much to do here. Techno hoping for 1 odd kill, not going to be awarded to him. And with that round, Fancy now have a bunch of execute heavy ultimates. It could clear up the A side, it could clear up the B side, whatever they want. They can go anywhere. It's not going to make any difference. They can clear up the entire side without even entering it.
I need a drop.
The kill severely lacking for the side of SHUL right now. 0-6 for Helef. Not the best day for this wonderful IGL, who's had a lovely track record so far, but when the moment calls upon him, he is not able to deliver just yet. Same with the Deadlock. It hasn't provided any value just yet. I mean, the Sonic sensors, nobody's falling into them. I haven't even seen an attempted Granite Nade combination yet, so they're really not using the best of this lineup.
Oh, look at that. Look at that isolation. They know one's it's probably inside. And those... Oh, never mind. He still gets one. And he gets another! He's going to catch one, but now they're going to set him free. caught in a cocoon but set free like a butterfly. Now will he be able to swing like one is the question. LF, he's alone here. He's got Venk on the other side of the site over here, and they're not going to be able to justify any form of crossfire because Fisio is keeping Venka busy, and he's going to take him out as well completely. Left alone, jumps out the window. Desperation will kill him, or Fisio will. Either way, it's 7-0.
I love the movement on PCO. He climbs up over the tube and drops behind Hoax. And this basically means Hoax never even saw him.
Yeah.
And by the time Hoax was ready, he was shot in the back of his head and he's like, okay, cool, I've got my annihilation. This will buy me some space. But he had no idea that he was already getting surrounded. 7-0 for Fancy United, and they are winning in a very, very fancy way.
They are indeed. It seems like they want to take this victory home with a clean slate. SATUL.
Go ahead.
Okay, here comes an execute. It seems they're going to push them out of showers, but Techno and King Kappa find one each. Make that a double for Techno. And once again, it's a thrifty round. That seems to be the working case for this team.
I mean, SATUL always finds success in eco rounds somehow.
Specific eco rounds, not all eco rounds.
Almost always.
Yeah,
Success
almost
in
always.
Eco rounds almost being the keyword over there. But wait, they're not out of the woods just yet. They've acquired weapons. They've isolated the members of Fancy United. But
They're
yes,
not.
ICANN has all the time in the world and he's going around cave.
They've lost the isolation that they had now.
Yeah, but like I don't think Techno will expect a late lurk from cave, right? They still don't have the spike. They know that they've relinquished the ace site. But because there's no plant, even Hope is gonna get confused about the presence of elbow.
Spikes
But there you
down
go.
A.
Now that the spike's been discovered, SHUL can breathe easy. They might just finally get their first round.
First round indeed. He's not going to check his right, I'm pretty sure. Twilight. Yeah, going to get shot in the back, and that's going to be SATUL's first round, thanks to Techno and King Kappa finding most of the parts of the puzzle here. And instantly again with the same thing.
Sheesh.
The minute they lose a round that the coach doesn't like, he's like, all right, stop it, guys.
Has Godspeed called in timeout? Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
right?
he has called
one,
in once.
right? Sometimes he just calls out both the timeouts and the first half itself.
Yeah.
This is not one of those halves.
Yeah.
Not yet, at least.
It could be in about 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Because last time he expired both the timeouts within just 8
Within
rounds.
the first half, yeah.
First 8 rounds, not even first half. First
Oh, damn,
8
yeah.
rounds. It was 4 rounds in, and then it was in the 4 rounds again. And this is actually that part. But I think this kind of plays into Godspeed because now he can talk to his players as well.
Right. Now that Godspeed can finally talk to their players, I think he needs to understand that SHUL need to get that first pick as their win condition. Like, those combos, man, that's the only way you can get value out of the deadlock. Either that or put the barrier mesh in their face. Because let's be honest, Fancy are not going to fall into those sonic sensors and or die.
Yeah, because they actually, either they're dodging it so well because they've got nobody except for the KO. I mean, they've got the KO, they're kind of, you know, neutralizing it. Or they're actually going away from the deadlock almost every time, except for the last one where Hawks got, you know, the attack on B.
Or Hawks is not even placing these sonic sensors. That could also be a possibility. Now there's one towards the Shahs. He's not fighting on the back of it. Flashes and daggers exchange.
Oh,
and here's the orbital strike. Cleared up the center of the site. You discover LF towards the other corner. Even the defensive orbital strike comes through.
Oh my
and Techno
God.
manages to spray down 2. That's amazing. He gets 2 freebies through the Viper wall.
I'm not sure how that happened, but Techno getting 2 is a miracle there. He just spams through the smoke and he's managing to find 2. The orbital strike goes to a waste, and LF here stays his ground. Finds one. He's got another target right ahead of him, but he's gonna clear that out with a Trailblazer first.
They can cast.
Ah, Trailblazer missed.
No, it
Oh no,
bit
it did.
him.
It hit. Okay, interesting. Vishio stunned but not killed. 2v5 on their hands. Viper Spit on the other side. There's only one direction that Fancy United can be funneled into. Seems like SHUL will finally have a good round on board. Courtesy
30
of 2
seconds
big
left.
ultimates.
Vicious only aim right now should probably be getting closer to that Viper's Pit once again. He's 2 away from it, so maybe getting a kill and then getting a plant, or if at all getting a plant and then even dying to the spike might just be working out for him. Fortunately, neither of
10
two
seconds
are
left.
possible with that Viper's Pit active from King Kappa towards a shot. Just shut down this round, and SATUL find themselves a flawless after winning the first one from a Thrifty. It seems to be a pattern now. They've done this in the first game as well.
They always get the slightly more difficult rounds. Stumble on the easy ones.
Slightly more difficult round.
Little bit.
I mean, they have to thank Techno for it because he just kind of spammed through the smoke
Yeah.
and was lucky to find 2 there.
Yeah.
1 would have been great. 2 is
Even better.
Even better. Just a touch of luck with him there. But they need all the luck they can gather right now.
Yep.
And Fancy, to ruin that, have heading straight, I think, heading towards a shot.
Smoke's down.
I think it's going to be a first out. They use the drone to be out of closer angles. 3 smokes thrown in, so they don't want to capture the back of the side. And it's instantly going to be a massive flood.
Planted.
Meanwhile, SHUL were pushing out a B long and they gambled the wrong side.
And here we go. To counter it, they're going to run from the other side into the teleporter. And what they don't know is probably going to be Bukyud waiting for them on the other side. And he's playing for his teammates' ultimate, forgive me, his teammates'
The flash
post blunt.
didn't hit him.
Yeah, the flash didn't see him. So they're going to be completely unaware of the fact that there's going to be a Molotov and then a snakebite coming through. But before that, there's a KO grenade as well. And if that doesn't happen, they've got, of course, the guided salvo. I'm not sure if the guided salvo is still available. But either way, a lot of post blunt utility here. And time's running up by. Half defuse coming in. Nah, Fiercest gonna get him. Fiercest gonna get another. He gets away with 3 HP. Finds the 3rd to his name as well. Fancy are just too far equipped to be losing out on these post blunts.
4 characters that have the potential to stall out a defuse. Basically, SHUL's win condition is to kill Fancy United before they can even plant.
It's just that they've been reading them so well. The minute they knew that they have to run in towards A shot was exactly when SAT was stacked up towards B with 4 players. This happened in the pistol as well.
Yeah, but I mean, you could expect SHUL to stack up one side, but you can't
No.
expect which side they will be on, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, that it's a great read that
Yeah.
they just chose to run into the A side with the at the same time that SATUL went to the other side. I'm saying it's just good reads from them. And whoever's been calling these shots has been phenomenally on point.
0 point once again, this time doesn't detect anybody. But it's the same microwave setup. Got a volley to make sure nobody can kick out of elbow. Hawks this time forward. And Hawks thought that nobody would contest backside because of these smokes, and that's why he had a grav net out in hand, so he gets killed off guard.
Oh,
Wow.
Techno. He got fainted by that shot next to him. He heard him jump. And he heard a bullet as well. Unfortunately, he goes out at the wrong time. Yes, I can takes out Venka. The last 2 players left right now.
There.
Trying to jump out of hookah. Helef
One enemy
looking to
remaining.
suffer a similar death just a couple of rounds ago. And now it's just King Kappa. And it's the same fate for him. 9-2 as Fancy feeling as comfortable as possible
Last
as they
round
already
in
are
the
wondering,
half.
what's going to be
you're not
my
spending your
walkout on
cash.
stage?
Yeah, the variations that Fancy Esports have, I'm hoping that they have similar walkout variations as well. Not just these variations, because you see, it's a stark contrast to what they did in the previous B execute. In the previous B execute, sure, the elbow smoke remains constant, but they had the second smoke towards CT. And then they put down the mollies to make sure nobody can peek out. This time, however, Fancy smoke on either side of Cube. Normally when teams do that, they never want to contest backside. But
There
this
was
time they just climb up.
There was a 3rd smoke on elbow as well, which
Yeah.
they covered with a brimstone molly this time.
Yeah, they used that this time as well. But I wouldn't have expected anyone to climb up on top of him, especially when he does smokes like that. So did Hawks. That's why he died with the Gravenet out in hand. This charge in the smoke can be devastating.
Spike
Techno
down,
finds
B.
his maker.
No,
Spike
no,
once
Helef.
again, and he turns around to get the kill onto Yes I Can. Spike control still very much in the hands of SHUL.
Oh!
Pops out the showstopper, but
Last
Cube
player
pops his
standing.
head off. Techno spams it down to Cube, and it's all up to Twilight now.
Grenade is
1v2. Hilo setup required, but are actually not in
Oh.
a position to do so. And it's Techno's heroics that save SHUL. Get them the last round of the half.
Switching sides.
9-3 once again. They've been on the receiving end of a lot of suffering in this tournament so far. And now they're going to have to climb back up once more. One last time. Is it this that is going to give them their chance to prove themselves? Or is Fancy going to run away with it once again? We've seen how aggressive they were on their attack. Will they do the same on their defense? It seems like at the moment they're going to do a bit of a spread across the map. They're hitting both the extremities. And they're letting go of a shot more or less completely by the looks of it.
One would have expected that Deadlock as a Sentinel is a defensive agent, but in the post plant, even the Deadlock can be quite annoying to deal with. Like, it can buy you a lot of time if you manage to get the plant down. That's a big if, though.
Post plant utility, not that great on SATUL, except for maybe the Viper and Raze Brimstone. But SATUL have been known to kind of extinguish their utility a little earlier than required.
Yeah.
Whereas Fancy, they kind of have pretty well, you know, adjustments around when they want to use what utility. And here they go. A shot, control taken completely. Fancy. Twilight's going to let them pass through. He's going to take a fight. It's going to be 1-for-1. It goes around the block here. And there's the flank. King Kappa comes at the right time. And Nia, unfortunately, hinders himself. He's going to play around here, but he's got so many people coming towards him. They're feeding him like strays.
Spike down A.
And he's made it so much more difficult. It's a 2v2.
And they haven't got the chance to plant just yet. They still need to make that risky crossing. They need to pray that Fissio doesn't encounter them all the way there. But Fissio finds Wenka while peeking out of heaven. And they've discovered Hoax. He's dinked. He's cornered. And the one thing that SHUL needed, the pistol win, they don't even get that.
I don't know why they decided to just kind of hound onto Nia for some reason. They wanted shower control. They got it. They killed the person who was guarding showers. And then they wanted a little more. They wanted to make sure they clear him up, but instead they go and feed him 2 kills, and that allows the other player who was coming in from spawn to enter in towards U-Hall. The minute he gets control, no plant was done, they took the spike and went all the way, and Hoax was just sitting there in Cubby like a pigeon ready to be thrown.
They squandered their advantage, and now Fancy United can clean up shop. They shouldn't have won the pistol, but they did. And now this means that they have a good chance of winning the 11th as well.
Yeah.
Yes, I can is just gonna jiggle peek around the corner and use the drone whenever, use the volley when people get close to him. Hindered properly this time. Nia using the spell to get the kill onto Hoax, and yes, I can with the flash, he's able to get a double. Make it triple as he's just cleaning up shop over here. 11-3, clean sweep for Fancy United.
Domination at its finest from Fancy United, as Vietnam surely going to be one of the representatives in the 4 that will be playing in the final. And with this, unfortunately, the hopes of eking and Exist are also going to be stopped in their tracks. While they will play their final game, it's just going to be a consolation prize as to who finishes second in the group. But the top spot, Fancy United, with absolute and clear domination.
When they're all sticking together once again, it's an ace shot push from from the side of SHUL, and Fancy United going for a massive B-long push. We've seen this before, you know, the other way around.
Yeah.
Both the teams just switching roles over here. Just a little flipperoo. And it's a clean blood for SHUL. They've got plenty of utility remaining as well. This 5v5 retake is something that they can actually convert. And there's only one flanker, so they don't need to worry about the backlines.
Helef is watching that, and this is going to be the first fight. Nia, will he expect this? Oh, what is Helef doing?
No! Caught napping. The guided salvo forces Wenka out of that spot, but that deadlock barrier mesh can buy them time, and Wenka sprays them all down! In one fell swoop, he has turned the tides. Fissio in a 1v2, he hears the sonic sensors. This could be the undoing of Fancy United. Can this finally be a route that SHUL convert? King Kappa doesn't want to give him any room to work with, but Fissio turns it around.
He's got no time. Fissio came close to clutching this out, but time, unfortunately, was the third player that he did not expect to work against him. Wenka, though, God, honestly, I would say he peaked at the right time. He timed that perfectly.
Perfect, I swear. It's not just the timing, but even the positioning of that barrier mesh. Look at that. They break just one end of that barrier mesh, and then all 3 of them just line up for him.
Yeah.
Hack. That's a very satisfying play, I'm not gonna lie.
Indeed it was. SATUL now will need another one of these rounds, but they've got an outlaw against them, and they're all on half armors, by the way. Nia's going to have a field day if he gets a couple of these targets heading towards him. And he's not going in the wrong direction. He's got targets walking. He's going to get the first, and a second will not connect, but he's got a Phantom to support him. Venka will deliver a killing blow. But Nia, back he goes, and that's a shot and a half.
He goes back for a second bite of the pie. Double dipping his spoon into it. 3v3. 1v1 forced by King Kappa. He actually wins this. I would not have approved of this 1v1 on any other day, but now when SHU will have their backs against the wall, this is all that will will them the game.
Yeah, and the Brimstone's on heaven, so he's going to play a very acute angle here.
Too cute playing an acute angle. I
Yeah.
see what you did there.
Yeah,
Unless he gets smoked off, which I think is rather unlikely now.
he's got 2 smokes. He is going to be smoked off, I'm pretty sure, in a second, but
Nah, unless SHU will go for a contact play.
Techno is going to try and smoke the heaven part of. Yeah, there it is. And there's a...
CP.
Yeah, he's trying to now create a little bit of commotion for his teammate to come in.
Last
Already up
player
shot,
standing.
but
Spike planted.
using that gap was a problematic one. King Kappa will take him out a third for him in this round, as SATU will most certainly get their 5th, but are still half a world away from Fancy United. And they've got enough time to think about what they want to do in the next round. How do they want to... do they want to aggress? They've got a converging paths if they want to go ahead and take shot control.
Yeah. That converging paths, but I'm pretty sure that Armageddon is also about to be ready. I will have to take a look at the ultimate orbs and see how much they've yet to acquire. That being said though, SHUL, these A executes have worked for them 2 times in a row. And they weren't like brute force A executes. These have been split pushes. Sure, you kind of force the issue a little too much around the B long side. You lose more than I was hoping you would, but
Getting tired is
all is well that ends well. And in that 3v3, it's King Kappa's one-on-one victory that enables SHUL to win that round. If King Kappa lost that one, then he would have been criticized to no end.
Indeed. Now, once again, it's going to be an outlaw, but on the hands of SATUL this time, because they have put their opponents in a bit of an eco. Hero Phantom, a Bucky as well, but Nia wants to go aggressive. He wants to get into their faces, and he's going to get an opportunity to do so.
Uh-oh.
Just has to turn left.
A-shot aggression. And King Kappa's ready for it. He threw down the smoke to make sure that his team can go up a shot, but instead he gets run down by Fancy United. And now that this A-shot aggression has been taken over here and he passes that information to his team, his teammates hurry up P-long. They haven't cleared out Hookah yet, so they need to be wary about Yesaikan's position, who jumps into the smoke hoping to isolate Techno. And Techno's like, nope, I'm out of here. He tries to get away and he actually escapes.
Goes back for a second peek though, but he will give up his life there. That's another rifle picked up.
TV3, oh my god, Twilight, that was disgusting.
Deployed.
This is getting too close for comfort. LF needs to save this round, needs to save himself. He's going to go for a little bit of a journey, clearing out corners, and there's multiple of them to clear.
Down.
0 Point clears out the hookah, so they know nobody's hiding under. They can now use the Molotovs from backside, hoping to force somebody out of position. But LF jiggling around the smoke, dancing around that curvature.
remaining.
Hooks, the spray was a little struggle. It was a little labored, but he gets it in the end. And finally, a nice clean shot to Yesaikan's head to get
There's no
that
need
round
for
in the
the
bag.
enemy to suffer. Kill
There's the
them
timeout
fast.
once again. Fancy. The coach is not really happy with what's happening right now. It was an eco though, so I'll give him that. They gave a lot of damage. They took down 3 of SATUL's weapons. So in that sense, SATUL are going to have a little bit of reinvestment costs, even though they've won 3 in a row. Or 2 in a row, forgive me. They do have, look at that. They're still not good on money. If they lose this round, it's practically over. LF's the only one who's surviving with any form of economy whatsoever. But on the other side, you're pretty much on the same level as them, just that you're 6 rounds ahead.
Oh my god, take a look at Fishio's score. 21-6? This guy's out here playing deathmatch or something.
Yeah. By the way, I'm not sure if I don't think people can hear, but Crips and I are sitting like a little bit away from the players. I can hear the RRQ players behind me shouting, "Hey, what are you doing, man?" to whoever they're playing against. I think it's Zipto.
But RRQ's desk is not facing anyone, so they can't look their opponent in the eye when they trash talk them, you know? Like on the
can
VCT Pacific
scream.
stage, you can look them in the eye.
You don't need the look in the eye. You just need to shout. Whoever team hears it, they're like, oh, damn it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
And none of them are wearing those big noise cancelling headphones, so
Yeah.
I think it's quite audible. Like,
Hey, man, what are you doing? I think we should start doing that, you know. We should scream.
not while wearing these mics.
No. Yeah, of course not. Like, just randomly start trashing because there's like 20 teams behind us, right? And who knows who's saying what?
Slowing them down.
They need to get out. And finally, a
My God.
Gravnet and Nade combination. After so long, after 17 rounds, I finally see one of those combos.
Nia could have gotten out of there easily. He waited for somebody to actually come to the smoke.
Yeah.
He's like completely poised and cold and waiting that somebody's gonna come. I'm gonna kill him. But Venka is gonna do that work instead for him. He spots ahead. He can actually go through that wall. He's gonna try and shoot it on the across the other side. It's just gonna damage himself.
Yeah, no problem over here. You've got the sight. I think they're expecting another push as soon as they tap the spike. That's why they took their speed trying to reposition themselves. No. Kills by Q. That's
Sound sensor
that's
out.
elbow control taken. But they still didn't plant the spike. This has been conditioned into them, you know. They've been punished for planting the spike so much, especially in the Haven map, that now they are just waiting for any utility. Like, they were waiting that maybe there's going to be a guided salvo as soon as I tap the spike. Maybe there's going to be a pop flash as soon as I tap the spike. So they kind of expect this to happen now. Like, even towards the end of Haven, we saw that SHUL were basically hesitating to plant because they knew that the moment they tap the spike, someone or the other is going to push out. So I think that habit is ingrained into them now, and they carried it forward even in bind.
Yeah. SATUL. They have a period of these particular rounds where, you know, they're like, okay, we're gonna start doing a little bit more now. We're gonna start putting a little more effort. And that's between round 15 to round 20-ish.
Okay. Yeah.
No, then
Now,
Papa,
this is where they
little late
lost
to
the
wake up,
previous
no?
game. Yeah, I would say so. Not too late if they wake up and go all the way through, because in the previous game, this is where they lost.
Yeah.
So this round is going to determine whether they're going to, you know, they're going to come through or not with a comeback. To stop them, there's 3 ultimates already available. A 4th on Twilight if it comes through in this round, if he gets 1 frag.
Yeah. Even if he dies, it's going to be fine. But they've got 2 rifles. This could possibly be another win for Fancy United. They also have a Stinger. Smoke. They should be able to get the ult orb over here if at all they want Twilight to get it. But I don't think they're going to tap it just yet. Phantom and the Stinger both staring it down.
Oh, a jump bait over here from Brimstone as he's going to wait for Nia to do most of the work. And Derek, no! Venka!
one down.
You monster gets the one. He was ready for it. Just straight up aim.
Ammunition.
Twilight swings out. Why? Just 4 players there. What would you even achieve swinging out to 4 players? 1, maybe 2. You're not going to get 4.
Yeah, but that slow plus guided salvo combination was actually pretty good. Annihilation used for absolutely nothing, so SH will waste that ultimate. Although I understand where they're coming from. He would have popped it as a security measure. That being said though, it is a very good round from SHUL. They survived the B-long trap. Fancy United were prepared to intercept them over there. They were fully ready to lay down the fireworks.
Now, one thing that I would love to see from SATUL would be to start maybe doing a little bit of pacey stuff. They have done the slow stuff. It's been working. Now they've got 3 rounds. I think now Fancy United will start getting used to it. It's a first buy round. So they will most likely try to put pressure on that slow stuff, make them waste their utility. That's been helping them in these slow rounds.
Launching
But
smoke.
SATUL not going to change their ways as of now. They spread out more, actually. And Nia sending on a homing missile mission here. He spotted one and he's ready. Did deliver a bullet to the shoulder. He's going to be sent back. King Kappa needs to stay alive this round. His Viper Spit could be extremely effective for SATUL's comeback. Whereas on the other side, you do have an Armageddon, you have a Null Command, you have a Viper Spit, you also have the converging paths. Fancy United are equipped for retake for days. And they're kind of boxing SATUL in with the flank as well.
And SHUL this time not planting once again. Hopes has been using this barrier orb for a very long time. What? This time he's gonna lock Venka in. And
Spike
Fisio is locked
planted.
in over here, so he gets the kill onto Wenka.
I'm all out.
Viper Spit deployed. Of course, the Armageddon can clear it out. Even the orbital strike will be available soon. But they're just going to spend all their time. And I think he's going to pull out the Armageddon.
This is how we
Let the
end.
missiles roll down. But King Kappa doesn't need to worry. He can still continue staying inside the pit. Nia, though, will invade and get the kill onto Helef. Folks has to stave off the flank.
Can't
He
use
kills
that.
Nia. That's the flank gone.
Sensor
But
trip.
the grab net,
Oh,
it actually connects.
perfect.
Twilight is amazingly taken down. And even Yes I Can had to pull out the net in front of him. King Kappa with the final.
Yeah, Techno deploying the orbital strike there as well, just as his insurance policy, making sure that nobody's gonna get close to that spike. But SATUL have gone through, burned through all of their ultimates in that one single round. There were 2 ultimates used by Fancy as well. They put in the null command just to make sure no utility could counter the Armageddon. But King, I feel like the Armageddon was very misplaced. I'm not sure where exactly they were planning to throw in the guided missiles along with the Armageddon, because a chunk of that Viper Spit was left inactive with the utility. So
Yeah, the
And
Cubby
King-
wasn't covered.
yeah, and King Kappa could easily maneuver through. Here we go, aggression, and there's one. Yeah, that's an easy frag. They even put down the orbital strike, and this is the aggression that we love to see.
Yeah.
Fancy United have done an execute, and they've taken advantage very simply.
Like basically anybody who's standing in that generic region will die, guaranteed. The only people who will survive are people who are standing on the left-hand side of that area.
Yep.
Basically, people who are close to Helef. So instant
Done
two-man
here.
advantage in the first 3 seconds of the round, and now SHUL are trying to make a gamble push out of Bath.
Well, while that's happening, Fisio's got no idea that Helef's coming from short, but he still damages him pretty low. Picks up the Stinger. Unfortunately, Helef's ready for him. But Yes I Can is here!
my lord!
And he says, yes, I absolutely goddamn can. Helef's the last one left, and he's pretty darn low. 4 players staring in his direction. Nothing to be gained. It's 9-12, and Fancy United staring at
Match point.
absolute victory.
You've earned this win. Let's make
That's
it
the
official.
curse of SHUL. They mount the comeback only to be shut down in the last possible moment. 6 rounds in a row. SHUL won 6 damn rounds in a row on the trot. They destroyed Fancy United's economy,
Yeah.
destroyed their ult economy, and then let Fancy United build all of it up only to reach map point before SHUL can get there.
Now, the one thing that could destroy them is that Viper Spit. Once Fisio deploys it towards a shot, they're going to have a complete part of the map cut off from them. Not to mention the worry of there being a shotgun at the other end of it,
Oh
if at all he picks up a judge.
yeah.
And now SATUL, under complete desperation, will try to win this at the back of this timeout. Godspeed. Whatever wisdom he's got, this is the last bit of it that he's going to be able to give them. And as that timer ticks down, it's now up to the players. How many more rounds can they find in these tough times? They've got an Armageddon, Annihilation on Hawks. He's only used it once so far that I've seen.
Twice, but he's...
Twice?
Yeah, but the second time, everyone was already dead, so he didn't have anyone to capture in the cocoon.
Let's see if a third time's going to be a charm for him. Not really killed anybody with it just yet. And there's the Viper Spit this time towards his B long. That is extremely well read. And Fisio drops the spike
down,
as well
B.
by spamming straight through that smoke. Venka playing a dangerous man's game here. And he's going to get taken down. Fisio fully aware. While the spike's been retrieved, SATUL's hopes seem to have been buried in the ground halfway
Tony's
down.
Oh, and now they also discover the Viper on the other end of the map, so they now know that he's lurking. They forced SHUL out of B. They've discovered the Viper lurk towards the path. I think it's fairly obvious that SHUL are about to hit a shot now, and that's why you see the Molly already in the hands of Bucute ready. And it's a high-low setup ready to intercept King Kappa. He does get one. Bucute is just gonna put the ground on fire. Ah no, yet another annihilation missed by Hawks. They need to double up and take care of Bucute, but they're separating over here. I do not like this. Oh, tap the spike, and they are out of here. Do they know that Fishy's over here?
Nope.
Can he intercept them? No, not just
30
yet.
seconds left.
But
So
he
SH
can-
will get to plant, but there's no post-plant positions available for that.
But he can catch them because Nia's doing a lot of sound cue making here for his teammate. The minute Fisio comes in from the other side, it's gonna be
Last
chaos.
player standing.
What? The shorty does not run. It's all on Hawks. He's got a 1v3 against him, 19 HP. The shorty works for the first. He's got a flank, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Fancy United, your undisputed Group A winners, will head to the main stage for the grand finals.
It was difficult in the end. It was a bit labored, but Fancy United do it without any losses in the end. They almost gave Exist a chance to make a comeback. They almost gave SHUL a chance to make a comeback. Exist pushed them into overtime. SHUL pushed them to the limit, break their economy again and again, and then finally lose by only a 3-round deficit. Fancy United, sure, they may have won the whole group without a single map loss, but all the games were not that clean. At least they let almost every team make a comeback against them.
To an extent, yes.
extent, yes.
To an extent, yes. But I still feel like Fancy United have, understood what they needed. I feel like they already thought when they were 11-4 up that they had won the game.
Yeah.
It looked like it. They felt like they were playing the game more for fun because they knew
Correct.
that if, when needed, they can close down the game.
Yeah.
And they did so. SATUL sort of made them feel the punishment for it. They went a little further, took a couple of more rounds than probably
Right.
Fancy expected. But that's because Fancy started feeling the pressure of SATUL's aggression. They started doing a little bit of aggressive stuff. And in the end, when it was needed, like I said, the converging parts with the orbital strike coming down, that was the round that broke the camel's back.
Yep. And that is how the cookie crumbles for SHUL, having lost all their games in the group stage. At least they were able to put up a good, memorable performance. They did push quite a lot of the teams to the limits. Let's take a look at the highlights because there were some really good rounds over here where SHUL were able to impress us. I mean, especially Folks, especially Techno. This lovely double kill with the Sheriff. There's also going to be another round where he gets a triple spray down where I almost lost my voice screaming my lungs out over there. That was very impressive. But in the end, there were also many rounds, as you will notice, where SHUL squandered their advantage even after getting the opening pick.
Yeah, that's been happening quite a few times. And I think SATUL just, have had an extremely unfortunate day today. Nothing seemed to be clicking for them apart from the fact that even that their opponents were actually, able to read them pretty well. They were able to find their weaknesses pretty well. Also, the fact that they ended up playing on maps where their opponents were feeling stronger. But we can't use that as a reason because SATUL, while they played Pearl and lost against E-King, we saw Fancy take over Pearl like it was nobody's business against E-King. So
That's true.
there is a bit of an issue when it came to their gameplay, but I hope that in the upcoming months that is going to be solved.
Yep. SHUL, they have to pull up their socks, and I hope that they can learn something from it because international exposure is very important to every single team in this group. I mean, Fancy United are the only ones who've competed at Ascension, who've competed at a very high level. For teams like SHUL, for teams like E-King, and even Exist, they don't get enough international exposure. For them, it's going to be a very good opportunity. So while Fancy United have basically stamped their ticket to the semifinals already, there is still one more game to go. But before we get into that, let's take a look at the scoreboard and see the numbers, as my friend over here likes a lot.
Well, I do like numbers in Valorant, and clearly the king of these numbers is Fisio, who I again mention is one of the best players here. He's been absolutely on the roll, 25 and 9. That is, that's more than the 2.5 KD ratio, and 306 ACS. And he gets 4 kills, first kills as a Viper. I mean, that's just wonderful.
2 of them were sprayed down through smokes without even seeing the opponent.
Yeah, exactly. So, Fisio very well orchestrated this entire win, and he's got his teammates following him up, giving him the support that he deserves. And the other side, good efforts from Venka, Techno, King Kappa, Helef, kind of slowed down from the previous game. He was doing a little better in the last 2 games, but it seems like towards the end here, it just was a downward slope that they couldn't stop falling off.
Yep. But credit where it's due. Props to Techno. Good utility usage. He was able to single-handedly turn a couple of rounds on its head.
Yeah.
Lovely triple kill by Venka. And King Kappa, there were some duels which he won, which turned the tide of the game.
Yeah, one of those rounds was where he get a 4K while getting into the A side, where he got the 1v1s and he managed to actually find his way single-handedly through the A side. That's where it was. But Fisio will be the MVP of this final map of the group stage that he will be playing. And now they can rest easy and look forward to who they're going to be facing off in the semi-finals, which I believe is against Group D, if I'm not wrong, which could be Motive Esports.
Very well, if Motive Esports top their group.
Yeah.
I mean, so far I think we've already discovered who's going to qualify from Group A. So the last game is fairly inconsequential, but I believe Groups B and C are still shrouded in a air of mystery. They're still shrouded in suspense. So you guys should be able to find out who will be topping those groups very shortly. Obviously, I also am very excited to find out. But also, before we sign off for a small break before the next game begins, I need to remind you, make sure you scan that QR code and vote for your favorite player. There's a prize pool of $10,000 up for the All-Star player. And who is the All-Star player? That depends on you. Yes, you have the power to control that. So make sure that you scan this QR code and vote for your favorites.
Absolutely. And ladies and gentlemen, please do not forget, while the other players are also here in the other streams, do watch those games as well and make a good decision about who your favorite players are. And at the moment right now, I did mention earlier that in Group C, RRQ are fighting for their lives and they have to win their current game against Zipto with a +7 round differential to make it to the final. Or it's going to be Todak who've already beaten them. Who's going to make it? We're going to go find out right after this break as well. So you also go there. We'll see you there in the Group C.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
click, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work or play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, swift neo. Oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work or play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, swift neo. Oh, let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final game of Group A. It is going to be Exist versus Team ENG, but unfortunately, this game has no consequence. Apart from the fact that which team is going to finish second in the group, I feel like this is probably the more close matchup that we've had. We will have, because other teams feel like, yeah, the Fancy was on a roll. SATUL, yeah, they were coming close, but not close enough. I feel like these two teams might feel more evenly matched.
Yeah, I mean, I think in order to amp up the suspense, it would have been nicer if we had this match before the Fancy versus SATUL game. Then we could have had a little bit more suspense going in the group.
Yeah.
But there's plenty of suspense still in the air, ladies and gentlemen, especially for a lot of other groups. So feel free to tune into those ones as well. 4 streams going on simultaneously, but obviously I would prefer to stay here and watch us listen to our lovely voices. Let's take a look at this matchup, ladies and gentlemen. It's ENG versus Exist. Two teams that have come into this tournament with a lot to prove. Two teams who have been craving the experience of a LAN final, and they finally get to have it. Exist, after having finished outside of the main event in BCL Japan, were craving a LAN experience, and they don't just get a local LAN, they get an international LAN. So that's a big up for them.
Yeah.
Same with ENG.
I mean,
one of their star players left them a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
One of their stronger players fell sick before he came to India. And even over here, the players that did make it, one of them is actively feeling sick. It's like Murphy's Law is fully activated for ENG. Anything that could have gone wrong for them went wrong for them. And despite all of the hurdles, they powered through.
Yeah, they still managed to beat SATUL, who are, at least at the beginning of the day, were considered, even by us, to be the only other competitor to Fancy out of this group.
Yeah.
But it seems like ENG might finish second, or even, you know, you've got IGZ that could finish second. So I'm very excited to actually watch this matchup because it's going to be more evenly matched. And not to mention, yes, you meant all the Murphy's Law things that could have gone wrong have been going wrong, but they still smile, they still enjoy. They're here for fun, they're going to have fun, and they're going to only go back with a little bit of, with a good amount of memories. And here's the map veto, as we see. Berlin Bind have been taken away, Split in the Abyss follow, and we're going to end up on Haven. But I'm not going to be mad. I'm okay with it because it is the last map of the day. So I'm going to be nice, and I'm going to accept it with grace.
I don't know why you have problems with Haven.
This map can just go to hell. What?
I mean, I'm just happy Ascent is no longer in the map pool. That was my first map. Either way, our preferences don't really matter over here.
Yeah.
The preferences of these players is Haven. So let's figure out what they're going to be playing on this particular map as we hop into the agent selection screen. I expect blue hair. Yes, I get blue hair, one on either side. You got Echo on the Neon. Really good performance from him in the previous end. Freeze has shown us both Omen as well as Yoru. But I would much rather have Kale on the Omen.
Yeah. We do have the Wele is still active. Sid was wonderful against SATUL. And of course, you have Freeze as well, who loves being as free as possible with an AWP. A little too overzealous at times. You know, with the AWP, the amount of aggression that he showcases probably needs to be tuned a little down. But I think they're okay as far as they're having fun here. I feel like there might be a knife duel at some point.
Oh,
I would love to see.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Yeah.
Hey, at least one of the Indians in this group has won a game. Karamil, yeah, Karamil.
I mean, yeah, he's playing for an Australian team.
He's won a game. I'm just gonna, in my books, that's a win. That's a W.
Win. That's a win right there. Caramel the GOAT. Norbu Sering. He's actually been a very good performer in the Indian subcontinent, and for some reason he's always been looked over.
Yeah.
But I think now he can prove his worth. If he can hang out with the big boys of Oceania, he can definitely have a much brighter future ahead of him. But enough about Norbu for now. Let's jump into this game, ladies and gentlemen. Haven is on the cards. Last game of the day for Group A.
Thankfully, to a very, very hard-working and dedicated crew of production from the esports club, we had a very smooth day today.
Actually, yeah.
And I would genuinely like to thank them.
Yep.
So good on those guys for taking us to a smooth day. And now let's get to the game. Final game of the day, as we all are waiting to see who's going to finish in second place. It's going to be started off with first kill. I feel like who's going to win the first kill gets the game.
Okay, that's
Who gets the first kill gets the game. Okay, there we go. He's gonna be
Lovely burst by
Spike
Papagachi.
down A.
He's still trying to juggle in and around that smoke, hoping to keep Echo at bay because they've spotted Echo over there. Oh my god, he still gets the kill on the Caramel as well. That's ridiculous. Echo burned his relay bolt, hoping to punish Papagachi, but he was stopped
Last
by that
player
smoke.
standing.
And Papagachi just doesn't seem to end his
How
killing
is he?
spree.
Okay. Ikana's gonna get one and he's gonna get away as well. He's not playing the duelist this time around. They're gonna let that be just on the neon. They're gonna give him the responsibility of the wiper, the backbone of the team. He's got a tripwire as well. Ikana. Not at all conspicuous about his movements. And now he's gonna face off against two. Okay, Ikana gets both and now he's down to 24 HP. Picks up the wall, tries to sell a phantom here. But the spike's in his grasp. And that person, of course, is a Cypher. Ikana's going to take his time. He's got 20 seconds, though. Time's running away, and he is going to wait for the opponent to make a move.
Oh no, he
my
might just
God.
catch him.
The timing, this is going to be a problem. Oitan, his leg's been spotted. He's going to turn around. It's going to be Ikana. He clutches it, and it doesn't matter whether it's the Yoru or the Viper. He's still as strong as ever.
1v3 to pull off the clutch. And here we were saying that Exist will win the game simply because they got the first kill. So who's delusional now? It's us. It's obviously us. I don't know why I asked that question. That was rhetoric. Please ignore that. But that being said, though, there was quite a lot of economic damage. So Exist can afford to buy that Outlaw with the full armor. Papagachi probably bought that Outlaw for freeze.
Yeah.
And he knows that all of them are going to be on either light shields or regen shields. So that Outlaw can actually have quite a lot of impact.
He spotted one. Unfortunately, no connection. Gets away with just about a fraction of his health there. 70 HP on him. And it's going to be Papagachi again with that damn classic.
And this time it's helped by the decay from the Viper.
Yeah, and it bursts him off. Caramel is going to manage 2 kills here. But it's still a 3v3. Freeze finally puts that Outlaw to work, and now he's come up towards Heaven. Got another chance here to wipe out another player clean. Oh, and he's going to probably get it. The timing. Okay. Very aggressive. Papagachi comes in from the other side, and he buys in to the sound cue made by the Yoru. Flash is not as effective. Nobody's going to follow it up there. Loga's going to throw down a smoke, keep themselves a little bit more safe for a couple of more seconds, but Exist now slowly going to move into the side.
TB2. Difficult to retake with the Outlaw, unless you can get another weapon, or unless one of these players offers you that peek, but I don't think Ikana or Floga are gonna peek. And when they do, you're not looking in that general direction. So great round from E-King. And this Viper is firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, Ikana's
7-0.
feeling. Yeah, he's feeling it. He's having the time of his life so far, but Exist are also doing well. I'm not going to say no at all, because they did drop 3 weapons. Papagachi's been on a flying start so far. Got a stinger though. Will pay the price of the admission of the Outlaw in the previous round. And now he's going to continue playing that long side by himself. Nobody's on that A side to support him. And Oitan's already taken out Echo. That was a straight spam through the window, and finally, Exist have been doing that the entire round against SA Duel, by the way. They never found one success. This was the first time.
And Vince is judge. I don't think they're going to find success.
Ooh.
They get 1.
19 HP.
The paranoia is amazing. It stops any more of the E-King players from flooding through. So it repels them for the time being. And buys enough time for Exist to reposition.
Any other tripwires available? A couple of spam bullets, not going to connect as well. Floga's going to be able to get away from that. And the regroup towards A, as they've already got their Viper pretty deeply situated. There is a tripwire to stop him, though. Ikana's going to have to play this a little smartly. And he's hoping that somebody makes a jump peek, somebody goes for a wide swing in for a piece of information. He's going to have his teammates join him in the same place. They're going to just give up on shot. So that's going to be an angle they're going to have to be worried about. And that's exactly where Popocacci is going to reposition as well. Oitan's been detected, and Popocacci's got a smoke to play around with. The Paranoia's not going to touch him. He goes through it, ignores the first omen, and he's going to go
Spike down
and get a
A.
double. Floga, left alone, is going to have to be a little enigmatic here. Repositions himself, gets the first, the second to follow up, not going to be the case.
He just ignored Floga. Let him walk past him.
For a good measure as well.
Yeah.
Because I feel like if he had gone for Floga, I think the other two would have traded him off. The round would have been differently, you know, left out.
Yeah.
Good
And Floga didn't
decision.
even just walk through, he also used a shrouded step, if I'm not wrong, into the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Which, under any other situation, would be an instant death sentence if there was a defender looking at him.
Yeah. Well, seems like a C execute is on the cards. Very quick one at that. The smoke's very, very fast. It's going to go down there instantly, and Echo is going to be sent forward. Recon's been destroyed. No information whatsoever given just yet. Tripwire breaking in progress, and they've instantly run away. But what they don't know is that the Cypher's already cleared it out. They know that this is going to be pivoting elsewhere. Freeze is sitting with the judge on towards Garage. He's not going to be troubled just yet because the attraction is towards B.
And it's just a tripwire, so sure, Eking can get in. They can probably even get a plant. But I believe that this will most likely take via plant. That could be difficult. Viper Spin activated now. Ace could turn things difficult to exist. Relay board makes Oltan very vulnerable. Keeps them away. But the moment the spike is tapped, that Hunter's Fury comes through. And another one connected.
Wow,
So much damage. That's a max value Hunter's Fury if I ever see one.
Yeah, and with that, he's going to have given his teammate a lot of advantage, and now Oitan makes good use of it. And there they go, one after the other. A single Hunter's Fury kills one, damages two, and finishes off the round. That Viper's Spit gone to use of nothing.
Sheesh. I mean, he kind of had two amazing rounds, and then 2 rounds back to back. Exist just make it look like he kind of never stood a chance.
Sheriff's
They were
across the board.
destroyed in seconds.
Yeah, and now Sheriff's across the board, no armors whatsoever. They're just going to keep it a little friendly, wild west here. But across the board completely, Eking don't really want to charge in on a particular portion of the map just yet. They've got an Odin that's been heard and very well dodged as well towards the A main. But Sid has been sent down to 5 HP. He did deliver a little bit of damage onto the attacking side, but he also ate a bullet straight to the head. 5 HP on him. Popocacci, he's got trouble. He will have to watch his teammate either. Floga's gone, and there's Eco as well.
And this Odin could be devastating. Yes, it is. Popocacci popping off.
One enemy remaining.
Oitan, incredible shot of the caramel. Wow, making it look easy. Flawless round to deal with a bunch of sheriffs. And now the real test for Exist will begin as Eking will finally muster up another buy.
Yeah, so far it's not been clear who actually is taking the advantage in this game.
Yeah.
It's been blow for blow.
Yeah.
Yes, Exist has been slightly better because they've got an extra round. But Eking also had a very good 2 rounds which they pulled off as well. So, like we said earlier, this is going to be a close call. A little, you know, interesting moment for a timeout, in my opinion. It's 3-2. There's not much happened. Your team's still not, you know, completely lost. They've got money on the board. What's the game plan here? Maybe the coach has noticed something that's exploitable. B has been given not that much attention so far.
Yeah.
But that's the usual default you see from these teams on Haven anyway.
Yeah.
But B did prove to be a point of success because they had the Viper Spit. Unfortunately, the point was that the Hunter's Fury stopped them. Now, will B again be contested? I would say they should try and prioritize it because these people are able to get plant over there pretty easily. And getting a plant is, of course, the priority for them. And if they get into postman, I think they're going to be able to do well because of the Viper and the Killjoy.
And unlike the previous game where we've seen Killjoy ultimates where Caramel had to wait for the Armageddon and the Orbital Strike and the Hunter's Fury to pass, here he just has to worry about the Hunter's Fury. And I think that's fine. I mean, Caramel's 2 points away off the Hunter's Fury. Meanwhile, Popocacci is on 2 points. So you can probably use that lockdown before that.
Out of charges.
Look at that smoke onto platform. Not something you see very often.
Yeah, but I like it. It's an angle cutoff for the op just in case it's gonna be there. And even if they come below it and try to peek, their legs will be spotted first. It's a one-way.
Yeah.
Opagachi's cleared out quite a bit of frame. He's gonna destroy that turret as well. Good smart usage. You didn't see any players, so gonna make sure to take out that turret. Now that's unavailable for the rest of the round.
Yeah.
And B seems to be a fake point for the attacking side. Okay, never mind. They're actually not even going to go in there. They're not even going to throw in any form of utility. They're just going to run away and they're going to walk towards A.
I think they're still in default mode. Because if they were actually executing something, they wouldn't send the fast lane over here. Echo gets hindered. The fast lane gets expired. So he goes away. That being said, though, he's the only one spotted over here. And because it's a duelist, that's why Aegis haven't called in the rotations towards the A side yet. Poor
30
Oikan.
seconds
Thought the
left.
cyber keep him safe. But Freeze teleports back in spot. And he's got the lovely double. Gale also peeks out again. That's amazing for Exist.
Indeed it is. Exist now have a solid understanding of where they're watching EKing come. EKing tried to sell two different fakes. One was more of a rotational point of pivot from Caramel, because if the Neon would have sold the fake and there would be a rotation, then he would be the one to cut them off and try to make it sell more so than it actually is. But unfortunately, there were two players on A who did not move at all, and there's the same two players who are going to start on A once again this round. This time with an outlaw. It's going to be effective, considering that the opponents are on an eco of sorts. And there's the first kill.
Coming through.
Tripwire destroyed.
Lovely shot by
Tripwire
Freeze.
destroyed.
His aim feeling super hot now. Kind of paradox to the aim. But he gets stuck with that relay bolt and Flogas here to collect. He recovers just in time, but the outlaw doesn't get him much. Eco, though, slides right across Sid, sprays him down, only to be shut down by the shorty, and Freeze gets out of there using the dimensional rift.
Yeah.
He would have been a dead man if he stayed there any longer, but he doesn't overstay his welcome. And his information provides the perfect opportunity to send that paranoia across and get that kill onto the defaulter. But that opportunity has been squandered, and both the members of EKing have recovered.
They can get away.
One enemy remaining. Last
They want to
player
get away. They
down.
want to get
Defender
in their
spawn. All in
faces.
my bot.
Trades come through, one-on-one. And this is exactly what Caramel wanted. He's got a lockdown, he can buy time, and he's got the alarm bot as well, so he can actually pin down wherever his opponent is coming from. And to make things even more interesting, he double
30
mind
seconds
games
left.
Freeze. So he's gone back to A. Meanwhile, Freeze is expecting a plant towards C.
Yeah, but he's got a teleport, so he actually rotated here very quickly. It was a smart play by him to leave one gate crash in his hands. But that turret and that alarm bot is such strong utility. The turret's gonna spot him, and never mind, it's gonna be Caramel who will take him out himself. Just one angle for him to watch. He didn't have to worry about anything else.
Exactly, he just stuck near the default box, and that's never an angle Freeze would have expected him to be in. I mean, it's not even an angle, to be honest. It's just it's just there in the middle of the open.
4 and 3. All thanks to Caramel. EKing have another round, keeping them close enough to constantly sniff Exist's neck. Make them feel the heat. Bunch of ultimates across both sides now. More so for EKing. And that lockdown is probably going to come to use because the A side seems to be right now heavily contested. Kale gets away with just a chipping amount of damage. And Sid, he's not giving up that A shot. Exist want to keep A shot no matter what.
Yeah, and then making it no secret that they're present over here. All of them giving away sound cues. Finally, the drone forces them back, but Opagachi refuses to give up his ground. Another stroke comes through just to keep them in place, and then Opagachi with the double spray. Best part is,
He still
his Phantom can... you can't see his Phantom tracers, but blessed with the Odin will eventually get him. Wants the battle first, and just in time to get the kill onto Flow Guy as well, and Sid helps him out with it.
Kale gonna look for his own now, and he's not gonna get it. Sid's gonna steal it away from him. But Blessed is left alone now with the Odin. Blessed by Odin.
You need to be blessed by Brock if you want need to acknowledge.
Okay,
both.
sorry.
Camera, take
A different Norse god then.
30 seconds left.
Oh.
Yeah, oh, okay.
If you look at it, both.
Okay.
Okay, never mind.
Does he check the
could be
corner?
blessed.
No, he doesn't.
Never mind.
Clean.
Perfectly situated himself. Oitan repositions at the right time and finds the round. And suddenly it seems like the ultimates have built up on both ends now. Sid's got it back. The Hunter's Fury's made its way back. And now that Killjoy lockdown, once again, will never be used. It's going to be in his pocket for the rest of the round, for the rest of the game.
Unfortunately, yeah. Unless Popagachi finds an opportunity to use the Hunter's Fury without being prompted. Or are we just gonna see the straight up good old Sova Killjoy tension? Both of them are holding on to their ultimates, waiting for the other one to pop first. Now, unless you kill Popagachi, you won't get to use that lockdown.
Yeah. And Freeze is back with his menacing waves with the Outlaw. Clog has already been spammed down to 33 and Exist loves spamming that mid window. They love their wall bangs, it seems. No matter where it is, and Koga will also be flagged off of this round. One by one, they keep getting ticked off. Of course, it is an eco. And at best, they can hope for is maybe a spike plant if they get one kill. And that one kill is waiting for them outside of A lobby.
Yeah, they get this one, and it should be fairly easy for them to plant towards the A side. Oh my god, they get nothing
Spike down
done.
A.
Sid two taps them back to spawn. And Echo, I don't even know what he can possibly do here. Probably safe, but he's been spotted.
Flawless.
Yeah, he's cornered.
Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. 6-3. And Exist are feeling very comfortable now. They had a 2-round lead and then they crawled back. There was a crawl back from ENG. Now it's a 3-round lead and they've got a bunch of ultimates to play with. That Killjoy lockdown, I'm constantly looking at it and I'm like, when is that gonna give them anything they need?
Hopefully in this half. Right? I mean, we've seen too many underutilized Killjoy lockdowns
Revealing
in
area.
this tournament so far across the 6 games that we've casted. I hope this doesn't turn into one of those again.
Well, he's been left to go on a mission himself, so
Take
it
flight.
doesn't seem like it's going to be used this round. But in the meantime, Sid has already covered up massive amount of A main. So he knows that this is going to be a B or C hit. He's completely covered it off. Popagachi's gotten one on towards mid, another wall bang.
Yeah. And that on the flow gun nonetheless. So no more smokes available for the side of ENG. They're gonna have to go through this ringer without
Oh,
any
the
cover.
timing.
Yeah, at least they use the drone and burn out the outlaw. Otherwise, it would have been yet another round where Sid gets a double.
Ramel's been left on a free leash here. He's going to hold that pivoting spot as long as he possibly can. His team starts moving towards C. They've just got a camera and a Yoru there. A Cypher in garage who's still worried about what could be in front of him. And as they walk in, Freeze, first contact, is he ready for it? Yes, he is! Gets a double! A third not gonna be followed up, but here comes Karamel. Has to check the corner of the cage. It's not gonna work out for him. And the final player standing on C side will be able to plant if he desires to. But he's got utility running his way. He's got players flushing in. And he's got a sniper shooting at his back.
7-3. Exist has
No one's
definitely
gonna
taken
give
the
you what
lead
you
in
want.
this half
Work
decisively.
for it.
And AKG forced to burn yet another timeout. Wait, was the first tactical timeout by ENG?
It
or
was,
by
it was,
Acer?
yes.
So AKG using both the tactical timeouts in the first half itself. Usually he's not one to do this. Usually he kinda saves it for both the halves. But he must have figured out something really nice about Exist for him to burn both the timeouts right here.
Let's see if they have. They are on 3 rounds. It's the last 2 rounds, the half. And they're on an eco, which means an 8-4 seems almost inevitable at this point. But a bunch of ultimates could probably turn that around. And it's been another buy round where we did not see a single ultimate put into use. Everybody's holding on to theirs. Everybody wants to just play with the aim. No round winners whatsoever. But Exist don't really feel the need to. They've been winning rounds no matter what. So the ultimates are not really being deployed there because they don't really care much for it. Whereas on the other side, EKing, I feel like they need something solid to give them space, something like the Hunter's Fury if they need to kind of, cause chaos and let Echo run in. Or if they want some, pincer movement, use the Omen from the shadows. Put him in an awkward spot, make the opponents feel uncomfortable.
Yes, this should do. Oh, this is a nice one.
Four ultimates on either side with 2 rounds to go in this half. Things are
This
starting
goes
to heat up.
here.
Scanning ahead.
Fast Raj by Echo. Breaks the camera, but he doesn't really mind staying near the door to get rid of that thing. Oh, this dart needs to be broken, otherwise they will be spammed. And even without the reveal, Caramel loses his life to the bullets that were fired in the dark.
Sid on the other side of a
Deploying
very low
drone.
Viper, while his team looks to clean up the rest on towards mid and outside of C. But they are grouping up against the opponents outside of Garage. What's the plan here? Where do you go? You got a bunch of pistols. You're stranded in mid. You're looking for whatever picks you can. You're taking fights that are unnecessary. Objectives seem to be lost here for EKing. Oh, okay. That works. We get one. The Outlaws been picked up, and there goes the ultimate. Kale's gonna instantly rotate onto the A side. But he's got free targets. 3 of them are
Portal
so
closed.
down low. Blessed is the only one who's got any form of health left on him. Everybody else is just like a bullet away through a wall
30 seconds left.
from death.
And they just got slivered here. But the Outlaw does connect. Boils. He's also down to 10 HP. And this overdrive is perfect. Pepper down any targets who are low on health. Freeze, first victim. Will the
10
overdrive
seconds
team
left.
get another casualty? He finally goes through. And of course, why not? Because Caramel crushes the lockdown. But they've stopped the plant from this. And that's another run for exist.
Oh no.
A lovely use of the Hunter's Fury to deny the plant and basically secure the round.
Last
And
round
he
before the
gets
switch.
them all in the end
Nothing
as
will be
well.
saved
So Echo dies after the timer runs out. That means not
He's-
only does he lose his weapon, but he gets the save penalty. Yikes, that's a big yikes.
Yeah, he has lost quite a bit of money, but that doesn't matter. He's able to reinvest. He's got a Phantom and a full armor. And it's the final round of the half here. Please, for the love of God, use that Killjoy lockdown. Popogasi doesn't have his ultimate anymore.
Yeah, it's like the only time he can use it.
Here we go.
Converging path instantly gives Sid a way to get inside, but he's been shut down before he can do anything. Sloga, great retaliation.
What is he doing?
Okay, that's very interesting. Popogasi had no idea that Ikara could have come this deep, this
Recalling
soon.
my bot.
And that leaves A in the hands of Freeze. His Great Crash is about to expire, so he
Portal
better
closed.
make his gamble now.
I'll
Once
handle
again,
this.
he uses the
Time to
Dimension Shield
jump.
just to escape a tricky situation.
Here.
Let's get
Around the
one.
smoke. He's hoping that
I'm back.
maybe his intuition can give Kale a
Last
nice
player
opportunity,
standing.
but Kale has been killed. And Freeze gets shock
Spike
darted to
planted.
oblivion.
Ah, there we go. Finally, we have the Killjoy lockdown in action. A little late to the party, but here, after all, 8-4, as EKing will be the ones to crawl back into this game in the second half.
Switching
Didn't need
sides.
quite a bit of ultimates. It was just purely Exist's fault by sending Sid in so deep with that ultimate, but he could only cover so much area with his converging paths, and the rest were there to swing out and protect their teammates from EKing's side.
Right. Despite their best efforts to combine their ultimates together and create a death ball attack on A, they failed to do so. And that gives one more opportunity to EKing. 8-4, definitely not an ideal scoreline, but one that I can respect nonetheless.
Absolutely.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. The final half of the day about to begin between the Japanese and the Australian contenders. A-Long, a nice move, already used up.
what a flash.
Paranoia is amazing. King
Spike
walked away
down
with
mid.
2 frags of their own, but Exist trade out in a matter of seconds. Sure, the spike has been dropped towards glass, but that's not unique information that you can make plays off of.
The one thing they're wondering about is C long, because they did see a bunch of them in garage, which means somebody's going to walk in towards C. They're gonna be keen to re-clear it, and there's a Cypher giving up his sound cue. Those in the camera, they know they've spotted at least one player there. Now, in a 3v3 like this, it's usually the attackers who have the advantage of information. They've got the Enigma on their side, unless Echo can turn things around. Oitan's gonna run away from his spawn, throw in a tripwire just to make sure nobody pushes in from C, and he's gonna join up his teammates on A. But ENG themselves are now focusing on that A site.
And Exist also are heading in that direction.
Right
so
here.
ENG are ready.
One
Ghana
enemy
wasn't even
remaining.
looking at the right spot for this.
Spike
He
down
turns
A.
around to headshot Tail, and Blessed is able to get another one. That's a spike drop.
I have
With only
retrieved the
20 seconds
spike.
left, they expect Oitan to overcook yet again, but they've given him enough space to plant.
Yeah, they're gonna let him plant. It's a 1v2.
Planted the
70
spike.
HP. Here comes the Neon from behind. No, it's gonna be the other way around. Blessed, though, is the one to take him straight down. That's gonna be ENG with the pistol, as they will take their first step towards charging back into this game. And ENG, that was a solid setup outside of Garage with the paranoia.
Stay
Got
taut
two,
as
but
a
unfortunately
ghost
lost
team.
two
The
as
fight
well
demands it.
themselves. And then the gamble stack towards A worked out perfectly.
Popagachi's having an amazing game right now. 17-8. He's on fire.
Indeed he is.
He's also having a hot streak. 13-9. And on the other hand, we finally have one player in the King lineup who managed to break through to the positive KD barrier.
Doesn't seem like that from the scoreline, does it? It feels like it should be a lot more.
Yeah.
But it's 8 and 5. It's just 3 rounds of a differential between these two teams.
And unlike Exist, who go all in on the second round, ENG don't buy any rifles except for that one Guardian in the hands of Floga.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that is a tactical, a technical pause which has been dealt with already. So
Yep.
we're gonna get started without any further issues.
Pistols across the board. Just a Sheriff on to freeze. Everybody else gonna have to fend off themselves with Valorant. Basic. Smoke down towards Garage to try and maybe funnel out a whole jumping. You know, something the Paper Eggs do, I really love. They jump around and they get in when they've got these eco rounds.
Yeah.
So it just works. No matter what it is, it works. The Marshal's going to connect onto one. Not going to give him a full kill though, but does injure him halfway down. Sid running around, has a Judge following him, has a Marshal following him. He took in a lot of the attention, and that's allowed Popagachi at least for one kill. But Karamil's moving around with a Judge, and that is practically undodgeable.
One enemy remaining.
Two-piece for Karamil. Popagachi gets stunned. Tries to peek out yet again, but Echo has got his number. 2 rounds back-to-back for ENG as they win the pistol and the anti-eco round. Now, let's see if they can convert the bonus.
Bonus, not so much of it. You've got one Bucky, a Judge, Spectre, a Guardian, and a Sheriff. It's not that much of a bonus as you would love to call it. It's, well, whatever it is. 2 Judges, okay, that makes it a little better. I like 2 Judges. Where they're situated, one's towards A shot. Does they expect that hit towards A? It is a fake though. Both the duelists are being sent here, but that's nothing more than just a ghost being sent to chase ENG.
Still quite a lot of defaulting from the side of Exist. Like, it's been a hot 30 seconds and they have almost no market to show for it. Crept up a few inches outside of A long, that's pretty much it, and then now the showcase their placement outside of Garage. Oh, the spams actually connect. Popagachi has been able to connect so many spams through the Garage doors, both on attack and on defense.
He just loves his wall bangs, and that's one of their, you know, major play styles in the Haven. Especially to the mid window every time they're on defense. Even on the attack, they do it.
They're like, let me get those mid-window wall bangs in as much as I can.
Yeah,
Now,
why
gonna be
wouldn't
gone
you
in the
take a
next
free
patch.
kill? Why wouldn't you want a free kill? Babel, he's gonna get flanked and he's got players in front of him. He lost his teammate already. And the A side has been
30
plagued by
seconds left.
Exist.
4v3. Exist have a very high chance of winning this one. They don't bother with the rebound dart. They just know that the crossfire is going to take them.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, the hell is the feeding crossfire. He's looking by the fast lane. And sure, Echo will be able to get the first kill, but he doesn't have time to reload. And I highly doubt this Sheriff has enough firepower to take both these players down at the same time. Yeah, he's seen them fall back. Oh, but he's only seen one fall back. He doesn't realize that both of them are playing together. That's why he's still looking for the second player.
Yeah, just take the Vandal and run away, Echo. You've got nothing else to do here.
Go, go, go!
That's pretty much the end of this round. 9 come up for Exist as we inch closer to having the Japanese team finish second on the table.
Exist with 3-round deficit, finally winning their buy round, denying Eking the bonus. But Eking can once again afford to get the Odin out, and they've got full armor on either side. In fact, the funny part is, Exist is the one who has slightly less money now. As you can see that Mogaji has to go for a regen shield, Sid has to go for a light shield, you know. In that aspect,
There.
Exist hasn't really had that great of a time. Eking, on the other hand, have been able to make all these aggressive plays across the board. They sometimes crunch towards a shot and make sure that Exist will be stopped in their tracks. Meanwhile, sometimes they are pretty ready to stop Exist in their tracks with E as well. Lord, this time, Omen and Omen violence. Sloga has been shot down. And that was all the way in towards the mid window. So that means there's someone on Eking still brave enough to continue pushing even after Exist have been punishing this for so long.
Jordan's been spotted. They know maybe this isn't the region they want to avoid. Smoke's gonna keep them safe for the moment, but Sid's already gone down to 29 HP. You want to enter that. There's an alarm bot right in front of him. And Blessed is getting a little antsy for attention. He runs away. The timing is just a little off. And Sid has somehow crawled into the side. And his teammates though will not be going anywhere. They tried to come here, help him out, go to the B side. It seemed like it was more of a kind of, they were pulled by Sid because he ended up going into the B side forcefully.
By force or by desperation. You go to the B side, you better be prepared to deal with the heat. Eking can shoot at you from multiple angles. They've already done so in the past, and now they are getting closer to performing it once again, as Exist now have to deal with economic woes
Right here.
one more time. Another push from Kale.
Was already got the op, but I don't know he knows. We got no idea. Kale, he's got such good positioning. He's gonna clear out long as well, and they've got absolutely no clue.
Oh no, he's gonna shoot his opponent in the back of his head.
Yep. Oh, he has to clear the angle. There it is. More or less clear out. The A side is jumping up and down, crouching up and down, and that's gonna be it. The A side's opened up with just one little look from Kale. And he's now going to play around with their minds. Floga, very quick on the trigger to run into the side. He's got one reveal. It's not going to work out. The Kale also missing his shot, but Oitan and Kale still find their connection. Karam is only good for one. Oitan will take him down. And it's going to be Ikana. He's been their best player so far. But he will not stand against 3 more. Sid will find the 10th round as Eking got a little bit flustered there, going in one by one into the side just because they wanted to kill the people as fast as they could.
That is a bit dicey, not gonna lie. That also means that Exist have very good fundamentals. And now that Sid has enough money, he's pulled out the op. I think he's gonna be fairly unstoppable with that one.
Turn out. Placing swamp grenade.
Well, let's find out how far he can push that up because he's taking it directly to the other side where Echo was last spotted. He's gonna be able to get just about away. Echo could have actually spammed and take him down. But King are not the spam kings. It's actually E-Kings are not the spam kings. It's Exist. They love their spams no matter what happens. Ikana's taken up C, so both the extremities right now taken control of, and Ikana's got the advantage as well.
In instantly executes freeze the moment he completed that teleport. And nobody would have expected Ikyana to be pushed up this close. Which makes sense because EKing faced their opponent also in a very similar way. They were able to intercept all of SHU's like that. Oh my god, Sid!
That's what in the world? Who do you think you are, mister? Oh! Popagachi makes up for his mistake. Does take out Caramel. And they're gonna take a spawn plant. Okay, that's interesting. Loga's walking this direction, and now he would have heard the plant coming close. So that's exactly why he's cautious, and he's gonna be able to handle that. Kale, on the other hand, has headed towards C-Long. The plant's not for him. He's not gonna be able to do anything over here. A save is at best for him. But EKing, give him the respect he deserves. He's gonna run away with it.
Yeah, sure. Walk away, save the Vandal. Exist don't have the best of his copy right now, so every weapon saved is a weapon that they can carry forward into the next round without spending money. Sure, there was a point when Exist didn't have to worry about money, but that time is long gone. Like only one of their players, actually two of their players have more than 5,000 credits right now. Everybody else below the 3,000 mark.
Another timeout, but this time it's from the Japanese team. And I'm pretty sure that EKing will be happy about it. AKG can get to talk to his team again. Anything that he would have
chance.
Yeah, anything that he could have gotten out of these last couple of rounds, he will relay to them now. But the Japanese team have lost a little bit of momentum. They are exchanging rounds between each other, but it does seem like EKing is on top of things at the moment.
Except the group.
Except the group, yes.
I mean, that's the only thing that matters, right?
Sure, yeah, but also having fun while playing matters.
That applies to rank.
This
Not to a tournament.
I mean, they still have to play. You're not gonna just abandon the game just because you're not gonna qualify.
Obviously. Three ultimates on the side of EKing. You've got the Viper's Pit, you've got From the Shadows, and Caramel's lockdown yet again. And guess what? Popagachi doesn't have his Hunter's Fury yet, so it is the perfect time for Caramel to use his lockdown yet again.
Let's see if that's gonna work out. A little bit of spam, nothing to be touched by that. Everybody's hale and healthy, but Floga will take out Sid. That's a big first kill. Once again, they're feeling the pressure. Echo's been spotted with the ops, so they know how to avoid the seaside. Just jump away from here. And they've got 3 players here. More or less, almost everybody's towards B and C. And it's just a Killjoy with the setup change on towards A. And
yeah, but this Killjoy is about to have a lot of action. Caramel needs to step up now because there's going to be a 4-man hit that's coming towards him.
He is on Heaven, so I'm pretty sure he's been told to play on retake here because he's also got the lockdown. So there is a good chance that this is going to be him just taking the first contact and then running away. There it is, and the first contact itself is a solid kill.
Ooh, he's teleports into hell. He should be able to plant without any repercussions. So yeah, this 3v5 looks difficult for Exist, but at least they've managed to not take any more casualties before they get that plant down. Speaking though, now committing the lockdown. They are expecting a little bit of aggro. That's why Echo is holding this spot in case anybody from
Oh my god.
But Freeze with the double spray. They're waiting for him to go around that corner with the gate crash. He's got the flank from Popagachi as well. Oh wow, Exist have so many layers in this one.
Yeah, it's a 1v2 though. The Odin's waiting to spam him straight down a hell. And he's gonna take out the diffuser, but it doesn't matter. Half defuse was already achieved, and that's gonna give EKing their 9th round with 5 seconds to spare.
Whew. Who goes for the Unforgettable Universe? Exist. Have Popagachi popping off, man. 22-13 for this guy.
Need a drop.
Yeah, but they're losing rounds. They've let them crawl close. It was 8-4, now it's 10-9. And they're on a bit of a half buy here. They got a Bulldog, they've got half armors across, a Guardian as well. Exist. This is their last buy in the next 2 rounds if they lose this.
Shock dart failed. This bounce off and land near the mouth of C long so that any tripwires that were present over there would be broken. Or in this case, Killjoy gadgets. There's an Anastorm that you could have broken, but didn't, so have to start all over again. But
slow and steady, they're gonna take a little bit of ground. Ploga holding a very interesting angle with the paranoia. If his cloak ends up being seen, it's gonna be problematic. But here they go. The first contact comes through. The stun is perfect, and EKing seem to have woken up from their slumber. Round by round, they capture in their hand, and these setup plays, these mini setup plays, work out perfectly. Sid making a grave mistake there. Oh, peeking before the flash could affect the opponent. And once he was dead, the paranoia did the rest of the work, and of course the stun, the relay ball that came behind it.
Yeah, I mean,
Symphony.
The flash from Exist was amazing, but the moment that Neon started firing, they let the paranoia rip.
30 seconds left.
That was a trap card based off of Neon's contact. The moment she sees somebody, the paranoia will come through, blinding them. And in case the fighters of EKing can't finish them off by shooting them, you've got the Hunter's Fury to do the rest of the dirty work.
10 seconds.
10 seconds left.
Straight to sit for the plant. He will be allowed to as well. Gonna run in straight towards him. The recon is not gonna affect him. They know he's in the cage. The Odin's gonna spam him straight down. And yeah, he's not even gonna have a chance to fire a single bullet. That's 10 and 10. EKing equalize.
Yeah, take a look at this instant replay. You got the Hunter's Fury and the Paranoia all on the back of Echo's ping. As soon as he spots somebody, Ploga lets it rip. Blessed lets it rip. And that's how you set up trap cards to equalize the score with your opponents.
4 ultimates on the attack, 3 on defense. That Viper split's going to be very useful for EKing, but it doesn't seem like they're interested in making that happen towards the A side. Once again, the same wall, the garage and C wall split that allows them to retake C.
Deep
But they've got a Killjoy is playing alongside the Omen, which is not the usual you see. Once again, the setup has been changed. Now, the Yoru is going to run around finding some useful information. He sees an op, he sees the Odin. He's going to call out for it. The converging paths coming straight into the faces of EKing and Exist. Will have to pay the price, but if Ploga gets freeze. And somehow that converging path has been completely shut down, completely useless.
Nullified entirely. The overdrive doesn't get affected at all. But now the slow and the combination of the Hunter's Fury, that's going to get them quite a lot. Unfortunately, before they can even make the Hunter's Fury count, you've got Caramel flanking onto Popagachi and the rest of EKing just converging upon Exist to crunch them with their guns. Gale, now with the weight of the world on his shoulders, goes for the plant in this 1v4 with no cover to his name and no information with him.
Raman's gonna use patience as his best friend now. Wait for his teammates to join him as he holds on one angle, making sure he's not pushing anywhere. And now every angle is covered up. Kale, shot across the shoulder. Finds the first. Swaps over to the Vandal. Has got full health. The plant's not for him though. Recon's not gonna detect him just yet. He's gonna run through the molly. Gets one more, but not enough for the other. The Recon gives his life away, and EKing turn the tides as they find the lead at a very crucial point in this match.
What a comeback from the side of EKing. 4 rounds in a row. They've overtaken Exist Universe. And Exist had been looking very strong, especially after their matchup against Fancy United. But now that they face EKing, it seems like whatever strategies they had used in the previous map are just simply not working against EKing because they don't respect their plans as diligently.
Couple of half armors once again Exist. Are forced to play with rescinded weaponry as well as armor. And Karamel's going on a hunt here. He's been given some free reign.
Oh my god.
He's been spotted though. Yeah, that's too much to worry about.
Yeah.
No shot. Is he alone as a Killjoy going that deep? Nobody coming?
Yeah, exactly. I would have preferred it if it was Echo hit that so fast in and escape. But Popagachi, that's the perfect slowdown, perfect hit there. He gets the kill onto Ikana. Echo turns all the way around
Spike
and
down,
reclears
C.
the C site. The spike
Oh
now
my
dropped in
God.
the middle of that corridor as he gets the third onto Kale as well. And now it's going to be nearly impossible for them to mount this comeback. At least Oitan has recovered the spike. And King sees that the spike is missing, so he's going to pass that information on to his teammates. But he doesn't want to go to A and plant. He actually wants another kill here. He's making that contact play and hoping to
Last
find
player
Echo.
standing.
Oh no.
But no, Echo gets the
Spike
fourth.
down. C.
Breeze denies him the ace. But he can't recover the spike. He can't even account for Bless to be on his side. E-King are one round away from
Match
winning the
point.
map.
One round away when they were 8-4 down. And they've turned it around to come up 12-11. 12-10, forgive me. And here's the final timeout. Any final straws that they can catch on to, the Japanese are gonna try. Because they've got no weaponry, they've got no armor.
They've just got a dream.
A Guardian, a Bulldog, a Stinger. And a couple of pistols maybe at best. Maybe another Spectre, another Bulldog. But the other side, the resilience that this team has shown has been amazing.
I have to give them credit. Yes. Exist before this tournament weren't a very popular team, but I think they must have earned a few more fans now.
Absolutely.
Same goes for E-King. I mean, losing your player before the tournament. Ikana is sick right now. I mean, man's got an upset tummy because he can't handle the Indian spice, but he's still fragging out of his mind.
Most certainly is. And he's having fun there. He started off really well as well. He's kept it consistently going. Slowed down in the beginning of the second half. Now, we are heading into the end game. And Ikana wants to be the king of the hill. Let's see what's going to happen. Got an Odin spamming down. No damage whatsoever. Just a little bit of fake being sold here from Exist. They want to fake control. And it's been discovered already that there's nothing happening there. Recon clears out A long. And they're going to go clear it out together themselves as well.
Ooh. Big burst into the B side. This could be devastating. I don't think E-King are equipped to deal with this. The best that they can do is put on this snake fight, use the nanoswarm to keep them at bay, but the B hit seems inevitable. Unless Exist cancel this and head towards Garage instead. But if they want to make this move, they need to do it quickly. Wrap around, but it's already on its way. Caramel with the judge gets only one. And now that they've gotten into Garage, they don't need to worry about the backstab because it's a bit too late. Floga gets overwhelmed by the numbers. Oitan using the C-Long as a late luck opportunity will be late luck by Echo. Wow! That's an insane shot.
He's got an ultimate as well.
And the plant hasn't gone down yet. Exist are kind of trapped over here. They feel burdened. A tap on the
30
spike, hoping to
seconds
draw out some aggression, but E-King don't bite the bait.
Yeah, they're going to run with a little bit of information only. And Ikana placing perfectly. He needs one. He's not going to get it, but he does damage them quite a bit. Freeze is going to run away with it. They're going to run towards A. And they're being followed. They're being chased. No, they're actually going to plant on B. And it's towards A Link. Echo
Spike planted.
making his way here. He's going to hold on for his Sova.
Last player
Start
standing.
making some moves, but he's been left alone. Blessed has to do it by himself. The Odin is a powerful weapon in this scenario, but unfortunately, checking corners a little bit more diligently would have been required. 11-12. We are again at the cusp of overtime with these teams.
Yeah, I mean, if it's the last game of the day, you might as well make it interesting, right?
Yeah.
Super flank from E-King, almost on time, almost catching Exist, but Exist just power through.
That goes
They
there.
run straight into Caramel's judge and say no more than one.
I need this.
And they
My
deal
thanks.
with the sliding headshots from Echo, and they still powered through, winning that 2v3. Counter spam with the Sheriff.
No way!
Rather
Who
ineffective,
runs?
it's almost like praying. Oh, blind Hunter's Fury with no information. He still gets a tag onto Blessed. He seems to be worse for the time being, but this control smoke will keep him alive, but it won't keep Echo alive. Wrong time to use the relay bolt. And now that they've gotten this kill, they fall back. And they wait for that A shot players to come through.
Oh, Blessed. He's gotten one. He can spam down another towards A long. He's got information that he knew that there's one there. He's given a chunk of damage. He's spotted 3 now. They're going to run into his face. Is he ready with the Odin? Yes, he is. But he's got Floga supporting him, and it's going to be sit and freeze. Getting one back each. It's a 2 versus 3 here. Viper's been available for a bit of covered entrance into that A side, but Karamel's a little away. He's going to have to wait. And Ikana's repositioned on towards Heaven. Not sure what the game plan here is. They've got no utility to expose any form of positions of their opponent.
If he can just take a little jump, if he can use the Viper Spin on top of that box, and then that should be an easy drop down for him. Ikana gets the first one.
Ikana.
Another one boils it down to a 1v1. Can this game end here and now? Or will Sid force us into overtime?
He's gone under Heaven. This is it. It's just a couple of seconds more. The spike's going to take away now. He's got no idea. Doesn't check under Heaven. We head to overtime.
Switching
Save the
sides.
best for the last.
Overtime.
Absolutely.
Turning out to be a banger
You know
of the
the
game.
drill. Gear up and get.
Like I said, these two are the most evenly matched teams out of this group.
Actually, yeah. I mean, at this point, I'm really starting to believe that maybe we should have had Fancy United versus SHUL in the last game. But hey, I'm happy with this one as well. It's turning out to be as entertaining as I was hoping.
Freeze going in for the glass cannon op this time to kind of catch them off guard.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect an op here in the overtime.
They did do it, I think, the previous time. Was it them who went to overtime? Yeah, it was.
It was
It
Exist.
was Exist and Fancy, yeah.
Yep.
Exist have done it before. They have taken it even on the map of Kuro that they played. But nobody to challenge them just yet. I think they're going to try to face, like Paul said, with the sense of the Sova being there alone. Now they've sent him forward. And Freeze has done this so many times. He just loves walking with the op into faces. And he's going to miss. Probably for the 7th, 8th time today.
Okagachi, nice counter game. Free fire.
Oh my God.
He gets 2. That recon dart is going to keep him safe for any other incursions coming in from long. And that reveal is amazing. Even though Open
What
tried to
in
help
the
him out here,
world?
the slide comes through
Last
finally,
player
but
standing.
Echo has way too much on
Spike
his
down
plate.
A.
1v3. We've seen it happen before. And Echo was the one who seemed to be quite the running force for these kind of retakes and clutch scenarios. And this time it's going to be Sid. Sits him down on his knees. That's going to be 13 to 12. And King, all the lead, all the build-up that they had across the last couple of rounds in the second half towards the end has now been thrown away. And there's a timeout being exploited just to make sure they keep their head above water for this final, what could be this final round.
Yeah, I mean, AKG had to burn both of his timeouts in the first half itself. He probably wanted to say so much to his players in the second half. Never got the opportunity. But luckily...
I mean, they were playing well, so I don't think he needed to say much. I think it was just that last round, last 2 rounds, 12-10
Yeah.
is where it started falling apart. And it could be the ending of their journey here with a loss as well.
But overtime does grant you with 1 more tactical timeout, so you better get in that final word. And then pray that your players are able to execute whatever you're cooking. Hope that the flame is not set too high, so that you don't burn whatever you're cooking. This time the Odin comes out from Blessed, which
This time,
hasn't really been a surprise. But
he's had it for the last, I think, 10 rounds in a row.
yeah, but like, he didn't bring it out on the attacking half. So
No, he did.
the attack,
Yeah, he did.
he did.
Yeah,
My bad.
he did. Not always, but occasionally.
Occasionally,
Placing
yeah.
alarm bot.
I mean, it's not as exciting as a glass cannon op. So
Yeah. Which was of no use, by the way.
yeah. I mean, he pushed him way too close with that op.
He's done that so many times. I still can't believe that his teammates are giving him the trust, or he himself has the confidence to try it again and again.
Nice input denial smoke. Should help them sneak up. And you've also got the nice Yoru pop dash, which will help the Vele dash
He's got
inside. But
info.
Sid did need to get back there.
Oh, that's wonderful.
He'll
And
go
Oitan
for
gets
top.
another. We've got 3 running in. It's the final battle here. Kloka gets one eco with one back, and it's gonna be E-King trying to keep themselves alive. But Kale shuts it down. It's a 1v3. And Blessed will have to pull off a champions winning clutch here. And he gets one! And that's what the Odin's known for, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it's best at. Has to go a little away from that. Take cover behind the metal part of the green box. That's the only place he can plant. Blessed gonna try and come and use that spam once again. He's got a close-up angle.
my God.
Damages another. Cypher's gonna have to be careful here. Oitan still holding that angle for his teammate. And the minute he peeks, it's gonna be a crossfire setup. Coming out wide. It's gonna be only one. Sid! He's gonna go down as well!
And I don't know if you can hear the screams and the abuses and the energy of the players right here in the arena in Bharat Mandapam, but I heard a couple of words which shouldn't be on stream. And that's how you know these players are energetic and pumped
Switching
up.
sides.
Blessed
Overtime.
pulling off his best Brock cosplay and showing us why the Odin is still a lethal weapon to be feared.
Still, always was. It just came out now that people can use the Odin in this way.
Yeah, all hail Lord Brock,
the
MVP of Champions
The
2025.
wall bangs are incredible. But hey,
Yeah, I mean, 2 out of those 3 kills were basically wall bangs. Half wall bangs.
live your days, says Riot, as they're gonna take it out as well to a certain extent. I mean, certain walls, I mean.
Oh, yeah. Certain walls, yes, definitely. But all the wall bangs that he has done so far are still going to be there. He's going to have an extra wall placed near the mid window, which won't really make much of a difference if Exist are going to walk down grass and get a kill down there near the staircase. But there's a contact play too. Oh, long, and Echo gets the first opening, slides back, and yes, Sid will be able to get one more before he finally bites the dust. But Caramel, he could turn this around. The spike has to be recovered, it has to be scooped up, and Echo is very low on health.
Both of them are. Karamel's also pretty much, drained away from his health. He's on 28. Both are just victims of one bullet at this point. Kale, the only one who's got some form of strength.
Yeah,
And
3 bullets worth of strength.
Yeah, he has to connect the next one as well.
Spike down. C.
One bullet to the wall should be more than easy and enough. And they know that he's this low. They've got information and they've got the spike now in their grasp. And Echo's gonna run in. The shorty's gonna do the work unless the bullet connects first from the Vandal.
Last player
Oh my
standing.
god, no way, Echo.
What
Not
is
on 8
happening?
HP. Not on 8 HP, Echo.
He was on 23. No, he was always on 8, right? 8 HP versus 87.
Yeah, this should be the end. Echo, he can't win this. And there's no chance. Kale's gonna take him out. That's gonna be again Exist with the lead. And we switch things around once more.
Switching sides. Match point.
Okay, now I have to beg the question. Do you pull out a glass cannon orb on the attack side?
Please don't.
That was a very fast response.
Please don't. For your own sake. Not for the sake of entertainment. For your own sake. Please don't.
I mean,
He's not pulling it out. He's gonna play the Phantom. Let the man play.
if you're gonna make it entertaining, you might as well make it entertaining on both sides, right? Got nothing to lose, nothing to gain too. But finally, Echo going all the way up. He goes right
gone
past this
through.
attack smoke, which has been put down to deny any A-shot aggression. But hey, you can't deny A-shot aggression if you go right past it.
Oh,
And I think
look
they
at that
figured
group
it out
up.
that someone's gonna be up close. So they will use Papakaji's drone to re-clear this area and force Echo back.
Take flight.
But does the drone check the left side? I don't think it does.
Oh, it does. Yeah, he's gone. He's gone. Yeah, he's gone. It was a shooting gallery for him. There's a flash. Is there. Yeah, this is done. What?
Wow.
No chance of survival. If they had one more player, maybe. If the Sova would have supported them a little earlier on, maybe. And okay, here we go. Blessed. Are you looking for another clip here, my friend?
I mean, that was a clip and a half already.
I feel like at this point, this is because they're not going to the playoffs. They're just going to look for clip farming. Yeah, he's looking for clips. Yeah. One more, another one. Go ahead, get another ace. Get one ace for the ones, huh?
He's got the Hunter's Fury. He needs a safe spot to use the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, we'll end the game in the next set of rounds. Go ahead, get another clip for yourself.
Another blind Hunter's Fury like we've always done before.
30 seconds left.
I mean, he's been fantastic with those blind Hunter's Fury. No drone, no recon, just instinct.
Can I? If I scream from here, do you think players will hear?
I mean, we can hear them scream, so I can only assume they can
Run
hear us
to the seaside.
scream. Universe, that's cheating. Don't do that. Can't flout integrity.
Nah, of course not. Nobody can hear me, guys. I'm in the close room myself, like I always am. Anyway, it's
Wow,
a 3v2, and it is going to be the attackers who have to face off. Maybe. Oh, wait, he can jump. He can jump over it. I'm pretty sure he could have jumped over
It
it.
would have been a lovely Udodan moment if he did so.
Recon's not going to give any sort of info. Both of them are going to be securing themselves pretty safely. Close corners being checked. Blessed is on 29 HP. The wall's also not going to give him anything. Oitan has got an eye on both ends. He's seen two. Doesn't know about the third. And that could be the end of this game right here. All they need is this Odin kill. If they're able to secure it, it is going to come through. The first one, the second one's going to follow up. And that, ladies and gentlemen, right there is the end of the game. EKing will be falling to the Japanese giants Exist.
But boy, oh boy, was it entertaining. Double overtime extravaganza to end the last game of Group A. Exist are your winners. They end up finishing the group with 2 wins and 1 loss.
Yep.
EKing with 1 win against SHUL and 2 losses. And naturally, ladies and gentlemen, I think you must have figured it out by now. The team qualifying through Group A is none other than Fancy United. No surprises over there. But I was indeed surprised to see a double overtime extravaganza in the last game. I did not expect that game to get that close.
Yeah, neither did I. I think that everybody was well equally challenged by both teams. Maybe it would have ended at 13-10, 13-11. It could have, excuse me, if EKing would have just ended it on that one round that they couldn't, when they were 12-10.
Yeah, but when Blessed is pulling off 1v3s with the Odin, spamming down one player completely, and then reducing the HP of the other two by just wall banging. I mean, come on, you gotta admit that's entertaining.
Hey, I see, as much as it, it's frustrating to see a team lose a 3v1. I love these Odin clutches, especially when you got the 3k again in the next round.
Yeah.
That's why he could have gone and gotten an ace. Blessed, unfortunately, on 29 HP. There's only so much you can do.
Yeah.
Let's head to the highlights as we will watch Exist with their victory coming in. And of course, they finished second on the table. Not as, of course, good as finishing on top and going to the playoffs, but it's still a victory nonetheless, considering that they were completely coming into this tournament blindsided and have managed to take down 2 good teams.
2 very good teams. I mean, at the start of this day, I wasn't convinced about the viability of EKing strategies. I wasn't convinced about the achievements of Exist, but I'm a fan now. I'm a believer.
Indeed. So am I. Exist. Wish we could see you. Wish there was a quarterfinals, you could take 2. Maybe that could be a format for the next Acer Predator League. Where they take 2 from the group and then we do, your quarters and your semis and then the finals. But heck,
We get more match days if that's the case.
yeah,
And I'm totally down for it.
absolutely. Let's see what is going to be the numbers. Who's the MVP? I think it's not Ikana. I think it's the other side. I think is it Blessed?
Who?
It could be Blessed. Sorry, I was just taking a little peek under the table. But yeah, it could be Blessed, I think. And I feel like one thing that you would really have to give consideration to is the fact that Exist came into this with people completely underestimating it, including us. We didn't know who they were. We didn't know what they were
Apologies
doing.
for that, yeah.
And on top of that, they also proved to be individually great. They had good set strategies. They had executes that were really well done. EKing also showed that, but I think the edge of the, tipping point of the edge was basically that Exist knew how to play better in fundamental speed executes. Because in the end, the last round there was a very fast-paced execute towards C, and they did that really well.
Yeah, and there were very few chinks in their armor when it comes to these speedy executes. So that basically shows you what happens when a team decides to start fast, slow it down, and then pick up the pace again. There's very few teams who can, transition from fast to slow to fast and keep doing that. I mean, it's easier to start slow, go fast, and the other way around. But you can't switch so many times in the same half. Like, that's a good amount of mid-rounding experience that the IGL has, and that calling shows it.
Yeah. Oh, it's both the Sovas that are on top of the scoreboard here.
Honestly, yeah.
Opagachi with 31, and it seems like he was clearly the weight on the side of the Japanese team that was able to tip them over to the winning side. And Blessed, as good as he was, I have to give him props. He was an amazing player in this series and even across the rest of the 2 maps that we played. But it is going to be exist to take the win today. And overall, honestly, I think everybody played well. Like, everybody had good moments in this map and even in the previous maps, you know, irrespective of numbers. Even Karamil, he had a clutch as well when he had a 1v2, I believe, on the A side. So the numbers don't justify the means here, but clearly everybody's had a good game. So it was an entertaining game for both, I believe, the players and for us.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the players clearly looked like they were having fun, right? Especially with how much screaming we heard from across this desk. It was definitely palpable. Popagachi obviously popping off in the first few rounds of the game.
Yeah.
Blessed kind of came alive towards the second half of the game and in the overtime, but he did come alive in the end and he gave us a fantastic double overtime extravaganza. I also have to appreciate Ikana where, give credit where it's due, because Ikana had some really good calls in that situation.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he started off the whole game with a lovely 1v3 clutch. So that was basically him setting the precedent for what this game would be.
Absolutely. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have to say goodbye. It is the end of the day, but we've got our main stage event. 4 teams will be qualifying. Fancy have already come through from Group A. I am still being told that the other groups are running. Unless they are, please make sure that you go watch them.
Yeah.
And if they're not, well, the teams have been decided and we're going to find out very quickly. Let's have a look at also the players that you really love so far, right? And you can vote for them at the pop-up right there. Scan that QR code, get them that all-star money. They deserve it. Some of your favorite players have been playing at top of their level, and if you think that they deserve just a little bit more dough, then they need to be voted by you, by the fans. And, you know, I'm pretty sure they'll appreciate you a lot.
Yeah, they will definitely appreciate you a lot. Also, I would really appreciate it if you guys could come down to the Bharat Mandapam over here to watch the tournament. Obviously, some of you guys can't do that because you're not in Delhi. I mean, if you can fly down to Delhi, that would be absolutely MVP-worthy behavior. In that case, then you should be the all-star. But if in case you already are in Delhi, then come down here to the Bharat Mandapam on the 10th of January and the 11th of January. Because it's not just high octane Valorant and Dota 2 action. You've also got some amazing concerts.
Yeah.
From one of my personal favorites, Krishna. And on the 11th, you've also got Raftar as well. So you got music, you've got esports. What more could you possibly want for a banger weekend?
Absolutely. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will see you all. Everybody who's making it to the arena, we will see you all on the 10th. And everybody who's watching it from home, we will see you as well. 10th will be the next time we come on screen, and we will be in a whole new arena with a lot of people, a packed stadium hopefully, and a lot more esports as well as music action. We'll see you all. Good night and happy gaming.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on might. Work or play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. That's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo,
You feel me?
lightweight game, heavy on might. Work or play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me?
Swift neo.